Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Baker by Scott Hildreth. Narrated by Amelie Griffin and Rudy Sanda. Prologue. I sat on the bar stool with my legs dangling over the edge. Scared to do anything more than sit motionless, I watched him as he paced the floor. The pistol he held was gripped so firmly that his knuckles had gone white. "Do you think because of who I am that you're safe?" He cackled a sinister laugh. "That there's some code, an oath I've taken that'll prevent me from hurting you? Is that what you're thinking?" It had crossed my mind, but I had no idea how to respond. His tight jaw and fiery eyes warned me that reasoning with him wasn't a remote possibility. I wanted Baker to walk in, to see what was happening. There would be hell to pay, regardless of this asshole's status. I was sure of it. My eyes drifted to the century-old grandfather clock situated in the adjoining room. Shit. Baker wouldn't be home for 2 hours. My heart fell into the pit of my stomach. It was 2 hours I doubted the pistol-wielding maniac was willing to give. I scanned through the memories of every cop show I'd binge-watched on Netflix. I hated admitting it, but I was a hostage. I needed to downplay the situation, to reassure him that hurting me wasn't in his best interest. We'd develop a faux hostage-captor relationship, and then negotiations could begin. Swallowing my fear would be step one. I could talk in circles, and easily buy a few hours of time, if I could get past my dry tongue and the knot in my throat that was choking me from speaking. "Hurting me won't be necessary," I stammered. "I'll comply." The bitter taste of the inevitable rose in my throat. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth and swallowed heavily. "I can assure you that you won't have to—" "I won't have to what?" he spat. He waved the barrel of the pistol at me. "To protect me and my brothers, I'll do whatever I have to do. Believe me. I can't risk forfeiting the time we've put into this operation." I don't know what you want," I murmured. "You're going to talk," he said through his teeth. "Believe me, you'll talk, or you'll wish you had." Just tell me what you want to know." The words got stuck in my throat, and I began to softly cry. I swallowed hard. I'll do my best." He glared at me. With each swing of the clock's pendulum, his eyes thinned a little more. "Tell me what you know about the operation. Every word you've overheard. What you know and what you think you know. Everything." I had no idea what he was talking about. "I don't know anything," I whispered. "I swear, he doesn't tell me." He stepped so close I could taste the whiskey on his breath. Then he raised the pistol and pointed it at my head. "Why are you in here snooping around?" I closed my eyes. Obviously, he had no idea how intimate Baker and I had become. I wasn't snooping around. I'd become a fixture in Baker's life. Our relationship had evolved from casual sex to one of exclusivity and imminent love. I debated with what to tell him. Divulging too much information about my relationship might put Baker at risk. Saying too little wouldn't justify my presence in his home. I was in a situation where I couldn't win. Protecting Baker was my priority. I decided to lie. I would ad-lib my way through it. It was the only way I could shield Baker from the unknown. "Answer me," he hissed, "or I'll plaster your brains all over the kitchen." I opened my eyes. "I come by on Sundays and clean up the place. I was getting ready to leave when you walked—" "Cleaning girl." His hand began to shake. "Sundays, huh?" I swallowed heavily. "Yeah, sometimes I cook." "Bullshit. You're here every fucking day. You sneak in at night. I've seen you." He tilted his head toward the living room. "That night you had the signs. You're fucking him." He slipped the tip of his finger against the trigger. "You're a goddamn liar." The door behind me opened. My head swiveled toward the door. "Baker." Upon seeing us, Baker stopped in his tracks. His eyes darted around the room and then locked on us. "What in the absolute fuck is going on?" he asked in a demanding tone. I kept my eyes fixed on him. I wondered how he was going to save me. Surely he'd give me a signal. Something. I felt the barrel of the gun press against the back of my head. "I'll kill this bitch. I fucking swear. Don't take another step, Baker." "Her?" Baker raised his hands to the sides of his head. "I don't give a fuck. Kill her. She doesn't mean anything to me." "She doesn't mean anything to me?" With each of those 6 spoken words, a dagger was thrust into my heart. How could he say such a thing? My assailant wrapped his arm around my neck and yanked me off the stool so hard I slammed against his chest. Struggling to breathe, and now facing Baker, I searched his face for answers. His eyes were fixed on the man who towered over me, but offered nothing to ease the pain of what he'd said. The wild-eyed maniac took a step back, dragging me with him. "I'm not fucking around, Baker. I'll put one in the back of this bitch's head." Slowly, Baker lowered his hands. The pistol pressed hard against the base of my skull. "Keep your hands where I can see them, Baker." "She doesn't mean anything to me." The words echoed in my mind. Then it dawned on me. That was his sign. He had a plan. I simply didn't know what his next step was. Whatever it was going to have to be precise. One wrong move and I would be nothing but a memory. I closed my eyes. "Please, guide me through this. Help me understand what it is that I need to—" The explosive sound of the gun firing caused me to suck what would surely be my last breath. Warm blood cascading down my face and onto my chest followed. Then, everything went black.
1. Baker. 6 months ago. Cash paced the room with his eyes glued to the floor. I stroked my beard with the web of my hand while I waited for him to respond. After wearing the soles of his boots thin and streaking my freshly cleaned floor with scuffs, he paused and looked up. "We don't kill women, children, or the elderly," he said under his breath. His actions were unacceptable. As the president of Devil's Disciples MC, I had many responsibilities. Keeping my men out of prison was one. Being a babysitter wasn't. I demanded that everyone follow the rules outlined in the club's bylaws. If they couldn't, or wouldn't, there was no place for them in the MC. I could count the rules on one hand. Following them was paramount to the club's success. I studied him. An intimidating man to outsiders, he was lean and muscular with a mess of hair that obscured his eyes when he didn't take the time to clear it away from his face. His jaw was sparsely covered in scruff, and his tanned skin was spotted with tattoos. His eyes were commanding, making looking away from him difficult. You understand the importance of that rule, don't you? I asked. Suppose so, he said in a flat tone. I pushed my chair away from my desk and stood. You suppose so? I guess so. You're guessing? I sauntered toward him. You know how I hate guessing. What the fuck, Baker? It was an accident. You expect me to believe you fired that weapon on accident? I narrowed my gaze. You left a bullet buried in the cabinet beside that bank manager's shoulder. I don't care if you believe it or not, he snapped back. That's what happened. It was an accident. If you're prone to discharging your weapon on accident, maybe this club isn't the best place for you. I can't put the rest of the men at risk, Cash. He looked me over as if sizing me up. What are you saying? I just said it. I can't put the men at risk. You know the rules. Only point where you intend to shoot. Only shoot who you intend to kill. No women, no children, and no old people, unless it's self-defense. It's a pretty simple set of rules. You're lucky you didn't kill her. And if you had, we'd all be facing murder charges. It was a fucking accident, he insisted. It won't happen again. Our club was a close-knit group of men who were friends long before we chose to prove our alliance to one another by donning leather jackets and getting matching tattoos. My friendship with Cash began in kindergarten. He made the mistake of challenging me on the playground. An ass-whipping ensued. As much as a kindergartner could administer, anyway. We'd been friends ever since. Friendship didn't afford him a pass for putting the club at risk, though. We had a strict set of rules we followed, one of which was training monthly as a group at the firing range. It provided assurance that we were as fast, or faster, at reacting when we faced a threat. Another was indexing our weapons when we were on the job. Indexing, or carrying the weapon with the index finger out of the trigger guard, was a crucial step in preventing gun-related accidents from happening. I gestured at his right hand. If you were indexing your weapon, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Accident, motherfucker. It was a fucking accident. I'm done talking about it. He folded his arms over his chest. She was a mouthy bitch anyway. She was doing her job. She was mouthy. She was trying to protect the bank's interest. Fuck her, he hissed. It's insured by the feds. Sounds like she got under your skin. I was sick of listening to her. It wasn't an accident, was it? He glared. If I wanted to shoot her, I would have shot her. Right in her shit-talking mouth. It wasn't an accident, was it? I asked, mockingly. He chuckled a dry laugh, and then cut it short. Yes, it was. I turned toward the window. 3 stories down, the street was lined with parked cars, most of which disappeared at 5 o'clock when the workday ended. I scanned the block while Ben Harper's Burn One Down played. When the song was over, I turned to face him. He'd done little to convince me it was an accident. The bank manager in question had directed some pretty choice expletive-laced threats at Cash, and I suspected his temper got in the way of him doing his job. Your cut will be reflective of that accident, I said in a dry tone. Mistake. Poor judgment. Temper tantrum. Whatever you want to call it. He scooped the hair away from his eyes and shot me a glare. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not. How much you gonna cut me? Enough that we don't have this conversation again, no matter how much someone gets under your skin. Fuck that bitch, he said through his teeth. She was trying to give me the bait money. And she talked a huge line of shit. We voted, Baker. I gave him a sideways look. If the tables were turned, tell me what you'd have done. If I was her? If you were her, what would you have done? His eyes searched the floor for a moment. I'd have given the thief the bait money. He tilted his head to the side and raised both eyebrows. But I wouldn't have made it so obvious. I spit a laugh on the floor between us. His eyes thinned. What? You'd follow the conditions of employment at the bank, but you won't follow them with the club? She was an irritating bitch. It wasn't an accident, was it? Yeah. He grinned a sly grin. It was. It wasn't an accident, and I knew it. Whatever you want to call it, it's going to cost you roughly $53,000. After the club's paid, that's 75% of your take. God damn it, Baker, he seethed. It's not negotiable. I'll announce it to the club on Wednesday afternoon. Fine. But that bitch better hope I never see her on the street. The job was in Indio. The odds of him ever seeing her again were nil at best. She's 150 miles from here, so we won't have to worry about that, will we? It's a good thing. He tapped the tip of his index finger against his forehead. Because the next one will be between her eyes.
2. Andy. Present day. I'm afraid there's been a mistake. He shook his head so lightly it seemed unintentional. I hate to say it, but I believe you were called in by accident. My heart sank. Accident? You have no property management experience, is that correct? Yes, sir. No, sir, I stammered. I have no experience, but I believe I'm more than qualified. In fact, I'm convinced I'll better serve you in this position than anyone else you'll interview. I'm sure of it. Quite sure. I was 3 minutes into the most important job interview of my life. A job I had no experience at. The notice to vacate I'd recently been forced to comply with was all the motivation I needed to convince the old man on the other side of the desk to hire me. He held my resume at arm's length, his brow wrinkled. I don't know why she prints these things like this. I need a magnifying glass to read it. He picked up a pair of wire-framed glasses and stretched the curved earpieces over the back of his ears. For just shy of eternity, he studied my sparse work history through the thick lenses. When he finished, he placed the resume on the side of his desk and set his glasses on top of it. You are Andy Winslow, aren't you? He asked. Yes, sir. I've got to be honest, Andy. When I told Nadine to call you in for an interview, I thought you were a man. I'm 100% woman. All 134 pounds of me, I said playfully. His face remained expressionless. Does being a woman prevent me from being considered? I suppose not. It's just that I can't see how a business management degree and a few years of experience as a bartender while you were in college can prepare you to manage 2 pieces of property that are filled with demanding tenants. He waved a dismissive hand at my resume. Is this the extent of your job experience? My qualifications were bleak at best. For fear of tarnishing my otherwise spotless background, I hadn't bothered listing the job I'd been fired from recently. Excluding it, my life's experiences, in respect to work, were listed. Yes, sir. But that sheet of paper isn't reflective of my abilities at all. I stood and removed a hair tie from my purse. Give me your best demanding tenant impersonation. His eyes thinned. Pardon me? You're an angry tenant. I'm the property manager. Go. He looked at me as if I was crazy. I don't think this is... I'm serious. I twisted my hair into place. You don't think I'm qualified, and I think I am. Try me. He crossed his arms and then looked me over. My air conditioner quit. I need to get someone to look at it right away, he said, his tone coarse and challenging. I've got family coming in from Michigan, and I can't wait all damned weekend. I gave him a stern look and dropped my voice a few octaves. It's Friday, Mr. Green. You and I both know that getting someone to come look at the air conditioner on a Friday at 6 o'clock is going to be impossible. Rest assured, I'll get it resolved as soon as I can. Have you noticed the fan making any funny noises? Or have you seen any signs of backed-up condensation? I haven't noticed, no. I cocked my hip and looked him up and down. You haven't noticed, or you haven't paid attention. You do realize it's your responsibility, not ours, to clean the condensation pan, don't you? One side of his mouth curled into a half-assed grin. It wasn't much, but it was a start. I thought you had no experience at this, he asked. I don't. How do you know what a condensation pan is? My uncle owns a heating and air business. He stood and cleared his throat. I've been seeing bugs every time I come home at night. I need you to get this place sprayed. Pest control is a preventative measure, not a reactionary one. It's performed quarterly. We treated the building in June. I'm sure whatever you've seen is on the verge of death. If not, we'll make sure they are in September, when we treat it next. Anything else? His eyebrows raised. Let me guess. Your knowledge of pest control comes from an aunt who's an exterminator? No. I lived in an apartment. Every time I called them about roaches, that's what they would tell me. He let out a sigh and then lowered himself into his chair. I'm not convinced hiring you is the answer. That's funny. I'm convinced if you don't, you'll regret it. His brows knitted together. I'll regret it? Absolutely. I'm 67 years old, and I can count my life's regrets with one finger. That'll all change if you hire someone else, I assured him. You'll reach a point of regret. He leaned back in his chair and looked down his nose at me. Is that a fact? If you could see beyond my feminine exterior, you'd realize how valuable and manlike I am. I cuss like a sailor. I can easily outdrink a Russian peasant. I'm loyal, but not to a point of fault. For me, honesty is second nature. I'll argue until I'm exhausted if I think I'm right. If I'm proven wrong, I'll admit it promptly. I earn the respect of those around me by knowing when to listen and when to speak. Why are you speaking? He asked. Right now. Because you're not 100% convinced you want to let me leave. What makes you think that? I gestured toward his desk. You've got 3 piles of resumes on your desk. I'm guessing one is the people you've interviewed, one is applicants, the other is the pool of interviewees you'll be picking from. You've got no less than 10 resumes in each pile. Yet you're still talking to me. Furthermore, my resume isn't in a pile. It's at the edge of your desk. Apparently, you haven't decided what to do with me yet. A low chuckle escaped him. What's your favorite cuss word? Cocksucker, I responded dryly. He choked on his laugh. Type of whiskey? Single malt Scotch. Macallan. Neat. He sighed lightly. It was apparent he was entertained. Nonetheless, he pushed the dagger in a little deeper. You lack experience, Miss Winslow. You called me in for an interview despite that lack of experience, because you thought I was a man. Right now, I think the idea of hiring a woman for the position intrigues you. You're hoping to come up with something to convince you it's a bad idea, but so far, you haven't. I'm impressed by your ability to ad-lib, and fascinated by your intellect, Andy. I'm simply afraid your lack of experience is enough. I Googled you before I came. Your properties are on J Street and West Side Drive. What do they rent for? $3,000 a month? 4? His face washed with pride. He lifted his chin slightly. The building on J Street is primarily office space. The average rent is around $10,000. Between 3 and 5 for the living spaces on West Side, depending on square footage. Why? They're not filled with roaches, and the air conditioner isn't on the way out. Your properties are immaculate. I saw the pictures on your website. There'll be problems, sure, but not of the variety we've discussed. You need a dynamic leader with strong business, marketing, and management sense. That's what your ad said. I graduated magna cum laude from USC. There'll be a senior property manager above me. I'd act as the buffer between him and the contractors, suppliers, and tenants. No one will manage your money better than me, Mr. Green. Nobody. I like you, he said with a smile. It's hard not to. Now that you've mentioned it, I'll touch base on something you said earlier. That one regret I spoke of? I'll tell you what it is. After spending the majority of my adult life single, I married a woman who was considerably younger than me. She spent money as if it grew on trees. Damned near drove me into bankruptcy before I realized what was happening. Right or wrong, I simply don't trust women with my money. I have my doubts you'll be frugal. Acting indifferent to his remark, I walked past his desk and gazed down at the street. The bicycle I'd resorted to use as transportation, because my car was repossessed, was chained to the corner lamp post. At the curb in front of it, someone's spotless red Ferrari caught my attention. I glanced over my shoulder. Come here for a minute. Excuse me? I want you to see something. I gestured to the lamppost at the corner of the street. See that bicycle chained to that post? He peered over my shoulder. The one with the basket on it? That's the one. What about it? That's my transportation. My only transportation. I pulled a Think Thin protein bar from my purse and turned to face him. And this is lunch. Frugality is my middle name. The look of uncertainty that he'd been wearing diminished. It hadn't vanished, but it was close. He was considering me. All I needed to do was push him over the edge of the indecisive cliff he was standing on. If you hire me right now, I'll make you an offer, I said. But it's only good if you take it before I walk out of here. Your ad said the position paid $85,000 a year. I'll take it for $70,000 for the first year. At the beginning of year 2, either fire me or bring my wages in line with what they would have been if you paid me the $85,000. That's an interesting offer. I turned toward the door. It was a huge risk, but I began walking nonetheless. You've got about 10 seconds to decide on whether a $1,250 a month savings is attractive to you or not. Without looking back, I took one predictable step after the other. 6 feet before I reached the hallway, he stopped me. You're hired, he announced. I spun around. Thank you. You won't regret it. He tilted his head toward the window. Is that really your bicycle? No, I said with a wink. I'm driving the red Ferrari.
3. Baker. The owner of a coin-operated car wash has a license to launder money. The income was all cash and could be manipulated one way or the other. Filtering a few $100,000 of ill-gotten gains a year through one was an easy task that couldn't be traced. My LLC owned 3 of them, but I was far from a businessman. I was the president of a motorcycle club, an outlaw, and a thief. A professional thief. Nonetheless, I needed an office to make my business appear legitimate. So my LLC bought a 3-story building within walking distance of the San Diego Bay. The upper floor was my office. The second floor served as my place of residence. Below that was the Devil's Disciples Clubhouse. Beneath the clubhouse was an underground parking garage. We used the parking garage to store our motorcycle collection and a few exotic cars. The clubhouse was primarily for drinking beer, relaxing, and an occasional party. The office was reserved as my escape from society, and for planning robberies. On paper, the men in the MC were employees of the company. They received paychecks, paid their taxes, and were seen from time to time performing maintenance on the car washes they managed. Logistically speaking, at least for me, having the operation in one facility was problematic. There was no evading the men in the club, regardless of what time of day it was. I lived and breathed the MC. Wearing a guilty smile, Cash sauntered into my office with one hand hidden behind his back. Half the distance to my desk, he paused and arched an eyebrow. I shot from my seat, pulled my knife from my pocket, and flicked the blade open with my thumb. If you've got another snake behind your back, I'll cut you. Again. I guarantee you it'll be worse than the last time. Settle down and put up the blade, motherfucker. His grin widened. You're gonna love it. I'm not kidding, Cash. I took a few steps back. I'll cut you and carve that snake into chunks. It's not a snake. It's an idea. I nodded toward his missing hand. You've got an idea in your back pocket. Something like that. Let's see it. He took a few steps in my direction. You're going to like it. So far, I'm not impressed. He produced his hand. A business card was wedged between his fingers. He flipped it onto the desk in front of me. I picked it up, read the face of it, and then turned it over. A rudimentary hand-drawn diamond and a shitty sketch of a gold coin adorned the back. Apparently, the graphic designer was a 6-year-old child. Pat's Gold and Diamond Exchange. I sat down and gestured toward the empty chair on the other side of my desk. Let me guess. You bought a wedding ring and you're going to marry that stripper from Oceanside. What's her name? The one with the extra nipple? Crystal? He gave me a cross look, and then sat. It's a mole. I tossed the card across the desk. A nipple-shaped mole that sits right beside her mole-shaped nipple. Fuck you, Baker. She can't help it. You doing it in June, or is that too cliché? His face formed a defiant scowl. That place is getting a new alarm system. The strip club? What's the name of it? I tapped my index finger against my pursed lips a few times, and then met his gaze. The main attraction? No, goddammit. Pat's Gold and Diamond Exchange. It's a shithole in Rainbow. A really busy shithole. And he's getting a new alarm. That little town between Escondido and Temecula? That's it. Following Cash's logic was like trying to comprehend nuclear physics. It wasn't impossible, but it required far more work than I was willing to devote. So far, I'd completely lost interest in his story. My head began to throb. I rubbed my temples with my fingertips. Migraine? He lifted a glass paperweight from my desk. Yeah. I whispered. He tossed it in the air, then caught it. That sucks. I think I know what causes them. He tossed it again, and almost dropped it when it came down into his hand. He looked at it as if it had done something wrong, and then looked at me. What's that? I looked at his hand and shook my head. You. Fuck you, dude. He nodded in my direction, set the paperweight down, and then raked his fingers through his hair. It's probably because you don't jack off. It didn't surprise me that, in his opinion, fisting my cock was the solution to cure my migraines. Cash claimed that once he stroked his cock in the McDonald's drive-thru. For him, it was the answer to everything. I let out a breath of frustration. Stroking my meat isn't the answer. He shrugged one shoulder. Might be. You think if I start pulling my pud, my headaches will vanish? They might. There's a reason everyone does it. Everyone doesn't do it. Do you see Tibetan monks walking around rubbing their temples? His eyes narrowed, but he didn't respond. It seemed I'd completely lost him. Masturbation is forbidden, I explained. But they don't walk around rubbing their temples, do they? His face went blank. Huh? I shook my head and swallowed my desire to laugh. Never mind. He waved his hand toward my crotch. You should try it for a few weeks and see if they stop. You should try leaving yours alone and see if you gain a few ounces of common sense. What the fuck's that supposed to mean? When you walked in, you looked like you were hiding Coca-Cola's mysterious original recipe behind your back. Then you tossed me a business card that some second grader designed. After an exhausting question-and-answer session, I've learned that some shitty little jewelry shop in Fuckwater, California is getting a new alarm system. You've wasted 15 minutes of my morning, and I've learned nothing. Why can't you just say what it is you want to say? His mouth twisted into a smirk. It's more fun this way? For you, maybe. Any chance you can hit the highlights of what it is I'm supposed to get excited about? Pat's place takes in about 50 grand a week in gold, and another 10 or 20 in diamonds, he said excitedly. He's got a steady stream of customers from SD, Vegas, and LA, because he doesn't ask questions and he doesn't do receipts unless you ask. I looked at him in disbelief. How in the hell do you know what his income is? Dumb fucker said so. Okay. Let's say Pat has a banner day. We hit him before he makes his drop. Then, after we pay for expenses and fuel, we'll split 45 grand 6 ways. That's 7,500 each if we're lucky. I gazed at the ceiling, stroked my beard a few times, and then met his gaze. Sorry, I'm not interested. We can make that much hitting a fucking taco truck in Salinas. He doesn't make drops. A drop was when a business took their cash to another location and made a deposit. Typically, it was done every day, and never at the same time, which made knowing when they were going to be flush with cash difficult. For someone to have tremendous income and make infrequent drops meant that they'd have an inordinate amount of money on hand. Money that could be ours. Everyone makes drops, I argued. What do you mean he doesn't make drops? He doesn't make drops. My interest was piqued. I straightened my posture. Ever? Rarely. Define rarely. One-Eyed Pete went in there 2 weeks ago after that guy in Henderson paid him back on that loan. For the slot machines he reconditioned? Yeah. The owner of that underground casino paid him with a gold bar. So he goes into Pat's, and Pat agrees to buy it. 100-gram bar or a 400 troy ounce bar? How the fuck would I know? All I know is that Pat paid him $450,000 for it. He arched an eyebrow. In cash. He'd garnered my interest. All of it. You're telling me he keeps that kind of cash on hand? I'm telling you what I know. He extended his index finger. He's getting a new alarm. He raised his middle finger. And he paid One-Eyed Pete damn near $500,000 in cash. Any word on why he's getting a new alarm? Told Pete he's getting some state-of-the-art system. He keeps all his shit in a vault and doesn't have a safe. He's getting one at the same time he gets that alarm. Sounds like he's getting nervous that someone might break in one day. He shook his head. The dumb fuck just offered that up while Pete was in there. When's he getting the new alarm? Not sure. I told you what I know. If Cash was right, the take from the job could easily be in the millions. The thought of it filled me with nervous energy. I needed to calm down, devise a way to disable the alarm, and develop a plan to rid Pat's Gold and Diamond Exchange of its wealth. Reno and Goose are downstairs pulling the motor out of Goose's shovel, I said. Tito's supposed to be here in an hour or two. When he shows up, bring him up here. We'll see what we can figure out with the alarm. So, you're interested? Fuck yes, I'm interested. The ear-to-ear grin returned. Headache's gone, huh? Miraculously, it was. I nodded. It is. I'll holler at you when Tito makes it in. He stood and turned toward the door. You should really try whacking off, though. Do it while you're staring out that window of yours. I'm doing just fine, thanks. He glanced over his shoulder. I whack off twice a day. Can't remember the last time I had a headache. I doubt there's a correlation. He shrugged as he turned toward the door. Never know. Anxious about Pat's Gold and Diamond Exchange, I went to the window and peered down at the street. As I gazed blankly at the morning traffic, Ray LaMontagne's Jolene played softly over the sound system. Like Ray LaMontagne, I needed something to hold on to. I just wasn't sure what it was. I'd solved countless problems staring out at the San Diego skyline, but by no means all of them. The window was my place of refuge, and the men knew it. When I was there, I was off limits. As the song ended, my eyes came into focus. At that same instant, a woman on a bicycle rolled to a stop at the bike rack by the corner. After locking her bike to the rack, she removed her sneakers, put them in her purse, and slipped on a pair of dress shoes. From my vantage point, she looked cute and had a fabulous ass, but I had yet to see her entire face. She removed something from her purse, gathered her hair in her hands, and then looked right at me as she pinned it into place. Oh my fucking God. Her hair was a few shades lighter, but there was no denying who she was. My stomach twisted into a knot. Frozen, I stared back at her in sheer disbelief. It had been 6 months since I'd last seen her, but I never forgot the faces of our club's victims. I took a quick step away from the window, blinked my eyes a few times, and then leaned forward. The sidewalk was empty. I hoped that my migraines were causing me to hallucinate. I stumbled to my desk, sat down, and pressed the tips of my fingers against my temples. The odds of it being her were astronomical. If it was her, I had more problems than I was ready to admit. The first of which was making sure Cash didn't see her before I figured out a way to get rid of her.
4. Andy. Moving from my apartment in Indio to my cousin's home in San Diego was embarrassing at first. I now viewed it as a godsend. Too many in Southern California, Riding a bicycle was a way of life. Throughout my job search in Indio, it was belittling. Each block I pedaled through, it seemed people turned and stared. Their glares and gestures stood as a constant reminder that I'd been fired, couldn't find a replacement job, and was one of the city's population that assembled California's 5% unemployment rate. Thrust into the melting pot of San Diego's Prius and Tesla driving millions, however, I became invisible. I was simply another eco-friendly traveler. I locked my bike to the rack and debated what to do with my hair. While clipping it into a managerial messy bun, I tilted my head back for one last look at San Diego's clear blue sky before I entered the building. Sweet fucking Jesus! Sex on a Stick was peering out of the third-story window directly above me. It only took an instant to realize he was tattooed, wore an awesome beard, and was handsome as hell. Paralyzed by the thought of the sexual journey he and I could take together, I stared back at him with an open mouth. He rubbed his tattooed fingers against his temples and turned away. As fate would have it, the building he was in adjoined my new place of employ. The series of buildings were joined in a lengthy line of 3-story businesses that extended the length of the block. Each had a different address, but they were all part of the same complex. I filed his likeness in my dildo dossier and wondered if gawking at him would become a permanent part of my morning routine. If not, I'd at least pleasure myself to a mental image of him until my recollection faded to nothing. Or until one of my cousin's screaming kids banged on the bathroom door. I ducked through the doorway and hustled up the 2 flights of stairs. A steel door with a manager's office sign on it let me know I'd reached my destination. Anxious to start my new job, I eagerly pushed against it, but it didn't budge. I thrust my hip into it. It swung open with a bang. Jesus! A nondescript man spun around and looked at me with bulging eyes. You scared the fuck clean out of me. He wore clothes that had suited garden-variety men for decades, had ho-hum brown hair, an average build, wasn't short, and was by no means tall. I scanned his face for a distinguishable feature and found not one thing that separated him from the masses of middle-aged men I'd met in my life. He studied me while I tried to decide how and where to categorize him. He was in his late 50s and was wearing faded jeans. A powder blue button-down shirt that fit much tighter in the stomach than it did in the shoulders topped off his ensemble. I looked at his feet. Loafers. I had encountered the male version of me. Mr. Average. He stood in front of an awesome display of office furniture that was situated along a brick wall. I pushed the door closed and smiled. Hi, I'm Andy Winslow. Just about shit myself when you slung that door open. He extended his hand. Mort Hicks. I gave him a firm handshake. Nice to meet you. Likewise. He turned away and walked toward the large desk that was behind him. I'm the senior property manager. He told me you'd be here this morning. Said you were a Scotch drinker. Mr. Green. His name's Pale, he murmured. I scrunched my nose. His name is Pale Green? He faced me and laughed. Kale. With a K? Kale Green. Always liked saying it. Beats the shit out of Mort. Mort's an awesome name. I tilted my head to the side and peered beyond him. Contemporary office furniture fashioned out of weathered wood and stainless steel lined the far wall. Who, I wagged my finger toward the desk. Who works here? Property manager. Property manager you or property manager me? That'd be you. He stepped aside. Do you like it? The office? He waved his hand toward the wall. The new furniture. Cale had that shit delivered this weekend. Said he didn't want you using that stuff that was in here. Good call, far as I'm concerned. Never know what that last dipshit wiped on it or snorted off it. He was a real winner. The last property manager? He leaned against the front edge of the desk. Went by Preston, but his name was Todd. Cops came in and got him 3 weeks ago, Wednesday. Feds. That's why that door's so hard to open. They busted the old one off the wall, frame and all. New one fits like a saddle on a pig. That'll be your first project. Get someone to fix that. Oh, wow. Wow's right. I come in this place maybe once a week, and I'll be dipped in chocolate and rolled in roasted nuts if I wasn't standing right here when that screaming bunch of bastards came busting in here. Blew one of those flashbang things right there where you're standing. Made me blind and deaf at the same time. Peed a little too, but it was unintentional. Next thing I know, there's 30 angry fuckers in here with machine guns. The thought of standing in the exact spot where the flashbang grenade went off was pretty awesome. The machine guns and screaming feds only made it better. I wondered what Preston Todd had hidden in the old desk and wished they hadn't hauled it off yet. Holy crap, I said. Cale didn't tell me that. He stood up straight and stretched. Suppose not. So, I work in here, and you don't. I'm here alone? He looked me up and down. Don't seem like the type that needs your hand held. I'm not. I drop by once a week. Wednesdays, unless you need me for something. Cale owns about 10 times this much property, and I'm the senior manager of it all. Shit, I go from Chino Hills to Chula Vista, and everywhere in between. I'm the guy you call if you can't figure out who to call. Doubt you'll need much, though. We're at 99% occupied now. Only place left to lease is the one Todd was in, 3A. It's in this building? He pointed at the ceiling. Right above us. He had the door fixed on it, too. Busted it at the exact same time they busted this one. Guess that's how they do it. Keep a fella from getting past him, I suppose. I imagine so, I said, my tone dry. Police tactics fascinated me. I could have talked about the raid all afternoon, but I guessed he didn't want to. Andy your real name? He asked. It is. Is Mort yours? Everybody asks. Sure is. Weird, huh? Your name? Yeah. I like it, I said. He scoffed. Makes one of us. I was quickly coming to like him. His personality did what his features never would. It made me smile. I decided to categorize him with the father from A Christmas Story and Clint Eastwood's character, Walt Kowalski, from Gran Torino. He was funny without trying to be, and I really liked him so far. We spent the next 2 hours talking about my duties, what to expect, and how to resolve any issue that might come about. When we were finished talking, he gave me an old-school Rolodex that he'd listed all the important phone numbers in, and then brushed his hands against his faded jeans. I'll see you next Wednesday, he said. Won't bother coming day after tomorrow. You'll be fine. Give me a call if you need anything. I was pleased that he seemed to trust me, and that he didn't make me feel stupid for being a woman. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm sure you will, too. He yanked on the door twice before it opened. See you Wednesday. I took a seat in my new office chair. In no time, a chairgasm set in, and my eyes fell closed. I got up and looked it over. It was an awesome-looking piece of furniture, as far as chairs were concerned, but it didn't appear to be as magical in appearance as it was in performance. I lowered myself into the cloud-like mesh and swept my hand over the thick wood of my new desk. Irregular, yet smooth, the surface was cool to the touch. I glanced around the office. One wall was painted white, 2 were vintage brick, and 1 was nothing but windows. I wondered if decorating was allowed, and got lost in the possibilities. After deciding that black and white prints would look best, I walked to the glass wall and peered over the stone ledge. Across the street, a few people were walking in each direction. I watched them until they escaped my view and wondered if they were fixtures in the neighborhood. A dull thud against the door caused me to turn away from the window. Then it flew open and hit the brick wall with a whack. Just like Mort, I about shit myself. Not because of the door, because of who stood there staring at me. Sex on a stick.
5. Baker. When I'd seen her in the bank, it was through the eye holes of a rubber Donald Trump mask. Having an unobstructed view from 10 feet away shed a much different light on her appearance. She was attractive, no doubt, but her body was built for one thing, and one thing only: fucking. We stood facing one another with our mouths agape. I swallowed a lump of sexual tension and blindly reached for the door. The sign says manager's office. I pushed the door closed. Are you the manager?
Yes. I'm the manager. How can I help you?
Despite my desire to pull her pants down around her ankles and bend her over the desk, I maintained a somewhat professional posture. I raised my index finger. I've got a few questions. She was wearing wide-legged black dress pants, conservative heels, and a flowing white top. She wasn't a tall woman, but the high-waisted pants made her legs seem unreasonably long. They also drew attention to her shapely hips. My eyes scanned the length of her body. From her dark gray toenails to her remarkably attractive face, she was very well put together. Her sun-streaked hair was off her neck and clipped into a bun. A bun that wasn't quite centered. The hair bothered me, but her shapely body forced me to make note of every curve. My eyes shifted from the askew sprout of hair to her perfectly shaped hips and then back. Repeatedly. I had faults. Many of them, to be honest. Most I could conceal, leaving those who encountered me to be of the opinion that I was relatively normal. I wasn't. I was somewhat of a perfectionist. There were many things in my life that could be out of order, but her bun didn't appear to be one of them. Despite my attempts to dismiss it, I simply couldn't keep my mind focused on anything else. She reached for it.
Is there something wrong?
Wrong? No. I tore my eyes from the disaster that sat atop her head and met her gaze. I had a few questions about the availability of property. She lowered her hands. My eyes shot to the bun.
Are you sure?
She asked. I needed to have a conversation with her. I knew myself well enough to realize doing so would be impossible if she didn't fix her hair. I gestured toward the unsightly mess. It's not... I waved my finger to the side. It's crooked.
My hair?
She shrugged dismissively.
These things are impossible to get perfect, so I just wing it.
There was no way I could carry on any facsimile of a meaningful conversation with her hair in its cockeyed state. I took a few steps toward her and raised my hands between us. May I?
Awkward, she said jokingly.
I raised my eyebrows. She let out a playful sigh.
Sure.
I opened the clip that held her hair in place, moved the mound over 2 inches, and clipped it in place. A quick inspection satisfied me that it was as perfect as could be. As I stepped away, a wisp of her perfume caused me to falter. Hypnotized by the scent, I offered a compliment and a suggestive grin. "That's wonderful." She returned a confused look.
My hair?
"Your perfume."
Oh, thank you.
She curtsied.
It's Chance. It's spelled Chance, but it's French. It's by Chanel.
I took every inch of her into view, taking time to pause at the parts that interested me the most. She was far too attractive for me to simply walk in, press her for information, and walk away. As much as I realized I needed to, keeping my hands off her would be difficult, if not impossible. I drew a slow breath. "It fits you well."
Thank you.
She gave me a quick look.
You had questions about property? Here or somewhere else?
"Here. Do you manage other properties?"
Have a seat.
She gestured toward the chair positioned in front of her desk and turned away. Her ass was as remarkable as the rest of her. I fixed my eyes on it as she walked around the corner of the desk. As she sat down, I did the same.
We have other properties, yes.
A lock of hair fell into her face. She twisted her mouth to the side and blew it out of the way.
I'm not sure where they are. Not all of them, anyway. This is my first day.
After seeing her outside my office, I had every intention of finding her, determining what she was doing in the neighborhood, and then somehow coerce her to leave before Cash, or any of the other men, saw her. I hadn't been in her presence 5 minutes, and I'd altered my plans. Her round ass, narrow waist, perfect tits, and remarkable scent convinced me getting rid of her wasn't the answer. I wanted to fuck her into a coma. Afterward, I'd find a way to convince her to ride her bicycle back to wherever she came from. "Are you here permanently?" I leaned forward. "In this office?"
Don't worry, she grinned. I'm fixing the door.
I had no idea what she was talking about. "What?"
Is that what you meant?
I looked at her as if she had 2 heads. "I have no idea what you're talking about."
You said this office. Like you couldn't believe I was in this particular office. It's a really cool office, so the only reason I could think that you'd say that was because of the door. It's pretty jankety, huh?
If she was going to be working in the building beside our clubhouse on a permanent basis, the door was the least of her worries. There were very few assurances in life. If she worked next door to the clubhouse, however, a few things were certain. Sooner or later, Cash would see her. When he did, he would recognize her. From there, it would get ugly. That much I could guarantee. The ugly part. It was inevitable. I needed to convince her to fuck me before she ended up in a dumpster with a bullet between her eyes. I glanced at the door. It doesn't fit the frame very well. My guess is that you'll need to replace it.
They just replaced it.
Have them replace it again. There's not much that can be done to adjust a steel door.
I'll get them to come take a look at it.
She rubbed the back of her hand with her fingertips.
I like the eyeball tattoo, by the way. It's pretty cool.
I sighed silently. Thanks. She twisted the loose lock of hair around her index finger as if it were a nervous habit. The corners of her mouth curled into a grin.
What do you do?
Pardon me?
Don't take this wrong, because I like them. A lot. But I always wonder when a person has so many tattoos. Where do you work?
I'm an entrepreneur. I relaxed into my chair and crossed my arms. Of sorts.
Really? What kinds of risks do you take?
Excuse me?
Risks. An entrepreneur takes risks. What kind of businesses do you have?
I'll invest in anything that makes me money.
It's tough for me to invest in anything, she said with a laugh. I lost my job 6 months ago. Until I found this one, I was flat broke. Well, I'm still flat broke, but at least there's promise of income.
I wondered if the job she lost was the one at the bank. I needed to get our conversation back on track, but curiosity got the best of me. What happened with your last job? Her gaze dropped to the middle of her desk. She shook her head and then looked up.
I worked at a bank. It got robbed. After they reviewed the recording of the robbery, they said I didn't follow the bank's protocol.
Robbed? I straightened my posture. Like, robbed? While you were working?
Uh-huh. Robbed. Gun in my face, the whole enchilada.
No shit.
No shit.
I did my best to act surprised. That's insane.
I thought the same thing. I hadn't worked there for 6 months. It was my first real job after college. Assistant manager.
She gazed beyond me, shook her head, and then met my gaze.
And really, who robs banks?
I refrained from answering, deciding that pushing the conversation in another direction was better for us both. You said you didn't follow protocol. The bank has a protocol you're supposed to follow? During robberies?
Yeah. We're not supposed to resist.
She shook her head and shrugged.
They said I did.
Did you? She grinned.
Maybe a little. Not really. The guy was wearing a Kim Jong-un mask, and I wasn't sure he could hear me, so I kept repeating myself. They thought I was being argumentative, and I may have cussed at him, and threatened him. Then there was the entire gunshot thing.
Wait a minute. A what mask? And he shot at you?
Kim Jong-un, the supreme leader of North Korea.
The guy with the hair?
The hair and the attitude.
She wrinkled her nose and then leaned forward.
Do you think guys like that have, little dicks?
I coughed out a laugh. Guys like what?
Guys with the big attitudes. I think big attitude equals little dick.
If she was right, Cash's cock would be the size of a peanut. Her theory was amusing. It's possible.
I think it's probable, she said. Highly probable.
Her personality was proving to be as, or more, attractive than she was. I leaned over the edge of the desk and locked eyes with her. What about the gunshot thing? What happened there?
He shot at me.
Who?
Kim Jong-un. He told me to shut up, and I didn't. I was trying to distract him, so I could give him the packet of money we're supposed to give them when we get robbed.
The dye pack?
No. Bait money. It's money that we've logged all the serial numbers down. If they get caught with it or spend it, it's easy to trace.
So, the supreme leader of North Korea was onto your plan?
Obviously, it wasn't his first bank robbery. He pointed the gun at me and said, "Leave that stack over there, sweets." And he nodded toward the other drawer. I tried to slip it in there anyway. That's when he shot at me.
I decided to make her aware of Cash's theory on the incident. Maybe it was an accident. She shook her head.
It wasn't.
Why do you say that?
The barrel moved before he shot.
She pointed her index finger at the center of my face, and then quickly moved it to the side.
Boom!
I was shocked that she picked up on such a thing. You noticed that?
I watch a lot of Netflix. You'd be surprised what you can learn from NCIS.
If she was right, Cash's accident wasn't an accident at all. It was intentional. I stroked my beard. Interesting. After deciding Cash's accident was nothing of the sort, I looked her over. She twirled her hair innocently and gazed beyond me. I took a quick glance into her blouse's cleavage. Her voluptuous breasts hung heavily into the cups of her bra, heaving with each breath she took. My mind jockeyed back and forth between figuring out a way to get rid of her and devising a way to keep her around long enough to fuck her. In a matter of seconds, my cock began to rise against the worn denim of my jeans. "I'm sorry you had to go through that," I said, hoping that the change of subject matter would lessen my level of arousal. "It sounds awful."
It's not that big of a deal. It got me here, didn't it?
I suppose so. I studied her, and then faked having an epiphany. "Are you the girl that chained the bicycle to the rack this morning?" She smiled.
That'd be me. Why?
"I own the building next door, and I saw someone ride up this morning. I just put two and two together." Her eyes went wide.
You own the entire building?
Primarily for business reasons.
You don't live there?
She was too smart for her own good. I do, but I'm starting renovations. I need a place to stay for 6 months or so. I was considering uptown, but if there's something here, I might be interested. She pulled her desk drawer open and removed a ring of keys.
Would you like to see it?
I glanced at her breasts and then met her gaze. I didn't want to see it. I'd seen it before. Multiple times. I wanted to shove her full of dick. Doing so in her office wasn't the best of ideas. But fucking her in Preston's loft was a fabulous idea. I stood and motioned toward the door. "I'd love to. I'll follow you."
6. Andy. Sex on a Stick was standing so close to me that I could reach out and touch him. Overflowing with anxious energy, I unlocked the door and gestured into the open space. "Go right ahead." The apartment was over 2,000 square feet of living space. The concrete floors had been stained to resemble brown marble, and the walls were painted in off-white. In one corner was the kitchen, in another, a large bedroom that overlooked the street below. The remaining floor space was open, giving the tenant the freedom to decorate it into whatever he or she chose. He stepped into the center of the room and promptly turned around. From head to toe, he looked me over, taking his sweet time to do so. It seemed he was more interested in looking at me than the space. I nervously walked past him and toward the kitchen. It's 2,100 square feet with an open floor plan. It's more spacious than anything else in this area, and the price is... Would you consider yourself adventurous? I spun around. Excuse me? Adventurous. He began to walk in the other direction. Would you describe yourself as an adventurous person? It seemed like an odd question. In what respect? Any, he said over his shoulder. My friends and family always said I was a risk-taker. I wouldn't call myself daring or fearless, but I could claim to be adventurous without much hesitation. Adventurous? I think so, I said. Why? Just wondering. He sauntered toward the windows. With the edge of the windowsill gripped in each hand, he gazed blankly through the glass. Immersed in whatever it was he was looking at, he stood there for some time without speaking. I found him fascinating. He was handsome, mysterious, covered in tattoos, and as sexy as any man I had ever seen. There was something about him that made me question his intentions, but I couldn't quite identify it. After a silent moment, he turned around. Desire or necessity? Excuse me? The bike. Do you ride it out of desire or necessity? Necessity, I chuckled. I don't have a car. Good thing it never rains here. He walked toward me, and then glanced over his shoulder as he passed. "Follow me." The kitchen had an L-shaped counter, with ceiling-high cabinets above the countertops. In the center sat an island that doubled as an eating space. I guessed the 4 bar stools positioned at the bar were the only pieces of furniture left behind when the space was cleaned out. He leaned against the island and pushed one of the bar stools to the side with the edge of his boot. "Have a seat." Without question or comment, I walked to the bar and sat down. It was so unlike me not to make a snide comment. It was equally uncommon for me to be in the presence of such a sexy piece of man-meat. After a moment's thought, I simply dismissed my lack of attitude as me being out of my element and not knowing how to react. I turned to face him. "Do you like what you've seen so far?" He raked his fingers through his hair. As soon as he lowered his hands, a few strands fell into his face. He glanced around the room and then looked at me. "I came into your office with an objective. Now, everything's fucked up." "What do you mean?" "I have no interest in looking at this space," he said. "Do you want to leave?" He crossed his arms and gave me a look. "No." "But if you don't want to—" "I'm here for another reason," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. I felt uneasy. His confident demeanor and lack of interest in the loft had me wondering if he was a handsome, tattooed murderer. Why?" I muttered. "I'm lost." "I asked you to come here so I could fuck you." He nodded toward my waist. "Take off your pants." My nervousness vanished. Now in complete shock, I stared back at him with an open mouth. My face went flush. My mind raced. It had been forever since I'd had sex. Forever. There were several ways I could have perceived his offer. I'm sure there were many women who would tell themselves that they'd say no, slap him, or simply get up and walk away if presented with the same request. They could think whatever they wanted. In a real world, I doubt they'd do anything but take off their pants. It was an opportunity to have sex with someone I would leave the lights on for, and those opportunities were infrequent. My sexual vault was filled with vivid recollections of beer bellies, bad teeth, $8 haircuts, and dicks that were thicker than they were long. Sex on a stick was mostly lean muscle, had nice teeth, and was well manicured. I decided there was only one way to find out about what still remained a mystery. His confident nature led me to believe his maker didn't cheat him when he traveled down the dick aisle of the assembly line. I hopped off the stool and unbuttoned my pants. "I'm not doing this for you." His eyebrows raised. "Oh, really?" "It's been a bad year," I said. "A really bad year. I'm doing this for me." "Believe me, I damned sure didn't come to your office with this in mind." He reached for his belt. "But that ferocious little ass of yours convinced me to change directions." I was flattered, but I wasn't sure if I should be. "Ferocious?" "That's right." He unbuttoned his jeans. "Ferocious." I should have been naked already, but in typical girl fashion, I needed to know if ferocious was a good thing or a bad thing. "Is that good?" I asked. "Ferocious?" "Good enough that I'm where I shouldn't be, doing something I shouldn't be doing, with someone I shouldn't be doing it with." It was way too many shouldn'ts. I hesitated. "You're not married, are you?" He scowled. "No." "Girlfriend?" He glared. "Fuck no." "You're single." "Now?" and always," he said adamantly. It was all I needed to hear. My pants hit the floor. My shirt quickly followed. As I struggled to unclasp my bra, he lowered his jeans and boxer shorts in one move. Holy mother of fuck! The mystery was no longer a mystery. I stared at it in awe. The word penis never came to mind. Sex on a Stick was packing a full-fledged cock. While he bent down and unlaced his boots, I tossed my bra into the apartment's abyss. I slipped my hand between my legs and made sure my pussy was as ready as my mind was. Soaked. I raised my glistening index finger and grinned. I'm good to go. I'll be the judge of that, he said. If it's not good enough to eat, it's not good enough to fuck. You want to... I swallowed heavily. You want to lick my pussy? That's right. He set his boots at the end of the bar, and then gestured toward the island's countertop. Hop up there. It was like Christmas way before Christmas. In less than 1 week, I'd landed a great job, and the sexiest man I'd ever seen wanted to fuck me. There was only one catch. He wanted to eat my pussy first. I jumped onto the countertop with cat-like precision and spread my legs so wide I was afraid I'd dislocate a hip. I propped my head in my hand and gave my best sultry look. Anything else? Still wearing his t-shirt, he leaned over the edge of the counter, winked at me, and then buried his face between my legs. At first, his beard tickled my inner thighs, but the distraction didn't last long. As soon as his tongue flicked against my hypersensitive clit, I closed my eyes and prayed he liked it. If he didn't, he was sure doing a good job of faking it. He alternated between sucking my clit and licking my pussy while he fingered me. He said he was an entrepreneur, but I began to question his claim. I decided that he was secretly a porn star. If he wasn't, he should consider a career change. There was so much going on between my legs that my brain couldn't decide what to do with the signals. I focused on the feeling that came when he flicked his tongue against my clit. The sensation shot from my throbbing nub to my brain like a jolt of electricity, bringing with it a wave of emotion each time it happened. In no time, I'd melted into a puddle of sexual bliss. My mind was floating somewhere off in heaven, and my legs were shaking uncontrollably. Be it due to his skill, his handsome looks, or a combination of both, I had no idea. I opened my eyes. Seeing him feast on my crotch like a starved wolf only complicated matters. The tingling sensation worsened. My entire body began to quake. He must have sensed it, because he looked up and met my gaze. After making eye contact, he went right back to eating my pussy like a tattooed boss. A few more strokes from his talented tongue later, and my clit began to buzz like a bee. Certain I was going to die from the orgasm that followed, I relaxed and embraced my impending death. If I was going to die on my first day at work, this was the way I wanted it to happen. The orgasm shot through me like a rocket. My muscles tensed. As it escaped me, I let out a wail like I was being murdered. Holy fucking... oh, my God, I murmured. I clenched his head with my thighs and prayed that he'd stop, but he didn't. I shuddered, I shook, I came. And then I came again. And again. The room spun. My eyesight was blurred. My ears rang. When everything settled down, he was standing in front of me with a raging hard-on. As perfect as he looked wearing nothing but a t-shirt, being fucked was the last thing on my to-do list. I needed time to recover, and a few moments wasn't going to be enough. A week was more like it. "Well, what did you think?" I whispered. He wiped his beard with his palm. "You got a great little pussy." "Really?" He reached for my ankles and gently pulled me off the edge of the countertop. I stood on shaking legs, uncertain how long I could continue to do so without collapsing. He placed his hands on my shoulders and turned me to face the bar. Naturally, I flattened my hands against the counter to steady myself. He must have seen it as his cue, because he pushed against the center of my back and forced my boobs onto the cold granite surface. Then, without warning, he shoved his cock in me. All of it. "Oh, my God," I gasped. "Holy fuck, that feels good," he said. He withdrew himself and then slowly pushed his entire length back inside. I was 1.5 strokes into our sexual adventure, and I felt like I'd just completed a gangbang with an NFL football team. I'd heard all the phrases like, "It's not the size of the ship, it's the motion in the ocean." Until that moment, I believed them. It was painfully obvious that the women who spouted such untruths had never been fucked by a man with a real dick. If they had, they'd know better than to try and sell such lies to the masses of unknowing women who were willing to listen. A man with a big dick will ruin a woman from ever being satisfied by anything normal. I now knew that to be the truth. He gripped my waist in his hands and commenced to fuck me like I was paying off a debt. The tip of his dick was making me aware that there were areas inside of me that I had no idea existed. His massive girth and unequaled length had him well into uncharted territory, and I was enjoying every thrust that reminded me of it. "Fuck yes," he said through his teeth. "You've got a fantastic little cunt." No one had ever said the C word in my presence and got away with it. In the context he'd used it, however, it took me to an entirely new level of wetness. "Thank you," I said between breaths. His hips slapped hard against my ass. "What's your fucking name, anyway?" I realized that in all the excitement, I hadn't even introduced myself. "Andy," I gasped. He pounded his full length into me 3 more times before he acknowledged my response. "Baker," he said with a laugh. "Nice to meet you." I chuckled to myself at the direction my life had taken. I had a new job, a handsome-as-hell neighbor, and I was having my brains fucked out by a man I didn't know in a $5,000 a month apartment that was walking distance from the San Diego Bay. It beat the hell out of being robbed at gunpoint, losing my job, and being unemployed, that was for sure. The sound of flesh slapping flesh echoed through the empty apartment. A dozen or so strokes later, I felt myself contract. No differently than when he sucked my pussy, I expected the climactic ending was going to make me appear to be mindless. I opened my eyes and focused on the feeling of being stretched wider than I'd ever been. I felt his hand against my shoulder. Then he lifted against it, causing me to arch my back. His warm breath against my neck sent a chill down my spine. "Do it," he breathed into my ear. "Do it, you sexy little bitch." It was all the authorization I needed. I came with the force of a tsunami, clenching his cock like a vice as I reached climax. When the waves of pleasure ended, my legs gave out. He caught me before I hit the floor. "You're out of shape," he said, "because we're far from done." A sigh shot from my lungs. "Seriously?" He simply smiled. He fucked me 2 more times that day, again on the island, and once as we gazed out at the traffic. When he finally came, it was all over my tits. I'd never viewed being plastered with cum as sexy, at least not until that afternoon. When Baker did it, it was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. It may have been the smile that he wore when he was standing in front of me with his cock in his hand, or the fact that I'd never seen a man cum so much. Maybe it was that he let me clean it up with his awesome guitar print socks. Regardless, my first day at work was the best day I'd had in a long, long time. He pulled his jeans on and buckled his belt. "Craziest fucking thing I've ever done," he said under his breath. "Having sex with a stranger?" I asked. "No." He let out a long breath. "It's not that." "What then?" "With me living next door to your office, I can't decide if this was a good idea or a bad one." "You don't have to worry about me," I said. "I'm not one of those crazy women who's going to knock on your door. If you want, you'll never see me again." "That's the problem," he said. "I'm afraid I'm far from done fucking you." My life continued to get better and better. I smiled. "That's okay, too." He chuckled a dry laugh. "If you say so." After he left, I fully expected to fill with regret, but it never came. Instead, I filled with pride, wearing our little sexual adventure like a crown. "Adventurous?" "Yeah, I'd say I'm adventurous."
7. Baker. Tito scratched the light scruff that peppered his jaw. He held my gaze for an instant, and then lowered his eyes to my desk. His boyish features made it easy to assume he was immature or inexperienced. He was neither. Although he was in his early 30s, he could easily pass for a high school senior. A true genius and self-taught electrician, he was a wealth of information about everything. His areas of expertise, however, were computer hacking, anything to do with numbers, and the manipulation of high-end alarms. I arched an eyebrow. "Well?" He continued to rub his jaw.
86%.
I laughed. 86, huh? He looked up and nodded.
86.
Standing off to the side, Cash crossed his arms and then gave Tito a look. "You're a fucking weirdo. Why not 90? Tito glared back at him.
"Because 90 would be a lie."
He looked at me.
"It's 86.
He said dryly. In the few days it took me to recover from having my brains fucked out by my new daytime neighbor, Tito had been researching Pat's gold and diamond exchange in detail. In his survey of the premises, he learned the alarm system included motion-activated cameras and an emergency power supply that automatically energized as soon as electrical power was lost. It was outdated, which made the once state-of-the-art system an easy one to disable. If he was 86% sure he could manipulate it, I was willing to plan the job. I rubbed my hands together. 86 is good with me. Cash waved in Tito's direction and then turned away. 86 is the same as 100. He just makes this shit up. This deal's for sure. I'm telling you, we're gonna be fucking rich. Tito pushed himself away from my desk and gave Cash a shitty look. Nothing's certain, so that gets me to 98. This place is in a strip mall off of Main Street, and Rainbow has a police force, so the possibility exists that the town cop gets bored and drives past while I'm trying to kill the alarm and cut the power. Now we're at 92. There's 6 of us involved,
The odds of...
Cash turned around. Why do you always do this in 2% increments? If you're so fucking smart, why not 1%? Or a half? Or tenths? Yeah, why not tenths, Mr. Brainiac?
No one can guess within 1%. A tenth is ludicrous. If I claimed to be able to, it'd be a lie. You're the only one in the club who's prone to tell lies.
Fuck you, Tito. Tito looked Cash up and down.
Truth stings, doesn't it?
Cash's eyes thinned to slits. What are you talking about?
Back in May, when you almost shot that girl in the bank and called it an accident. It was the most blatant lie I've ever heard.
Cash huffed out a heavy sigh. It was a fucking accident. Tito formed a gun with his fingers.
You had it pointed at her face the entire time she was gathering up the money. Miraculously, when it accidentally went off, you missed her. You can tell Baker whatever you want. I'm not interested in listening to your bullshit, Cash. It wasn't an accident.
Cash alternated glances between Tito and me. When are we going to find something else to talk about?
It was a $50,000 mistake, Tito said. I made an extra 10 grand because of your accident. I'll be talking about it for a long time.
It was an accident, and it was 8 months ago. Cash looked at me. What day is it? 7th. Why? No, not the day of the month. What day of the week? Is it Tuesday? Monday, I said. He looked at Tito. I'll give you until Friday. Mention it after Friday, and you and me are gonna fucking box. Despite Cash being as mean as a snake, if there was anyone who could challenge him and make it a worthwhile fight, it would be Tito. His family had taught jujitsu for generations, and he was a master at it. I prayed that Tito mention it during the following week's Wednesday meeting, just to see them in action.
You and I,
Tito said, correcting Cash's grammar. That's right. Oblivious of Tito's correction, Cash raised his clenched fists. The two of us. Unamused, Tito tilted his head toward me.
Looks like the town has 3 cops. 1 kid with an attitude, and 2 overweight fuckers in their mid-50s. Kid appears to work nights. We'll disable the generator, then cut the power and all communication at the same time. A cell phone jammer will make sure we don't get a remote alarm.
How are we getting in?
The roof-mounted air conditioner weighs 560 pounds. It'll take all of us to move it to the side. Then we'll go in through the ductwork.
Sounds like 100% to me, Cash said. Tito glared.
Maybe you should disable the alarm, then.
Maybe I should. I've watched you do it enough. No big deal, really. A cell phone jammer, some wire cutters, and a little blind luck. Tito glanced at Cash and shook his head.
The place is lit up like a Christmas tree at night, so we'll need a dozen battery-powered puck lights to make sure someone doesn't notice the power's off. If they do, they'll call it in, and that cop will be there in a minute. My guess is he's former military. Looks the part.
The index and middle fingers of Tito's right hand were crossed. He did it when he didn't want to forget something he felt was important. I nodded toward his hand. What else? He uncrossed his fingers.
This Pat guy. He's got good credit, but he owes $800 grand on a $900,000 house. He leases a Benz AMG C63, and his wife drives a leased Lexus LX. On paper, he lives off his credit. There's no doubt he has money, but he doesn't deposit it in the bank or buy anything short of lunch. When he goes, it's not with his wife either. It's with some hot 20-year-old.
Maybe his daughter?
I don't know who it is, but it's not his daughter.
I grinned. So, he's getting some young pussy on the side, and he keeps his assets hidden? Might be planning on leaving the wife, huh?
The math doesn't add up, that's for sure, he said. I'm guessing his assets are liquid. My bet is he keeps everything in that shop. If he does that much volume in gold, we'll need to drive on this one. It will be impossible to haul much weight out of there on our bikes.
I looked at Cash. This might be a damned fine job. He flipped his hair out of his eyes and grinned. Told ya.
I would hate to leave anything behind, Tito said. Just to be safe, our vehicle will need to have a big cargo area.
I chuckled. We're not leaving anything behind. Cash stepped to Tito's side. We could use that minivan Goose got in the divorce. It's slower than the second coming of Christ. We'll blend in with all the soccer moms, though. I looked up. That white Toyota? Cash nodded. Fucker's nice. Seats 8, and has those automatic doors. Slower'n fuck, though. No thanks, I said. It's the Cadillac of minivans. According to who? Goose. Cash was an asset to the club, no doubt. Sometimes, however, I questioned his common sense. I'll talk to Ghost, I said. He can get something big enough to haul everything. Something big and fast. I looked at Tito. What else?
That's it, really. As far as jobs go, this one should be simple. Only problem I see is that night cop. He walks like he's from Texas.
I blinked a few times, at a complete loss of what that might have meant. What the fuck does that mean?
He wears boots, and his attitude arrives 5 minutes before he does.
Hell, Reno's from Texas, Cash said. Reno was the club's explosives expert. A former Special Forces soldier, he was an adventure-seeking maniac with a colorful personality and a huge attitude. I laughed. That explains a lot.
I'm serious, Tito said. This cop's a potential problem.
Maybe we'll have to create a diversion, I said.
Like Paris? Cash asked.
Tito shook his head.
Jesus! We don't need another Paris. Start a fire. Tip over an avocado truck. Stage a drag race on the other side of town. Anything but another Paris.
In 2014, we were robbing a drug dealer's mansion in one of Paris, California's affluent neighborhoods. The community of 36 homes was sheltered by a 15-foot-high concrete fence with one way in and out. A security contractor guarded the entrance 24 hours a day, making penetration of the neighborhood difficult, if not impossible. In broad daylight, 5 of us scaled the wall immediately behind the home and entered the residence unnoticed. Posing as a city inspector looking for a natural gas leak, Ghost drove past the gate by simply flashing a fake ID card. In 10 minutes, we rid the home of 8 kilos of cocaine, $200,000, and a cache of illicit firearms. Fearing the van would be searched by the guard as we tried to leave, we decided a diversion was necessary. Voluntarily, Goose scaled the fence, got undressed, and sauntered toward the guard shack. Naked as the day he was born, with his cock clenched in his fist, he strolled past the guard as if he were a long-time resident. A naked, cock-stroking biker on a midday stroll through a neighborhood filled with multi-million-dollar homes proved to be more than the guard was willing to excuse. A foot chase ensued. While Goose streaked through the neighborhood with the guard only a few steps behind, Reno, the club's self-proclaimed explosives expert, rigged the guard shack with an entire satchel charge of plastic explosives. It was enough C4 to flatten the Empire State Building. The explosion that followed blew the structure to dust and sent an orange ball of flames 100 feet into the air. The subsequent concussion from the blast broke windows in more than half the homes in the neighborhood and, according to the evening news, caused permanent damage to many of the residents' eardrums. A 200-foot radius surrounding where the guard shack once sat was marked by a blackened landscape and charred palm trees. In the hour-and-a-half drive home, none of us could hear a thing. Goose was covered in cuts and scratches from running through yards, hurdling shrubs, and climbing the concrete fence naked. The job was a rewarding one, but went down in our history book as memorable because each of us lost our hearing for roughly a week. That and the fact that Goose spent the entire 90-minute drive to the clubhouse doctoring his wounds in our presence. Naked. I let out a long breath. That was one hell of an explosion.
The image will forever be burned into my memory, Tito said.
Of the fireball? Cash asked.
No, Tito replied. Of Goose trying to get that gauze taped to his bleeding nutsack.
I let out a laugh. We'll need to plan this one a little better. Maybe get the ghost to take the Ducati to the other end of town and ride some wheelies through a few yards, Cash suggested. That'll get the cops' attention. I glanced at my watch and then walked to the window. Ghost is our driver. He's not doing stunts as a diversion.
I was just saying.
I raised my index finger. Cash stopped speaking mid-sentence. I peered down at the lamppost. Andy hadn't made it to work. I closed my eyes. As Sky Ferreira's Easy began to play, it dawned on me that since Andy and I had sex, my headaches had been kept at bay. Cash may have been right when he mentioned masturbation as therapy, but I wasn't about to let him know it. When the song ended, I opened my eyes. Andy's bike was chained to the post. I grinned, and then turned around. From the time we cut the power until we're loaded, how much time? I asked.
10 minutes, Tito said.
Not 15 or 12? He shook his head.
It'll take 1 minute to get in, 4 to penetrate the vault, 2 to load everything, 3 to get it humped up the ladder. 10.
I raked my fingers through my hair. 8?
10,
he said flatly.
Maybe 9. Depends on contents and weight. Not 8. Definitely not 11.
I gave a slow nod. The jewelry shop is on Main Street, but it's not in the path for access or egress to or from the highway. I'll have Reno blow up something on the other end of town as soon as we cut power. Any cops coming or going to the site of the explosion won't drive past us. A 9-minute response time will get us out of there just in time.
Sounds like a plan, Tito said.
Cash clapped his hands together.
I can't wait to see what this fucker has in his vault.
I, on the other hand, couldn't wait to feel my cock sliding in and out of Andy's tight little pussy one more time. I tilted my head from side to side and popped my neck. All right. I've got some shit to do. We'll discuss this further on Wednesday. For once, I was more concerned with getting fucked than I was with planning a job. Normally, I would find the change in my demeanor alarming. Considering how Andy's pussy felt when it was clenching my stiff dick, I viewed it differently. It was migraine therapy, and nothing more.
8. Andy. My cousin, Holly, stood in the center of the kitchen with her eyes bulging. Her reaction to Baker and I having sex wasn't at all what I expected. I counted my steps as I cut through the silence. 1, 2, 3. No, you didn't. She spat each word out as if it tasted awful. I paused, met her wide-eyed gaze, and smiled. I did. You just did it? Just did it. I rinsed my coffee cup and then turned to face her. Then I did it again. Maybe a third time, I can't remember. I was brain dead after the second time. Everything got really confusing. There was a lot of intermingling sweat, and his tattooed hands seemed to be everywhere. And there was that manly scent thing, and my shaking legs. There was a lot going on. She squinted. Brain dead? He screwed me until I couldn't think. Oh, I was a wreck. Wobbly legs, everything. She shook her head. I didn't think you were, like that. I gave her a look. Those two kids that got on the bus earlier, were they yours? Her nose wrinkled. What do you mean? Nicky and Dicky, or whatever their names are. The two hellions. They're your kids, right? She pressed the web of her hand against her hip and looked me over. Henry and Helen. Andy, you know their names. I can't believe you called them hellions. They're just kids. And you know they're mine. Why? I did know their names, but she was wrong about them being hellions. The twins were possessed by the devil, as well as a few other evil spirits. It wasn't Holly's fault, though. All children were malevolent. Did you get pregnant with a syringe? I asked. She glared. Turkey baster? Immaculate conception? I widened my eyes comically. Was it an accident, like on Jane the Virgin? Did your gynecologist accidentally squirt sperm in your twat? She continued to glare for some time, and then raised one eyebrow slightly. What are you getting at? You know Hank's their dad. You had sex? I shrieked. With Hank? Stop it, Andy. Did it feel good? She gave me the stink eye. Did he make you come? The stink eye continued. Did you close your eyes and bark out a breath each time he shoved himself in you, or did you fight him, screaming for him to stop because you hated it? Stop it, Andy, she hissed. Seriously, I said. Before he left you for the girl with the big fake boobs at the chicken wing place, did you like fucking him? Stop it. I knew the comment about the chicken wing waitress would piss her off, but I wanted to piss her off. She deserved it after making the "I didn't think you were like that" remark. I lowered my tone to a plead. Come on, Holly. Seriously. Did you like fucking Hank? Back when you used to fuck him, when your relationship was good? She let out a low breath. I loved it. Why? You said you didn't think I was like that. It sounded like you were against having sex. Kind of funny, considering you and Hank were bumping uglies since you were in high school. I didn't screw him the day I met him. Having sex isn't like buying a gun, I said, scowling as I made claim. There's not a waiting period required. She wrinkled her nose. Screwing a guy on the day you meet him is gross. No, it's not. There's the entire element of not really knowing who he is that makes everything that much more exciting. Being boned by a stranger is awesome. Once you get to know a guy, things change. They get comfortable. Sex gets boring. Then they lie. She sighed. Tell me he wore protection. He left his socks on. They had guitars on them. Does that count? Ew, that's gross. His cock was like velvet. A lot of things came to mind while he was fucking me with it. Gross wasn't one of them. Are you going to do it again? I hope so. Maybe until I get to know him, I chuckled. Then I'll have to find another stranger to screw me. Don't bring him here, she warned. Never crossed my mind. She huffed out a phony sigh. Where what? Where'd you guys do it? In the Pink, I said with a smile of reassurance. I won't let a guy run it in my butt unless we've been doing it for a while. Oh my God! Her mouth fell open. That wasn't what I... Never mind. It's true. If you let a guy poke it in your butt on the first date, you're a skank. I'm not a skank. Not even close. You weren't on a date, she howled. He just strolled into your office. I shrugged. If he strolled into your office, you'd be the one walking funny, not me. I doubt that, she said snidely. I wouldn't let him... I cut her short with an exaggerated scoff. You wouldn't be able to tell him no. Oh, really? She gave me a look of disbelief. I think I could. I shook my head. One word describes him. Only one. What's that? I said the first thing that came to mind. Irresistible. I chained my bike to the lamppost and took a quick glance at Baker's window. As with each of the days that had passed since we met, he wasn't there. I wondered if I was alone in my belief that the sex was awesome, or if he was simply busy doing something entrepreneurial. Becoming attached to men wasn't something that I let happen. My relationship with Baker, if anything, would remain sexual, and that would be the extent of it. I didn't expect him to provide me much more than a little conversation and a lot of dick. If my expectations were met, my life would remain uncomplicated, and I wouldn't be let down when he eventually lied to me, cheated on me, or left me. I dismissed his repeated absence and rushed up the stairs. After unlocking the door and kicking it open, I relaxed into my magical chair. I found it difficult to believe someone was going to pay me for the time I spent at work, as there was nothing meaningful for me to do. I looked around the room. Although my first few paychecks were allotted to reducing old debt, I daydreamed about the day I could decorate my office with pictures, vases, and other items that would personalize it. While I was in mid-thought, there was a faint bang against the door. Then another, and another. The door burst open. Wearing skinny jeans, a t-shirt, and sneakers, a delicate man in his late 20s stood in the doorway. His product-infused bangs were situated high above his pale forehead and pointing skyward. When our eyes met, the corner of his mouth curled into a grin. Oh, wow. Are you the new manager? I smiled in return and straightened my posture. I sure am. Donning a huge grin on his boyish face, he stepped inside and pushed the door ajar. I'm Stephen Hinkle. I live in 2A. I'm Andy. I looked him over and wondered how much he weighed. Less than me, I decided. Andy Winslow. What can I do for you? There's been some odd noises coming from upstairs. I felt if he continued to stand, that his bones may break from the stress. I gestured toward the empty chair in front of my desk. What kind of noises? He looked the chair over, brushed the surface of the clean seat, and then sat down. Strange ones. Drilling sounds, pounding. He crossed his legs. And an awful scraping sound. You know, like when the construction guys were cutting the concrete sidewalks across the street. I was intrigued. Before I could comment, he continued. You weren't here when they were doing that, so you probably don't know what it sounds like. It's nothing short of hideous. His fingernails were freshly manicured and looked much better than mine. I hid my hands beneath the edge of my desk. I can only imagine. Maybe the tenant above you is making something. Have you heard any odd noises before now? When Preston lived there were always noises. Arguing, shouting, people coming and going throughout the night, but nothing like this. Since he left, it's been quiet. At least until this week. I thought someone had moved in, but Michael and I knocked on the door. No one answered. I realized he lived below Preston Todd's former apartment and found it odd that he heard anything from the unoccupied space, short of Baker's hips slapping against my ass on Monday afternoon. That's weird, I said. 3A is empty. Well, something's going on up there. Are you sure it wasn't from one of the other spaces? He looked at me as if I were foolish. Quite. I went to Michael's. He stays in 3B. And he said he heard it too. He went with me to see if someone was in there. But there wasn't anyone there? No. How long has this been going on? It started on Tuesday. He counted his fingers as he continued. So, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then again last night. I removed a business card from my desk and wrote my cell phone number on the back. I'll go up there and look around. I handed him the card. If you hear it again tonight, you can call me on my cell. Don't worry, I'll get it resolved. He stood and slipped the card into his pocket. Is there anything else? I asked. Before he could answer, the door flew open. Dressed in a white t-shirt, jeans, and black leather boots, Baker stood in the opening. He raked his fingers through his hair, looked at Stephen, and then at me. Bad time? I was leaving, Stephen stammered. Baker sauntered toward the chair. Upon reaching it, he looked over his shoulder at Stephen. The air in the room thickened with tension. Then, without saying another word, Stephen left. That was weird. Do you know him? He gave a half-hearted shrug. I've seen him around. Why? I don't know. He seemed kind of... I glanced at the door and then at him. Nervous. Look at me. He let out a light laugh as he sat down. I'm sure he felt intimidated. It was a valid point. I'm sure you're right. He looked me over as if he'd never met me before, making no attempt to hide his thoughts as he did so. Eventually, his eyes became fixed on my cleavage. As he peered into my blouse, his mouth curled into a grin. I crossed my arms and peered down my nose at him. Did you make a decision about that apartment? I haven't. He rested his tattooed forearms against the edge of my desk. Maybe we should look at it again. I'd never played hard to get in my life, but for some reason, felt doing so was a good idea. I relaxed against the back of my chair. Maybe I've got a few other people scheduled to go look at it. He lowered his chin. Like who? Like whoever I want, I said in a snide tone. Some guys that came in over the last few days. I hadn't heard from you, so I scheduled them to look at it. In fact, I've got back-to-back appointments up there all day with 6 different interested parties. I was failing miserably. Instead of coming off as hard to get, I looked like an overeager hooker who was going to be shuffling my clients in and out of my upstairs brothel. While I struggled to devise my plan of redemption, he stood. Stand up, he said in a commanding tone. I gave him the deer in headlights look. Excuse me? Stand, He cleared his throat. Up. I did as he asked. He sauntered in my direction and then wedged himself between me and the edge of my desk. Standing so close I could taste the sweetness of his breath, he locked eyes with me. I wanted to look away. Despite my desire, I couldn't break his gaze. As I peered into his eyes, the familiar smell of his cologne caused my mind to chase thoughts of him fucking me senseless in the upstairs loft. The memory of his face buried between my legs while I was sprawled out on the kitchen island overwhelmed me. I stared back at him nervously as a tingling sensation engulfed me. In what seemed to be a slow-motion gesture, he extended his middle finger, lifted it to his face, and then laid it against his flattened tongue. My mind went aflutter. I wanted to say something, but I managed to say nothing. He reached for the waist of my pants with his free hand, while I stood on shaking legs and waited for the inevitable. He pulled his finger from his mouth and lowered his hand between us. As much as I wanted to look down, I didn't. I couldn't. I cinched up my big girl pants, stood firmly in place, and held his gaze. With his eyes locked on mine, he unzipped my pants. As much as I expected my mouth to blurt out some form of sarcastic opposition, it never came. He slid his hand beneath my panties. I could hear my heart beat and wondered if he could too, if he could sense how anxious I'd become, if he had any idea how aroused. He pushed his finger deep inside me. I sucked in a choppy breath. Although I didn't want to be, I was weak in his presence. I chewed against my bottom lip and embraced the fact that I was being finger-fucked in my office by a man I barely knew. He lowered his forehead until it met mine. "Show the motherfucker to whoever you want, little girl." A stuttering breath escaped me. Okay. "But if anyone touches this pussy, you'll need to add a wheelchair ramp to that loft." He curled the tip of his finger against my G-spot and raised his eyebrows. "Because I'll break both of his legs." He pulled his hand out of my pants and took a step back. After looking me over, he sucked my juices from his finger and then turned away. He opened the door and glanced over his shoulder. I gazed back at him with the waist of my pants around my thighs, my panties pulled low enough to reveal my soaking wet pussy, and my mouth wide open. I made no effort to collect myself. I simply stared at him as if waiting for his instruction. Then, it came to me. It was his eyes. His mysterious eyes. I was being held hostage by them. He scanned me from head to toe, and then grinned. "Pull up your pants, Andy. You never know when someone might barge in here." I zipped up my pants. I wasn't weak in his presence. I'd become powerless.
9. Baker. I stood at the window and gazed blankly at Andy's bike. I needed to get rid of her, and I knew it. If any of the men found out I'd fucked the girl from the bank, they'd question my loyalty and my ability to act as president of the club. My life's biggest fear had become Cash seeing and recognizing her. If he did, he'd put a bullet between her eyes. Afterward, he'd cut my throat. The answer was to stop fucking her. It wasn't going to be easy, but it was necessary. The thought of never fucking her perfect little pussy again troubled me much more than I wanted it to, and had been haunting me since I woke up. I shook my head, scanned the street, and then turned around. Our clubhouse looked more like a frat house than it did a motorcycle club's meeting room. 3 1970s pinball machines were equally spaced on the left wall. Beside them, a black refrigerator decorated with hand-painted hot rod pinstripes was filled with bottled beer. On the opposite wall sat a pool table that doubled as a ping-pong table. Centered over the pool table, a vintage Lone Star beer light hung. It was one of the few items Reno brought with him from Texas. On the farthest wall was a commercial-grade kitchen suitable to cook for the entire naval fleet stationed at Point Loma. Goose demanded that the equipment he used be of high quality. Considering depth of his menu, I gave no argument. The man could cook like no other, and volunteered to do so for each of our club's feasts. In the center of the room, a comfortably worn U-shaped leather sectional capable of seating 12 was where our meetings were held. Contrary to the beliefs of outsiders, there were no stripper poles, no tables with the club logo carved into the wood, nor were there bylaws or regulations posted on the walls. The club's rules were easy to follow and even easier to remember. Getting in the club required that you didn't lie, cheat, or steal. A one-way ticket out was promised if a member killed the elderly, a woman, or a child, unless the act was in self-defense or deemed permissible by a club vote. That was it. Professional thieves that took an oath not to steal. Laughable when one gave it much thought. Seated at their normal positions on the couch, the men looked like they were preparing to watch a football game. Each of them either held a beer or had one within their reach. I looked at Cash. Our next job has the possibility of being our most profitable. I glanced at each of the men. It's highly likely that it goes hell in a handbasket, too. It'll require each of us to give our best, a hell of a lot of planning, and one hell of a lot of luck. Biggest potential problem? Ghost asked. Getting caught, I said with a laugh. It's an hour from here if traffic's good. We'll make a quiet escape, but we need to be prepared to outrun some small-town cops. Just over 6 feet tall and muscle from head to toe, Ghost was the best getaway driver in the Western Hemisphere. He split his free time between the gym and the racetrack, where he honed his skills to perfection. There were many times we'd certainly have been caught if it had not been for his skills in evading the police. I say we ride the Ducatis and use backpacks for our haul, he said. Hell, there's not a car in SoCal that'll keep up with a Panigale R model. Quick getaway is why we bought 'em, wasn't it? The motorcycles he was referring to were Italian superbikes built for racing, but sold to any member of the general public who could afford the near $30,000 price tag. With a top speed of over 200 miles an hour, Ghost was right. No one would catch us. Hauling a few hundred pounds of stolen gold in a backpack could, and probably would, prove fatal if one wrong move was made during the escape. Furthermore, 6 matching black and silver Ducati superbikes at a jewelry store in a town of 2,000 would draw more attention than a cock in a convent. The job's in Rainbow. I crossed my arms. 6 matching Panigales would have the cops there in less than 5 minutes. We've got to be in and out in 10. Truck and enclosed trailer, he said. Put a vinyl sticker on the truck that says Hector's Horse Barn. It'll look legit. We could put the bikes in the trailer, and nobody'd be the wiser. I'll drive the truck. The 5 of you could haul out the cash. It wasn't a bad idea. Other than a truck pulling a trailer would make a slower getaway than a 67 VW Beetle. Having any of the men stopped and questioned by police wasn't a risk I was willing to take. 5 Ducatis leaving the parking lot would raise a few eyebrows. Someone would notice the truck and trailer, and then the cop would be there, I said. Rainbow's a town of 2,000 with a young night cop that has nothing better to do than become a hero. 2,000 what? He asked. People. 2,000 people and a hot dog cop? I nodded. Correct. Cash set his beer bottle on the table. We'll have too much weight to haul in backpacks. We need something that'll haul the 6 of us and an extra 1,000 pounds. £1,000 of cash. Goose looked at Cash and then at me. That's what, 100 million bucks?
45, Tito said. 22 pounds a million, if it's hundreds.
Ghost's eyes went wide. The six of us, plus £1,000? Or is Cash smoking weed again? £1,000 is a possibility, I said. His nose wrinkled. I thought we were robbing a shithole jewelry store. Rumor has it that this guy might have a considerable amount of gold, I said. Gold bars, not rings and necklaces. Like I said, this has the potential of being a big haul. I'll talk to the guys at EAS in Anaheim. They had an X5M I was looking at. If they've still got it, I'll just buy it, and we can use it. Only problem is the color. What's an X5M? Reno asked. BMW SUV, Ghost said. It's got a twin-turbo V8 with 700 horsepower. 0 to 60 in about 2.5 seconds, and a top speed of 170. It'll haul 5 of us and £2,000, no problem. We'll just need to take one bike. I say, we put whatever cash we haul out of there on the bike, and then the gold in the SUV. We can race back to the clubhouse. Ghost typically planned the escape routes, serviced our bikes, and made sure we were in good hands when it came to transportation to and from a job. His idea to use an SUV and one bike didn't seem like a bad one. I like that idea, I said. Do you think you can get this SUV? It was for sale a week ago. If they've still got it, I'll get it bought. I was considering it anyway. Now I've got a reason. Tell me it's not Arrest Me, Red, I said with a laugh. He gave an apologetic shrug. I had a thing about using red vehicles as getaway cars, and Ghost knew it. Black, white, and silver blended in better than anything. Red did the exact opposite. He hadn't answered me. I cocked an eyebrow. It's red as fuck, Bake, he said. I shook my head. Forget it. Wrap it in silver vinyl, Tito said. Then peel the shit off after we're done. Problem solved, Ghost said. Wrapping a vehicle with a vinyl film that was in complete contrast to the original color was a popular thing to do, especially in Southern California. It wasn't uncommon to see a once silver Lamborghini that had been wrapped in neon yellow, tangerine orange, or lime green. Get it wrapped in something other than red, preferably flat black. It'll be almost invisible in the dark. If you do that, I'm okay with one bike in the SUV. We need to have Andy create a diversion on the other side of town anyway. He'll ride the bike. Ghost's eyes went thin. Who the fuck's Andy? I'd fucked up, and I knew it. Regardless, I tried to cover up the mistake. What? You said Andy, he said. Who the fuck's Andy? I shook my head. I said Reno. You said Andy, Reno said. Sure did, Goose chimed. I shot each of them a glare. I said Reno. Said Andy, Cash said dryly. Look around the fucking room. I spread my arms wide. You see anyone named Andy? No one said a word. Well? I asked. 10 eyes stared back at me. That's what I thought, I said in a stern tone. Reno will ride the Panigale. We'll take the BMW, as long as the fucker's not red. We'll need a diversion on the far side of town, just to make sure the cop doesn't show up. Reno, you'll need to go up there with me and look the place over. He rubbed his hands together. Got it, Bike. A little more planning, and this is going to come together, I said. Thanks to Brother Cash, this could be our best haul to date. To Brother Cash, Ghost said. Each of the men raised their beer bottles in toast. To Brother Cash! Our club didn't have dissension in the ranks. There were no cliques, nor was there much variance in opinion. We did bicker and fight at times, but not over anything that really mattered. We were as close as six brothers could be. I watched as they each took a celebratory drink. The thought of lying to them about Andy churned in the pit of my stomach like a bad plate of Thai food. It was time for me to make a change. I simply needed to decide how to do it.
10. Andy. The door swung open. Even though I heard Mort coming up the stairs, I acted like I had no idea he'd opened the door. After pecking at the keyboard for a few seconds, I looked up. Oh, crap! You scared me. I'm so used to that door being kicked open that I didn't even hear you come in. He pushed against the door, and then gave us a light nod as it went closed. New door's quieter and a mouse pissing on a cotton ball. I smiled. That's pretty quiet. What did that set us back? The door? I got a guy from Chula Vista to do it. He had a bunch of used doors advertised on Craigslist. I got the door for $100. Installation cost $2. Shit. The other fucker cost me $9. We'll keep this quiet, or Cale might end up firing me for being spendy. He's as Jewish as challah bread. I laughed until I started coughing. When I caught my breath, I shook my head. What? Cale. He's tight-fisted with money. Makes sense, him being Jewish and all. I didn't know he was Jewish. It didn't matter, but I nodded nonetheless. I'll keep it hush-hush. Sorry I'm late. Been a bitch of a day. He sat down and then let out an exaggerated sigh. So, how goes it? Pretty uneventful, really. The guy in 2A heard some noises coming from 3A, but I didn't see anything when I looked the apartment over. The skinny little fag? Oh, wow, I gasped. You don't like him? He's polite as hell. Always pays his rent on time, he said cheerily. I like him just fine. Why? It disappointed me greatly that he'd called Stephen a fag. As with anything that I took exception to, leaving it alone would be impossible. I consciously lowered my tone to keep from being too abrasive. Why did you call him a fag? He's as queer as a football bat, that's why. Hell, he doesn't even try and hide it. Sees that kid that lives upstairs from him. Why? Did you think he was cute or something? Gonna try and get him to switch teams? I glared at him just enough that he knew I meant business. Calling someone a queer or a fag is like using the N-word to describe an African American. It's derogatory, or whatever. It's insulting. And to be honest, it's beyond rude. He scratched the sides of his head and gave me a confused stare. Since when? I don't know. Since 50 years ago? What am I supposed to call him? You're not supposed to call him anything. You should accept him as just being another person on this planet. I ain't one of them weirdos, if that's what you're thinking. I don't think he's going to try and grab my pickle or anything. Mort didn't mean any harm, but he was far from harmless. I felt the need to educate him further on the subject. I didn't think you were. I wanted to let you know that calling someone that might be grounds for a lawsuit. He looked at me like I'd taken the last slice of pizza without asking if he wanted it. Calling him a fag's against the law? It's discriminatory. Well. His gaze fell to his lap. After a long moment, he looked up. I'll just start calling him by his name then. I grinned. Okay. What's that little homo's name anyway? He asked flatly. Do you know? I shot him an evil glare. He slapped his hand against his knee and laughed. I'm pulling your leg. I'll call him Stephen, how's that? I rolled my eyes. Better. Other than that, how's it going? Good. A guy's considering renting 3A. He looked at it last week. I was going to talk to you about that, he said. I completely forgot to mention it, but Cale offers that to the manager for cost. So if you want it, you can get it for a song. It rented for $5,000 a month. I had no idea what cost was, but I knew I couldn't afford it. Just out of curiosity, how much is cost? He divides the yearly taxes by the amount of units, divides that by 12, and that's the monthly cost. Taxes are $72,000 a year, so the manager gets it for $500 a month. I could hardly contain myself. $500? He nodded. American money. I rested my arms on the edge of the desk and looked him in the eyes. $500. Due on the 3rd of every month. I'll take it. Damn, that was quick. He chuckled. What about that fellow that was looking at it? He was just looking for a place to stay while he does some remodeling. I've been living with my cousin and her evil twins. He lives next door. I need it worse than he does. He leaned against the back of his chair and scrunched his nose. You talking about that biker that drives the Porsche? Drives a Porsche? I don't know. I rubbed the back of my palm. This guy has an eyeball tattooed on his hand. That's him. Don't look like it, but he's a pretty nice fella. Owns some car washes and a sandwich place over on El Cajon. Bunch of his buddies work for him. They drink beer all hours of the night, but they don't bother nobody. He's got a shit ton of motorcycles, though. Parks them in the basement. They ride 'em out of there 6 at a time. Look like they're in a parade. In a parade? Sure do. They're all evenly spaced and side by side when they ride. Same way every time. Like they're in a parade. He drives a Porsche, too? Yep, silver one. Told me it'll take off from a standstill so fast that it'll make your eyeballs hurt. Offered to give me a ride, but it sits too low for me to get my fat ass in it. Getting in wouldn't be bad. Getting out might be a trick, though. You're not fat, I said. He slid his flattened hands over his belly until they came to a stop, where I assumed his belt was hidden. Fatter'n I ought to be. That's a matter of opinion, I said with a smile and a nod. I think you look just fine. Nice of you to say, but I'm still not getting in that thing. You should get that fella to take you for a ride in it, though. Sounds like a bunch of cats fighting when he fires it up, but it's faster than a rocket full of monkeys. I smiled at the thought of monkeys being launched in a rocket. I didn't know he had one of those. Well, he had it when they arrested Todd. Seen him in it that evening, after the cops got done asking questions. Asking him questions or asking you questions? Asking me. Don't know that they asked him for anything. Probably could have, though. I was intrigued. Why do you say that? He knew Todd. Seen him arguing a few times. Wondered if that weirdo owed him money or something, but figured it wasn't my business. I wondered if they were friends, business associates, or if they'd simply met in passing. I couldn't see Baker dealing in drugs, but the possibility crossed my mind. You don't think Baker deals drugs, do you? His eyes narrowed. Who the hell is Baker? He's the guy with the tattoo on his hand. Oh. He shook his head slowly. Hard saying, I suppose. Wouldn't be my guess. He doesn't seem like the type. That's what I was thinking. The door swung open. I was surprised to see Baker standing there, and couldn't help but wonder if he heard us talking about him. Mort glanced over his shoulder and then stood. Speak of the devil. Were your ears burning? They weren't. Baker extended his arm. Should they have been? Mort shook his hand. We were talking about that noisy piece of German shit you drive." "The Porsche?" Baker asked, pronouncing the word Porsche, which was different than when Mort had said it. Mort gave him a look. "Is that how you say it?" "It's the correct pronunciation. It's a 2-syllable word." "They should spell it different then," Mort said. "They probably should." Baker was wearing jeans, black Converse low tops, and a fitted black t-shirt that left little to the imagination. No differently than any other time when he was in my presence, I got lost admiring him. Worried that I'd do something that gave away our little secret, I shifted my eyes away from them and began to fidget with a pen. "You need anything, Andy?" Mort asked. I looked up. "I don't think so." "I'm gonna leave you two to it then." He slapped Baker on the shoulder. "She's got some bad news for you, bud." Baker looked at me. "What's that?" "Let me get out of here first," Mort said with a laugh. "I've got to try and get to Chula Vista before dark, and if you two start scrapping, I'll want to stay and watch." "Thanks, Mort." I stood and walked around my desk. "See you next week." "See you, kid," he said over his shoulder. As the sound of him going down the stairway diminished to nothing, I looked at Baker. He broke my gaze and looked away. He went to the window and stared out at the street for a moment. After an awkward period of silence, he turned around. Worry washed over his face. I wanted to tell him the news, but his eyes told me it wasn't a good time. I decided to sit down and wait for the right time to tell him. I faced my desk. Before I took my first step, I felt his hand on my shoulder. Hoping he was willing to talk about whatever seemed to be bothering him, I pivoted on the balls of my feet and spun around. The look in his eyes had changed, drastically.
11. Baker. Since my introduction to this earth, I'd been tracked by U.S. Marshals, stabbed twice, hit by a speeding truck while running from an ATF agent, chased by local police, shot at, and involved in more fights than I could ever accurately count. I'd been accused of much, convicted of nothing, and suspected of committing dozens upon dozens of various crimes since childhood. Through the course of it all, I never faltered. Not once. Solid as a rock was how my MC brethren described me. Regardless of what life tossed in front of me, I knew I would never stumble, take pause, or deviate from my normal manner of behavior. Being in Andy's presence caused me to question my beliefs. I had formulated and carried out plans to rob banks during their business hours, break into federal savings and loan institutions that were considered burglar-proof, and even relieved a political dignitary of his jewels while he was traveling in an armed motorcade. But I couldn't seem to concoct a way to rid myself of Andy. For her safety, and for my well-being, I desperately needed to end what was developing between us. I was foolish for having fucked her in the first place. If I didn't make a change quickly, Cash would eventually see us together. When he did, all bets were off. I gazed through the glass of her office window, focused solely on ending the sexual relationship between us. Getting rid of her entirely could come later. Count to 3, Bake. Then turn around and tell her you're married. I drew a shallow breath. 1, 2, 3. I faced her. Like sheets of fine golden silk tinged with vermilion, her hair cascaded over her shoulders. Wearing an innocent smile, she looked at me and batted her eyes. Until that moment, I would have described them as simply being brown. They weren't. They were the color of honey. Thin shards of broken brown glass were sprinkled throughout the iris, adding such depth and beauty that I couldn't bring myself to speak. She broke my gaze and turned toward her desk. I needed one last look at her, an image I could hold on to long after she was gone. I reached for her shoulder. She spun around and looked me in the eyes. Eliminating her from my life wasn't possible. Fueled by nothing more than carnal desire, I lifted her from her feet and stumbled toward the wall. As we came crashing to a stop against it, she searched my eyes for answers. I didn't have an answer. It wasn't love. Hell, it wouldn't even qualify as lust. If I had to identify the driving force behind what was happening to me, I'd blame it on her voodoo pussy. Explaining that to her, however, would cause her to view me as an idiot. Her lips parted slightly. I feared she was going to speak. There wasn't anything she could say that I was willing to hear. I didn't want to talk. I wanted to fuck. The only thing that came to mind to keep her from speaking wasn't at all what I expected. I kissed her. She returned the kiss with uninhibited passion. I pressed my body against hers and blindly reached for the hem of her dress. In response, her hands fumbled to unbuckle my belt. As wrong as I knew it was, at that moment it was perfect. At that moment, there was no risk. At that moment, my ability to reason was lost. I flipped her dress above her waist and reached for her panties. Frustrated and aching to feel myself inside her, I yanked against the material until it broke free. After tearing the other side in two, I tossed the tattered material on the floor at our side. She spread her legs wide and raised her hips until her inner thighs brushed against me. As our tongues continued to dance together fervently, she guided my cock into her wetness. I thrust myself deep inside of her and closed my eyes. Nothing else mattered. Our lips parted. Our eyes met. I was mindless, lost in the feeling that filled me when I was inside of her. I stared at her blankly while I caught my breath. She flipped her hair over her shoulder and sucked in a breath. "Fuck me?" she said through her teeth. "Like there's no rules." When my cock was buried deep inside her tight little pussy, I knew very little. At that instant, however, I knew one thing. Quitting her was going to be impossible.
12. Andy. He was either disappointed with me or trying to prove a point. I didn't care which it was. I'd always wanted to be smashed up against a wall and shoved full of dick by a tattooed biker. He was simply satisfying a fantasy I'd harbored for years. "I love fucking your tight little pussy." Each spoken word of his admission was complemented with a savage shove of his entire length. Suspended above the floor by nothing more than the force of him fucking me, my "thank you" came in the form of a grunt that shot from my lungs each time he thrust his hips. With his jeans around his ankles and my dress draped over his forearms, he continued like a man possessed by sexual demons. Caught up in the moment and enjoying every inch of what he offered me, I gave no objection. The air between us grew thick with the scent of his cologne. He smelled like heaven. I closed my eyes and allowed the aroma to carry me away. His ability to transform me to a place void of outside influence fascinated me. But he was still a man, and men were evil creatures. They lied, cheated, and ruined the lives of everyone in their wake. Baker's surprise kiss somehow allowed me to forget that fact. For that moment, while we were embraced in the kiss, my past, and all of the memories associated with it, vanished. Unlike most women, I'd never really enjoyed kissing or being kissed. It was far too intimate of an act. Baker's kiss was different. It brought with it a wave of complexity that cast me into an unfamiliar place. Despite the magic of the kiss, he was a man, and men were evil. If I allowed myself to become attached to him, he'd eventually hurt me. Having that knowledge allowed me to fuck him without fear of what the future held. Because we were just fucking. "Your cock feels like velvet," I breathed. He withdrew himself until the tip of his swollen dick cleared my pussy lips. His chin raised slightly. "Velvet?" I drew a breath and then nodded eagerly. Huh? "Velvet soft and smooth." His brows knitted together. "My cock's like steel." It was like steel, but it was so very smooth, like velvet. I raised my eyebrows. "Velvet steel." He gave me a mild-mannered glare, gripped my ass firmly, and then slammed his entire length balls deep. "Does that feel like fucking velvet?" The tip of his dick felt like it was in my chest. "Asshole," I seethed. "You're going to rip me apart." He pulled his hips back ever so gently. Then, without warning, he shoved every inch of his thick shaft into me again. He grinned a sly grin. "Velvet steel." I winced in pain. Being skewered by Dick wasn't a great feeling. "I mean it," I said. "If you make me bleed, novices bleed." "Well, I'm definitely not a professional." His jaw tightened. "I'll turn you into one." I gave him a look. "You're going to make me a whore?" He nodded. "My little whore." I wasn't anyone's property, nor would I ever be. I'd let him fantasize about me being a whore if it made him happy for the next 10 minutes, so I offered no opposition to his claim. "Shut up and fuck me," I said dryly. I was almost there. Holding me where my butt cheeks met my thighs, he spread me open wide in preparation for what was to come. In anticipation, I arched my back and closed my eyes. Then, slowly and predictably, he rode his hips back and forth. With each stroke, I was stretched open one slow inch at a time, and I savored each one of them. Methodically, his massive girth slid in and out, bringing with it a sensation unlike anything I'd ever had the pleasure of feeling. His cock was huge, but somehow it fit me perfectly. When we stopped fucking, and that day would eventually come, I feared I'd be ruined from ever finding anyone that could provide the level of sexual satisfaction Baker offered me. At that moment, however, I didn't want to think about not fucking him. My back pounded against the wall as he fucked me, and fucked me, and fucked me. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to become immersed in the pleasure his thick cock gave me. Being fucked by Baker made me mindless, and I loved it. My surroundings seemed to diminish to nothing, leaving me hypersensitive to his every touch. I opened my eyes. Eventually, his gaze met mine. I studied his face as his breathing changed from predictable to becoming choppy and unexpected. From my aching nipples to my swollen clit, a tingling began, increasing in intensity as it ran through me. I felt his cock swell, the telltale sign of a man reaching orgasm. The feeling brought me to the brink of climax. The sounds of traffic, his breathing, our skins slapping together diminished to nothing. All that remained was the magical feeling of being filled with his dick. As he reached peak of sexual satisfaction, the sounds of his pleasure pierced the silence. Almost immediately, they were overshadowed by my own moaning. Certain the impending orgasm was going to be the one that ended my life, I took a tremendous chance. It was a risk, no doubt, but one that made perfect sense in my mindless state. I raked my fingers through his hair, gripped the back of his head in my hands, and planted a kiss on him that made his kiss look like child play. With our lips locked in a kiss and our tongues intertwined, we reached climax together. He erupted inside of me at the same time I began to shake from head to toe from the orgasm that took control of me. When the convulsions ended and the sound of our heavy breathing returned, I looked at him. It was easy to wish that something else was happening, that there was something between us that only we could share. But there wasn't. We were just fucking. I was simply enjoying it more than I ever had before.
14. Baker. I lifted my goggles and inspected the weld. Beside it, along the length of the motorcycle's fender, the paint was burned off from the many times I'd made the same repair. It's a good-looking weld. I looked at Cash. Might hold this time. Sitting backward on his Harley wide glide, wearing a doubtful look, he glanced at the repaired fender and shook his head. You said that the last 4 times you welded it. Needs a buffer between the fender mounts and the fender, if you ask me. Gonna keep breaking over and over. It's old technology. Come on over to the 21st century. Bikes have shocks now. I set the goggles aside. I'll just keep welding it back together. He waved a dismissive hand toward me. Time to get rid of that piece of shit. MC president with a shitty old bike makes you fit a stereotype. Every MC president has a dilapidated hardtail. It's not like you to conform to society's expectation. Get rid of the motherfucker. I'd never conform to society's expectations. The Sportster was different. It was sentimental. I looked it over. It was ugly, but I couldn't ever see getting rid of it. I raked my fingertips along the worn gas tank. I've had it forever. Time for a change. Fucker looks like shit. Fucker runs like shit. Fucker sounds like shit. It's a pile of shit, Baker. He gestured toward the dozens of motorcycles that the 6 of us owned collectively. See anything else that resembles that junkety fucker? I didn't need to look. My Sportster hardtail was one of a kind in all respects, including ugliness. It was the first Harley I'd ever purchased, and the one that ignited my love of riding. I grinned. Nope. Maybe it's what's giving you the headaches. Probably got your spinal cord pinched between a couple of slipped discs. I'm telling ya, get a Dyna or a bagger. He snapped his fingers. Headaches will disappear just like that. I hadn't had a headache since I started fucking Andy. I didn't want to admit it, but it appeared Cash's belief in whacking off was spot on. I lifted my leg over my seat and sat down on the vintage bike. Have you ever fucked a chick that had a pussy that drove you mad? All pussy drives me crazy. What do you mean? Pussy that's just, I don't know, better. He leaned against his handlebars and swept his hair out of his face. Thought we were talking about you getting a new bike. What? Now we're on to twat talk? Just asking a question. He rubbed his jaw and gave me a serious look. You know what they say about pussy, don't you? What's that? All puss is good puss. Some's just better than others. I was trying to ask you a serious question. Never mind. A confused look washed over him. What was the question? Cash was an integral part of the club, and my best friend. On the job, he was all business. A true professional. During the day-to-day course of living life, however, he had the attention span of a gnat. Focus, Cash. I snapped my fingers twice in hope of gathering his attention. Have you ever fucked a chick that had a voodoo pussy? His eyes narrowed. Voodoo pussy? It's the only way I know how to describe it. Little bitch has got the tightest little puss I've ever fucked. And it's not just tight, I don't know. It's like it casts a spell on my cock. I stay hard forever when I'm fucking her, and when I come, it feels like I'm losing my fucking mind. She got a narrow little waist and wide hips. And he had a small waist and very wide hips. So far, he was batting 1,000. Pretty much, yeah. Got an ass like an apple? Like an apple? He formed his hand into the shape of a C. Is it shaped like this if you look at it from the side? It is. Short? I squinted. Her ass? No, motherfucker. The chick with the magic twat. Is she short? I don't know. Kind of. Maybe 5'3" or something. He sat up straight and widened his eyes. Twat the size of a dime and deeper in fuck. Clenches your cock no matter how hard you pound or how long you hit it. So far, he'd described Andy. I nodded, eager to hear what else he had to say. Sounds like her, yeah. He raised his eyebrows. Got golden-colored eyes? My heart stuttered. The taste of bile tickled the back of my tongue. I hopped off my bike and crossed my arms. What the fuck, Cash? I looked him up and down. You been following me? He glared. You skittish prick. What are you talking about? Why the fuck would I want to follow your dumb ass? If you haven't been following me, how the fuck do you know so much about her? Mimicking me, he got off his bike, puffed his chest, and crossed his arms. Who's her? The girl with the voodoo pussy. It ain't voodoo pussy, dipshit. She's Brazilian. I looked at him as if he were crazy. What? Brazilian. You know, from Brazil. They've all got wolf eyes, small waists, big asses, curly brown hair, tiny pussies, and big tempers. Best sex on the planet is a Brazilian bitch. Looks like you ran into one. What's her name? I was relieved that he had no idea who she was, but I wasn't about to tell him her name. Fuck, I don't know, I snapped back. I fucked her a few times. That's it. I fucked a Brazilian bitch once. She lived next door to One-Eyed Pete. Stayed with her cousin for the summer in that little white house. Year before last. He exhaled heavily. Name was Natalia Silva. I remembered her. Other than having a fantastic ass, she looked nothing like Andy. I rolled my eyes. I remember her. Dark skin, curly brown hair, big ass. His mouth slowly twisted into a smile as memories of her came to mind. In a moment, his eyes widened as if telling the tale of a battle he'd fought in and narrowly escaped death. Bitch had a twat so tight it felt like I was trying to butt-fuck a bird when I screwed her. When I came, it was like a fucking geyser. Made me dizzy for about 10 minutes after, too. I couldn't help but wonder why Cash stopped fucking her if her pussy even came close to resembling Andy's. Why'd you quit fucking her? Didn't want to. She found out I was fucking that stripper, and she clocked me in the head with a skillet while I was sleeping. He chuckled as he touched a Z-shaped scar on the side of his forehead. Then, the crazy motherfucker pulled out a knife and tried to cut me. Left my best pair of jeans and my favorite boots on the floor at the foot of her bed. Ended up leaving in my wife-beater and boxers. Rode the glide home half naked. Brazilian bitches are good pussy, but they're crazy. I thought you got that scar in a fight. I did, he said. A fight with Natalia about that stripper. I laughed. Getting the truth out of you is damned near impossible. You want the truth? All you gotta do is ask. Having a woman in my life would put the club at risk. It was my duty to protect the men, not put them in harm's way. Therefore, I didn't do relationships. I never had, and I never would. Not having Andy's pussy to fuck wasn't something I wanted to think about, though. Nevertheless, ridding myself of her was a requirement, not a recommendation. Ever miss fucking her? I asked. Now that she's gone? All the time. Fucking her was like riding one of those Panigales. He sat down on his motorcycle and gazed blankly at the sea of motorcycles parked beside us. If I took yours and sold it, do you think you'd ever find another bike that'd perform like it? I didn't even have to think about it. There was nothing on earth that could perform like the Panigale. Nope. Panigale pussy. That's what you ought to call it. He gestured toward the 6 Italian race bikes. Nothing compares. If he was right, and I feared he was, severing my ties with Andy was something I needed to do immediately. I hoped hitting me in the head with a skillet wasn't her reaction.
15. Andy. In celebration of my impending move, Holly and I sat at the kitchen table, sharing our second bottle of wine, while the twins slept. I'd slipped into a pair of my favorite sweats and a loose-fitting t-shirt for the event, and she wore pink plaid pajamas, which wasn't surprising. It seemed she always wore plaid. In my opinion, it was at least part of the reason why Hank left her. Plaid looked good on no one, regardless of how big their boobs were. How big was Hank's hankster? I asked. She choked on her wine. After wiping her mouth on the back of her hand, she gave me a puzzled look. What? His schlong, his dick, cock, meat stick, whatever you want to call it. Seriously? Yeah. I sipped my wine. How big was it? Normal-sized, I guess. I scrunched my nose. What's normal-sized? She took a drink of wine and then looked in the glass. I don't know. Like the size of a hot dog? A hot dog? I laughed out loud. Like a normal hot dog? A ballpark or whatever? Yeah, she said. A hot dog. Why? I held my laugh and gave her a serious look. I don't know how much experience you've got, but a hot dog dick isn't normal. It's not? I cleared my throat. Normal means standard or ordinary. Hot dog dicks are supposed to be between the legs of 12-year-old boys, not men. What's normal, then? How many guys have you had sex with? Her gaze dropped to the floor. I rapped my knuckles against the top of the table. Roughly. I don't need an exact number. She continued to stare at the floor. After an awkward moment of waiting, I leaned onto the edge of the table. Don't tell me Hank's it. She looked up. Yeah. Yeah? As in, yeah, Hank's it? Uh-huh. Holy crap, I gasped. What? You two started boning in high school. I looked at her with eyes of disbelief. He was your first, wasn't he? She wiped what may have been a tear. First and last. Dear God, girl, You need to get some dick. Not a wiener either. I do. It's not that easy, though. She stared blankly at the rim of her glass for a moment and then looked up. That guy that comes to your work, with the tattoos. His is bigger than a hot dog? I lifted my arm and looked at my wrist. After twisting it back and forth a few times, I slapped my forearm against the table. It hit the wooden surface with a thud. It's about the size of my wrist. She looked at my arm and then at me. Her eyes opened wide. How does that work? I grinned. Very well, actually. She tilted her head toward my arm. It's seriously that big? Uh-huh. Slowly, her eyes widened. He really fits something that big in you? Every inch of it. I closed my eyes. Until his balls are against my butt crack. I opened them. It makes me come so hard my ears ring. She let out a heavy sigh. God, what I wouldn't give to have an orgasm like that. I looked away and shook my head. What? You're pretty, and you've got huge boobs. If you quit wearing plaid every day, you could get almost anyone to fuck you. Get someone to watch the demons and go out for a night. Dress inappropriately. Put on some makeup and do your hair. I guarantee you someone would hit on you. They're not demons. They're my babies. They're evil spirits hidden inside children's bodies. Did you see that movie? The one with that little girl that gets sucked into the TV? They love you, Andy. I can't believe you'd... If they love me, why don't they act like it? Last night, Helen was running around the house saying, Andy, Andy, your hair's like cotton candy. What do you expect? I expect to be left alone. I was watching a movie. You dyed it pink. Her eyebrows raised. Kids are perceptive. It's strawberry blonde. Maybe she's colorblind. She's not colorblind. It's kind of pink. She's gifted, by the way. I coughed out a laugh. She was gifted in the art of being annoying. What? She gave me a look. She is. The other one was out on the porch with a can of hairspray and that spark thingy for the barbecue grill. He was using them as a flamethrower to kill bugs. That doesn't make him evil. Where does an 8-year-old learn such shit? His dad used to do it all the time. The same guy that had a hot dog dick, I chuckled. Explains a lot. She took a drink of wine and then finished what was in her glass. As she poured another, she looked at me over the top of the bottle. How many guys have you had sex with? It was a question I hated being asked. I'd gone through phases in my life, most of which included using sex as a means of lifting my self-esteem high enough that I felt worthy of taking up space on Earth. My lack of trust in men made sure that I rarely fucked any one man long enough to develop feelings. For someone who enjoyed sex as much as I did, not committing to men had its pitfalls. I'd had sex with more men than I cared to count. Quite a few, I said sheepishly. How many is that? I don't know, quite a few. Like 6? I almost choked to death laughing. I'd screwed 6 different men before I fell in love. No, more than that. What's it matter? I guess it doesn't. She took a sip of wine and then nodded toward my hand. They didn't all have dicks that big, did they? I shook my head. No, Baker's dick is special. Special in size or something else? I wasn't sure how to respond. It could have been the size alone that satisfied me so much, or how he used it. I wondered if who it was attached to had anything to do with it. I'm not sure, I said. I'll try and figure it out the next time we go at it. There's going to be a next time? I hope so. So you like him? It was the most ridiculous thing she'd said all night. I like his dick. That's it. She seemed confused. I thought you said he was hot. He is, but he's a man. Eventually, men do what men do. As long as he stops in and fucks me from time to time, I'm getting all I need. It's nice to have a man to come home to, she said. Not all men are like Jacob. Hearing his name made me cringe. I arched an argumentative eyebrow. Says the woman whose husband ran off with the big-tittied chicken wing waitress. She huffed out a breath. Point taken. I reached for the bottle of wine. I'd appreciate if you didn't bring up his name again. He lives 3,000 miles from here, and you guys have been split up for, 5 years? It's not like you have anything to worry about. Not anymore. She was wrong. Thoughts of what he'd done lingered in my mind every hour of every day. The only way of making certain I never had to relive the experience was to never get attached to another man. And that was what I planned to do.
16. Baker. Good pussy had the ability to change a man completely. History had proven that it caused men to go bankrupt, cheat on their wives, commit murder, and even declare war. Denying the effect a tight pussy had on a man's ability to retain his wits would be foolish. I wasn't a foolish man. I pushed the door to Andy's office open. Sitting at her desk with a stack of paperwork in front of her, she was wearing a form-fitting gray blouse that accentuated her every curve. Her blonde hair was down and had a slight wave. As my cock began to rise against my jeans, she looked up and smiled. I tore my eyes away from her tits and looked her in the face. Do you make your hair like that, or is it natural? She reached for her hair.
Like what?
Curly, like it is now. She lifted a few strands of hair off her shoulder with her index finger.
This isn't curly. This is what it looks like if I straighten it and then curl it a little. If I leave it alone, it's a disaster.
Disaster in what sense? She raised both eyebrows.
It's a curly mess.
My throat tightened. I swallowed heavily and then raised my index finger. Is that the natural color?
This?
She shook her head lightly, sending her hair into slow-motioned orbit.
No, it's naturally brown. Brown and curly.
A person's nationality made no difference to me. I truly believed we were equal in the eyes of our Maker, and therefore should be in mine. I ranked people based on idiocy, and quickly cast the idiots from my life. Sensible people were kept as associates and companions. Color, religion, or nationality never came into play. I did wonder about Andy having the Brazilian temper, and how it might come into play when I broke off our sexual relationship. The odds of Cash being right about her nationality were 1,000,000 to 1. Her pale skin tone told a story that her hair and eyes couldn't deny. I sat down. Kinky and brown. Is that a genetic thing?
I suppose. My mother's Brazilian. I've got her hair.
She blinked a few times.
And her eyes. Sucks that blue eyes are recessive. I wish I had them instead.
What little rigidity my cock had when I sat down promptly vanished. I swallowed a mouthful of complications and coughed into my clenched fist. Brazilian, huh?
Uh-huh.
You're pretty pale for a Brazilian, I said, as if I could argue her claim. She rubbed her forearm.
I use sunscreen and try to stay out of the sun as much as possible. If not, I'd be pretty dark.
I stroked my beard and then forced a smile. Interesting. Fuck! The last thing I needed was to be on the shit list of a Brazilian woman with an explosive temper. The problems she could bring into my life were huge. Then there was Cash. If she simply came to my office to call me a cocksucker and he recognized her, it would be disastrous for her. And me. Fuck. Based solely on my fear that she'd react in a manner comparable to how Natalia acted with Cash, I decided not to end our relationship. I needed more time to think. There had to be a way I could leave her and save the repercussions. I simply needed to figure out what it was. I needed to remain in her good graces, at least for the time being. Feeling oddly relieved with my decision not to end our midday sex sessions, I exhaled a breath of relief and crossed my ankles. The other day, the regional manager said you had bad news. I forgot to ask what it was. Her nose wrinkled.
Regional manager?
The old man that drives the truck.
Oh, Mort.
She leaned onto the edge of her desk and wrung her hands together.
I was excited to tell you, but we started boning and I forgot.
So, what's the news?
3A. She faked a pout. It's no longer available.
I had no interest in moving into the apartment, but she certainly didn't know it. I clapped my hands together. That's great.
But wait, she said. It gets better.
I widened my eyes in more false excitement. Really? She pushed herself away from the desk and crossed her arms.
Guess who's moving in?
I'd hate to try.
Seriously, guess.
Ben Harper? She laughed.
The musician?
What do you know about Ben Harper?
I know that Diamonds on the Inside is what most would describe as his best album, but I disagree. I think The Will to Live is much better. Not everyone likes live albums, though.
I stared at her in sheer disbelief. Ben Harper was one of my all-time favorite musicians. For her to have heard of a lesser-known musician such as him, and to like him, was a shock. So, it's not Ben Harper? I asked jokingly.
Back up, she said. How do you even know who he is?
I crossed my arms and gave her a look. How do you know who he is?
I listen to his music, that's how.
I looked her over. Her hair was a little lighter than normal, and I liked the new shade. I cocked my head to the side. Who else do you listen to?
Everyone from the Delphonics to James Blunt. Why?
Both were artists that I had listened to and enjoyed. I was surprised that our taste in music was so similar. Just wondering. I glanced around her office and wondered why she hadn't given it a woman's touch. When she came back into my line of sight, I grinned. What makes you angry?
What do you mean?
What irritates you in life? I asked. Day-to-day life. Give me the top 10. She counted on her fingers as she responded.
Tailgaters, lines at the grocery store, oranges that I can't get the peel off, people who don't use their turn signal, call centers who call me and try to sell me something, stubbing my toe, upside-down toilet paper, having the cashier hand me change on top of a receipt, people who park crooked, and burnt toast.
Her response was without hesitation, which I thought was impressive. I agreed with everything she mentioned, except for one thing. What's upside-down toilet paper? I asked. She twirled her finger in a circle.
When it's upside down.
Care to elaborate?
When it comes off the back instead of the top.
She exhaled a breath through her clenched teeth as she shook her head.
If I'm at someone's house and their toilet paper is like that, I'll fix it. It drives me insane.
I'm the same way.
Why'd you ask me what irritated me? Nobody's ever done that.
If your favorite car color is red and mine is blue, we're not going to argue about who's right. We'll just accept it. But if you hate it when people park crooked, and every time we went somewhere I parked crooked, it'd drive you nuts. A person's dislikes reveal far more about their compatibility than anything. She leaned away and looked down her nose at me.
Why are you worried if we're compatible?
She had a good point. I really had no idea why I asked her the question. It was time to change subjects. I looked away. I'm not. After a short period of silence, she cleared her throat.
We got off track. You were guessing who was moving in upstairs.
I wasn't in the mood any longer. I've got to make my rounds. I stood and brushed the wrinkles from my jeans. Just tell me.
Me,
she said with a smile.
We're going to be neighbors.
Just like that, my biggest fear was one wrong move away from becoming a reality.
17. Andy. Holly glanced around the apartment. It seems empty. A contemporary red leather couch and a modern, oversized blue fabric chair sat across from one another in the otherwise lonely space. Everything else I once owned had been sold to pay rent. Frustrated at what I'd lost, but more grateful for what remained, I waved toward the two pieces of furniture. It is empty. It's bigger than your entire house, and it's got nothing but a couch and a chair in it. You need to go shopping. I've got bills to pay first, I said, more to remind myself than to make her aware of it. Maybe in a few months. She gave the spacious room another quick look. It's just you, so I guess it'll be okay. I shrugged. It's going to have to be. An upside is that you get to park your bike in the basement. It'll keep people from messing with you on the nights you have to... She did the air quote thingy. Work late. What does that mean? When you and that guy with the arm-sized dick have sex in your office. I chuckled. We do it during the day, not at night. Never late in the day? Nope. Do you think it's weird? That we don't bone at 5 o'clock? That you only do it during the day. Him leaving his shirt on was weird, but I never viewed the time of day we fucked as weird. I guessed he was busy being an eccentric entrepreneur in the evenings. It wasn't anything I needed to justify to Holly, that was for sure. We bone when he's got time. He's got businesses to run. She tilted her head to the side and raised her eyebrows. He has sex during the day and runs businesses at night? That's right. Listen to what you're saying. Now that she'd mentioned it, it seemed slightly odd. Maybe a little more than slightly. I wasn't going to admit it, though. He didn't wear a wedding ring, and there weren't any of the telltale signs that he'd taken one off, either. As long as I wasn't having an affair with a man who was in a committed relationship, I really didn't care why he chose to fuck me during the day. He comes by when his schedule lets him, I said. Stop worrying about it. Has he been up here yet? To see your new place? I hadn't seen Baker since the day I told him I was moving in. I suspected he feared having me as a neighbor would create problems with his privacy, but nothing could be further from the truth. I expected him to give me mine. In return, I wouldn't invade his. Given enough time, he'd see I wasn't a threat to his manner of living life. When he did, he'd return. I hoped so anyway. Even though all we shared was sex, I missed our time together. Not yet, I said. She walked to the window and peered down at the street. You don't see that as weird? Everything's weird to you. She glanced over her shoulder. Hank started doing weird stuff. 6 months later, I found out he was having sex with that Simon chick. Sierra, I said. Her name was Sierra Simon. She gave me a condescending look and then turned toward the window. Yeah, Sierra. Fucking bitch. Holly placed the blame for the affair on the waitress, saying that she should have had enough common sense not to fuck a married man. She set up fake accounts on every social media platform imaginable and friended her on Facebook while posing as another person. After a few years of stalking her, she eventually let it go. But she never found fault in Hank's actions. I, on the other hand, viewed it no differently than I viewed my father's decision to cheat on my mother. He had a responsibility to be faithful to her, and he didn't meet it. He made a conscious decision to crush her belief that he loved her and her alone. I viewed the aftermath entirely as being his fault. It wasn't a matter of if a man would cheat. It was a matter of when. For men, it seemed lying was second nature. "Hey!" Holly shouted. "Is this him?" Her voice brought me back to reality. I wiped my watering eyes as I walked toward the window. "Huh?" She pointed toward the glass. "Is this your guy?" The faint sound of a motorcycle running grew louder as I approached her. I stepped to her side and looked out the window. A man with crazy hair was seated on a motorcycle that was parked at the curb in front of the adjoining building. Standing on the sidewalk beside the man's motorcycle was Baker. "Oh, wow. Yeah, he's the one on the sidewalk with the beard and tattoos." Holly pressed her forehead against the glass. "The guy on the motorcycle took off his helmet, and I was like, holy crap!" I looked at her. "What?" "He's sexy." I took another look at him. His long hair hung in his face, and his arms weren't completely tattooed like Baker's. Instead, they were spotted with small pieces of illegible artwork. He looks like a thug. So does that other guy. Whatever. Baker seemed nervous. Every few seconds, he glanced over each shoulder. After a moment, the man on the motorcycle nodded and put his helmet on. Then Baker turned toward the building, and the man rode away. Holly took a step back and looked at me. "Looks like they were doing something shady." Looked to me like two friends talking. She made a face as if she'd swallowed a worm. "Your guy looks sketchy." Not as sketchy as that ex-con on the motorcycle. He kept looking over his shoulder, like he thought the cops were coming. "Who? The ex-con?" I asked, although I knew she meant Baker. For some reason, I felt the need to defend him. "No, your guy." I gave her a cross look. "His name is Baker." "He looks sketchy. He acts sketchy. I say he's sketchy." I tossed my hands in the air. "He might be," I said. "I don't care. I'm not married to him. I'm just riding his dick." As much as I told myself that was the case, the spasm in the pit of my stomach said otherwise.
18. Baker. Our MC had several rituals, most of which were a result of my superstitious beliefs. For one, on the eve of every job, we went out to eat as a group. Our choice for the night was Hunter Steakhouse. A no-frills dive with a small seating area and large portions, it was known for mouth-watering prime rib. Unlike most motorcycle clubs, we didn't wear colors. In our opinions, donning a leather vest with a patch stitched on the back wasn't enough of a commitment. Additionally, the vests drew unwanted attention to the group, making the members a target of the local, state, and federal authorities. We chose to have the MC's patch tattooed on our backs. In the club's eyes, joining the MC was a lifelong pledge. Therefore, the patch should be a comparable commitment. We rode our motorcycles side by side and equally spaced. That formation was maintained regardless of speed, and our speed was ever-changing. Cash and I set the pace, as we were in front. If we sped up, the group sped up. If we slowed, the group slowed. Although we had many choices, we rode our Harleys when riding as a group. A mismatched group of bikes that spanned 4 decades in age, their only common theme was loud exhaust pipes. Cash twisted his throttle back and held it in place. I accepted the challenge without question. The high speed would test my body's ability to absorb the imperfections of California's roadways. In a half a mile, the group was veering in and out of traffic, changing lanes 3 at a time, and speeding past vehicles that were moving much slower than the MC's 100 miles an hour. The sound from the motorcycle's exhaust was close to deafening, and stood as a warning against anyone considering getting in our path. When our headlights illuminated the exit sign to Highway 8, Cash let off the throttle. The laughter and shit-talking started as soon as the sound of our exhaust cackled to a dull roar. As we rolled into the restaurant's parking lot, Reno shouted at Cash, "I had mine about half throttle. Might want to get that glide checked out. Probably needs a set of rings." "Motherfucker doesn't need rings, asshole," Cash retorted. Reno backed his bike into the stall beside Cash and peered over his left shoulder. "Sure acts like there's something wrong with it." "Fuck you," Cash seethed. "There isn't." Ghost backed in beside Reno, positioning his rear tire to be even with the 3 that were already parked.
"Had mine about half throttle, too. If I'd have pegged it, I'd have climbed up your back fender."
"Same here," Goose said dryly. "Had to let off mine. Damned near hit Reno when we took off. I twisted that bitch all the way back, and then I decided you must have just been dicking around. You didn't have yours pegged, did you?" Cash looked at Tito and cocked an eyebrow. "Well?" Tito situated his bike beside Goose's and shut it off. "I'm with Reno. I thought I was gonna hit Ghost. Maybe there's something wrong with yours. Plugged exhaust or a bent valve. Something." Cash glanced at me, pulled off his helmet, and let out a long breath. "What do you have to say?" I draped the chin strap of my helmet over the handlebars. "Me?" "No, motherfucker. I'm talking to the palm tree behind you." I turned toward the entrance and brushed the wrinkles from my jeans. "God damn it, Bake," Cash whined. "There ain't nothing wrong with Mary, is there?" A stripper in Austin, Texas, once sucked Cash's cock so aggressively that one of his nuts swelled to the size of a baseball the next morning. We rode to Phoenix, Arizona, but he couldn't go another mile. The swollen testicle required $32,000 worth of surgery and 10 days of antibiotics. Even though he limped for a month afterward, he swore it was the best blowjob he'd ever received. The human vacuum cleaner's stage name was Mother Mary. In her memory, Cash graced every post-blowjob Harley he owned with her name. I turned around and situated my bracelets. "I had another half-inch of throttle," I lied. "You were just playing, weren't you?" "Son of a fucking bitch." He looked at his bike and then at me. "Seriously?" "Half, maybe 3/4 of an inch, yeah. Why?" "I had her pegged, Bake. All the way back." "Have Reno tear it down and rebuild it," I said dryly. "I'd say the cam's flat. Might be rings. Who knows?" "God damn it. That motor's not that old." "Age has nothing to do with it," I said. "Just like the woman you named her after, Mary's had a rough life." Mary was hot as fuck. You don't even remember what she looked like. I choked on a laugh. She looked like haggard shit. One tit was bigger than the other. She had a 2-inch scar on her belly, a mole on the left side of her neck, and her son's name was Jesus. How's that? He walked past me and pulled open the door. I don't remember the mole. The waitress pushed 2 tables together, seated us, and then tried to hand out menus. When she held an extended arm over Ghost's lap with a menu in tow, he shook his head.
Glass of water to drink,
He said with a nod.
prime rib, medium rare, horseradish sauce and au jus, baked potato, butter, sour cream. Whatever the vegetable of the night is will be fine. Please and thank you.
She tried to hand a menu to Reno. Reno raised his hand in protest and shook his head. Same. She looked at Goose.
Ditto.
She looked at me. I stroked my beard, gave a crisp nod, and grinned. Same, thank you. I'll follow suit, Cash said. I'll have the same, Tito said. No horseradish, though, thanks. Cash leaned onto the edge of the table and cleared his throat. Tito shifted his eyes from the waitress to Cash. What? Cash glared. You know the rule. Tito turned up his palms. It's a condiment, and I don't eat the shit. Doesn't matter, I said flatly. Leave it on your plate. But we're all served the same. All right, Tito said. Horseradish it is. Beside the meal, another ritual, or rule, was that we did not discuss our jobs in public. Ever. We made our plans in the office or the clubhouse, and that was it. No exceptions. The group meal was a time to relax, get our heads straight, and nourish our bodies. Cash shook a toothpick out of the holder and clenched it between his teeth. Bake's fucking a Brazilian chick. He glanced at each of the men. Got a twat the size of a dime, and an ass the size of Alaska. I gave him a side-eyed look. You dumb fuck. He fixed his eyes on Ghost. True story. Says she's got voodoo pussy. Ever heard that one? Voodoo pussy? Had a chick in Japan once, Reno said. Had wide hips and a snapper so small she squealed when I put my finger in it. What did she do when you fucked her? Cash asked. Grunted a lot and cried a little. Cash pulled the toothpick from his mouth. Cried? Reno nodded. Tears ran down her cheeks. Every time. She loved it, though. Cash looked at me. Does your girl cry? I lowered my chin and glared. Change the subject.
Our superstitious prez slipped off the edge of the celibacy cliff.
Ghost chuckled.
Tell us about voodoo pussy.
Pussy made a man weak. That was my claim, at least. When a man gets wrapped up in fucking a woman, emotions get in the way. Eventually, the small head begins to make the decisions. Undoubtedly, the day comes when the man looks around him and realizes his life, and everything in it, has changed. My fear of change caused the men to view me as superstitious. I gave Cash a dose of stink eye, and then looked at Ghost. I'm not fucking her. I fucked her. Past tense. She had a tight pussy. Deep and tight. That's pretty much it. Tell 'em what you called it, Cash spouted. Called it voodoo pussy, didn't ya? Ghost cracked his knuckles and then grinned a sly grin.
Well, did ya?
I massaged my temples with the tips of my fingers. I'd always thought with my big head, not my little one. In fact, my dick never made decisions for me. Somehow, with Andy, my cock became the decision-maker. Now, with 10 eyes staring back at me in wait of an answer, I began to fill with regret. I did.
Let's hear it,
He said.
Why voodoo, pussy?
Andy's pussy was unexplainable. It felt unlike anything I'd ever had the pleasure of sticking my dick in. After experiencing the feeling it provided, being satisfied by anything lesser was improbable. I hadn't fucked her for damned near a week. I had my doubts, however, that I'd last much longer. Girl's got a magic pussy, I said without an ounce of emotion. What? You've never fucked a chick that's got a nice twat?
Is that it? She's got a nice puss?
That's the beginning and the end of it, yeah. He clasped his palms together and locked eyes with me.
Well, if that's all it is, I guess we don't have anything to worry about tomorrow, do we?
I alternated glances between the men. If anything happens tomorrow, her pussy won't have anything to do with it. That much I can guarantee. As the words rolled from the tip of my tongue, I almost believed them.
19. Andy. I had no more than finished the gala Christmas flyer, and the door opened. With an old-school briefcase clenched in his right hand, Mr. Green stepped through the door. Dressed in a dark, gray pinstriped business suit and blue tie, he looked cute. After a quick smile, he looked the office over and then sat down. He glanced over his shoulder and fixed his eyes on the long brick wall. "Looks pretty bare in here, Andy." I realized that during his arrival, I'd managed to stand. I sat down and let out a sigh at the same time. I'm cash-strapped right now, but as soon as I get a few bills paid, I plan on doing some decorating. He shifted his eyes from the wall to me. "It's not your responsibility to make this office presentable. It's mine." He lifted his briefcase to his lap, opened it, and then handed me an envelope. "Get whatever you think you need." I looked at the envelope. Chase Bank was printed on the corner, and I wondered if it was a collections notice. "What's this?" I asked. "It's your company credit card. It came in yesterday. Use it for anything you need where we don't have accounts established, and for decorating this office." He cocked one of his out-of-control eyebrows. "Within reason." Excited, I stood and walked to the bare wall. I was thinking about some black and white prints on the wall, architecture stuff. I gestured toward the floor and spread my arms wide. And then I thought a long table might look nice in the center of this wall, something clunky that kind of matches the theme we've already got going on. I'd put some decorative stuff on it, but not too girly. Maybe announcements and flyers and stuff. Just things that make it look a little more homey and less like an office. "Sounds like you have it all figured out. If they don't have a delivery service, ask Mort to pick your things up." "I will. Thank you." He closed his briefcase and set it on the floor beside him. "Mort tells me you've decided to take occupancy of 3A. I slid the envelope aside and wondered if the card had my name on it or the company's name. Maybe both, I decided. "I did," I said. "And I have." "I prefer that the manager stays on the premises. It encourages the tenants to be responsible. No problems, I take it?" "None whatsoever." He waved his hand toward the door. "I see the door's been repaired." The handwritten bill for the door simply stated, "Repair steel door," and gave an amount. I decided a little white lie was in Mort's best interest. Nothing more than repositioning a few things. "I'm pleased that's resolved. It was annoying." I thought so too. "There is one other thing." He clasped his hands together. "One would think it's common knowledge, but considering the problems we had with the last property manager, I feel compelled to say something. I don't use drugs, I said adamantly. Never have, never will. The thought never crossed my mind. There's a matter we need to discuss that is outlined in the employee handbook, but no one ever bothers to read it. His brows raised. Have you read it? I lowered my head in mock shame. No. Fraternization with tenants is not allowed. No exceptions. He wagged his index finger at me playfully. Disobeying that clause will be grounds for dismissal. You won't have to worry about that, I said. I'm a man-hater. His expression changed to surprise. I didn't. I had no idea. We do have 2 female tenants. I don't think either of them are, you know. But one never knows. No. I couldn't help but laugh at his thoughts, so I did. Not that kind of man-hater. I just don't really date. I've had some bad luck with men, and I don't really trust them. He seemed embarrassed. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. He crossed his legs and placed his hands in his lap. Men are like latkes. I was perplexed at his slice of advice. I gave him a confused look. I don't understand. I was going to explain, but your mind is quicker than mine. I'll listen. The expression on his face changed to serious, but he smiled just a little. Latkes are potato cakes that we eat on Hanukkah. It seems they'd be simple enough to make. Potatoes, eggs, onions, salt, matzah meal, and a little flour. They're formed into a flat cake and fried in oil. That's it. He turned his palms up and raised one slightly higher than the other. But not all latkes are created equal. And you can't tell a good latke from a bad one by looking at it. To find out if they're suitable, one must get to what's inside. Only then do you know. After a period of silence, I felt like I could speak, so I did. Let's say I had a really bad latke. I've eaten latkes so bad that they made me ill. The eggs, they must have been raw. He raised his index finger. But I didn't stop eating them because I encountered a bad one. I decided I liked Mr. Green. A lot. One of these days I might try again, I said, although I didn't know if or when that day would ever come. Right now, I still have a stomachache. The last thing I want to do is take a chance by eating another one. Sometimes the best latke is the one everyone has left on the platter, the one with no eye appeal. Remember, you must get to what's inside. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. He reached for his briefcase and then stood. Send Nadine photos of the office when you're finished. I'd like to see it. I will. As he reached for the door, I stood. Without taking a bite, how do you know if it's going to be a good one? You don't. He turned around. But if it doesn't taste good, don't be afraid to spit it out.
20. Baker. Using 3 10-foot-long pieces of steel pipe, we lifted the air conditioning unit onto 4 pneumatic-tired carts and then rolled it out of the way. Tito peered into the ductwork that was exposed by the unit's absence. If there's a silent alarm, I'll let you know. If not, come in on my signal. He checked his harness and then slipped the rope through the carabiner. Cash planted his feet against the air conditioning unit's framework, gripped the rope firmly, and gave a nod. Get in there before the cops get here. After climbing inside the L-shaped section of duct, Tito removed the fasteners and handed the individual sections to Ghost. He looked at Cash.
Slowly.
Cash lowered him into the building a few inches at a time, giving Tito time to inspect the facility for backup alarms. With my stomach twisted into a knot of apprehension, I waited, hoping a silent alarm didn't send the small-town cops screeching into the parking lot with guns at the ready. 30 seconds later, relief washed over me as his voice echoed through the opening. "Clear!" Tito shouted. "Drop the equipment!" As Ghost lowered the gear through the opening, I looked at Reno.
Get out of here, I whispered. Make it newsworthy.
He pounded his gloved fist against mine. Newsworthy? You got it, Bike. The jewelry shop was positioned in the center of a small 6-unit strip mall. The front of the building had a parapet wall extending up from the roof, giving each storefront a location to mount a sign over their respective business. The wall was only 4 feet tall, but it provided sufficient shelter to make viewing our activities from the street almost impossible. As the tone from Reno's exhaust faded in the distance, 3 of us disappeared one at a time into the jewelry shop, leaving Cash on the roof to act as lookout. To thwart thieves, the facility left lights on over the jewelry cases. To keep from raising awareness that the place was being robbed, we'd illuminated the darkened sales floor with battery-powered lights immediately after killing the power supply. Our camouflaged faces and black coveralls made us stand out like ninjas in a Neiman Marcus. Within seconds, the 4 of us were out of sight, huddled in the narrow corridor that led to the vault. Goose looked at the vault's steel door and then at Tito.
Go through it with a plasma cutter?
Tito handed him a sledgehammer. Plasma cutter will set off the sprinkler system. The flow sensors will activate an alarm at the fire station. We'll go in through the block wall behind you. He removed another hammer from the long canvas bag, handed it to Ghost, and then checked his watch. 7 minutes. I grabbed the last hammer and joined the other 2 in their effort to break through the 8-inch thick concrete block wall. Like convicts on an Alabama chain gang, we took turns swinging the hammers into the exact same location on the wall. After what seemed like an hour of pounding, we'd made no progress whatsoever. 6, Tito barked over the commotion. We swung the 20-pound chunks of steel with such force that the floor beneath us shook each time they slammed into the wall. Just as Tito belched out the 5-minute warning, a section of wall gave way. Seeing it energized me. I swung the hammer into the weakened spot, moving it an inch upon impact. When I lifted the hammer, Ghosts came crashing down, moving the section 2 inches. Then Gooses slammed into it, sending large chunks of concrete flying into the adjoining room. I swung the hammer a foot above the opening. A 2-foot square of concrete disintegrated. After Ghost and Goose took a swing, a 4-foot by 3-foot void was staring back at us. Tito looked at his watch. 4.5. He gestured toward the opening. Let me take a look. He got on his knees, looked inside the room with a flashlight, and then stood. His eyes were as wide as saucers. Jesus. Jesus what? I asked. Are we clear? He nodded slowly. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there? I shouted. What the fuck are you talking about? Nothing? No motion sensors, he said. But there's no way we'll get everything out. That room's tiny, and it's packed. Fur coats, televisions, there's even artwork. I motioned toward the opening. Goose, Ghost, get in there. Goose hands to Ghost, Ghost through the opening to me, and I'll give it to you, Tito. Get moving, fellas. After Tito handed them flashlights, Ghost and Goose disappeared through the hole. I heard Ghost whistle through his teeth and then give his opinion.
Holy fuck.
Stop gawking and start passing shit out here, I said through my teeth. Goose's head emerged through the opening.
2 small safes. Both steel. Need to torch holes in the top. We good?
I looked at Tito. You hear that? He exhaled slowly and then clenched his jaw. Make it quick, fan the smoke, and keep your fingers crossed. I'd be damned we were going to take the risk for fur coats, televisions, and artwork. I looked at Tito and raised my eyebrows. We gonna be all right? The sprinkler heads are activated by temperature or smoke. Temperature won't be a problem, so as long as the smoke doesn't get to them, we're good. I extended my arm. Hand me the torch. Tito handed the portable torch to me, and then a pair of goggles. I pushed the equipment through the hole. Brother Ghost, take off that shirt and fan that motherfucker like your life depends on it.
Roger that, Bake.
Light from the flame flickered through the opening as the sound of the torch cutting steel hissed in the background. With my asshole puckered and my muscles tensed, I waited for the fire sprinklers to engage, the cops to show up, or the fire department to come crashing through the front door. 3 and 50, Tito said. My bowels ached from the nervous tension. As I counted silently to calm myself, the sound of Goose's voice broke the eerie silence.
We're in, he shouted. So far, so good.
In a matter of seconds, 3 gold bars were placed at my feet. It was $1.5 million worth of gold. I picked up 2 of them and grinned to myself at their weight. I refrained from expressing emotion as I handed them to Tito. No more than 8 bars to a bag. Got it, boss. I picked up the 3rd. Before I handed it to Tito, the clank from 3 more being placed at my feet caught my attention. My heart began to race at the thought of making a $3 million haul. I picked up one of the 3 and handed Tito the 2 bars. Before I grabbed the remaining 2, there was another clank, then another, and another. I looked down. 5 bars were on the floor. My heart raced as I did the math in my head. Jesus. $4.5 million. I knelt and peered into the dimly lit vault. How many more bars?
3,
Goose said.
And a hell of a lot of cash. And jewelry.
We've got 2 and 30, Tito said. 2.5, fellas, I shouted through the hole. Let's get to cracking. 3 more bars were set at my feet. Then, Goose shoved a backpack through the hole.
Probably weighs 150. Gold and diamonds.
Cash? I asked. Another backpack slid through the hole.
That weighs about the same. All cash.
Is that it?
Short of watches and shit, yeah,
he said.
There's another small safe, but...
The men knew not to fuck with watches. Despite their worth, they were too easy for the police to track, as all high-end watches were serial numbered. We don't have time for the other safe, I said. We get greedy, and we'll get got. I turned to Tito. Time? 1 and 15. I leaned in front of the hole. Get the torch and get out of there. I faced Tito. Get that shit on the roof. Within 30 seconds, Cash had hoisted everything on the roof. 15 seconds later, we stood at his side. Tool check, I said. 15 seconds, Tito said. I glared at Cash. Motherfucking tool check. Excitedly, Cash rifled through the equipment. 20-pound sledge, 4. Plasma rig, 1. Cell phone jammer, 1. Flashlights, 5. Toolbox, small, 1. Toolbox, large, 1. Dust masks, 6. Night vision, 5. 6-foot pry bar, 1. Cutting torch, 1. Folding aluminum ladder, 1. He looked up. I looked at the human computer. Is that it? Tito shook his head. Missing one flashlight.
Reno's got it,
I said. And the goggles, he said. I looked at Goose. God damn it, Goose!
Fuck,
he exclaimed.
I set him on the small safe.
I looked at Cash. Get loaded. I turned to Goose. Get your ass in there and get him. Hurry the fuck up. High on adrenaline, I began to pace the roof. Concerned that I hadn't heard any sirens from police racing to Reno's diversion, I wondered if it happened at the same time we were beating on the wall. Hoping I'd simply missed it, I walked to the parapet and peered over the edge. An orange flicker in the distant northern sky brought a smile of reassurance to my face. Attaboy, Reno. 15 seconds beyond my 9-minute mark, and 45 seconds shy of Tito's 10-minute estimate, we pulled out of the lot with an undetermined amount of cash, 9 bars of gold, and a backpack filled with jewelry. I had no idea how much cash we'd taken, nor what the jewelry was worth, but the gold bars alone had a street value of $6 million. The drone of the SUV's exhaust acted as a subtle hint as to the power it had under the hood. I glanced over my left shoulder. What's the top speed of this fucker?
180, give or take. It's not limited by horsepower,
Ghost said.
It's drag coefficient.
180, huh?
Didn't take their word for it. I've tested this fucker. We're faster'n CHP, that's for sure.
The SUV had been professionally covered in matte black vinyl, had black wheels, and tinted windows. We were definitely in stealth mode, and in SoCal, the black-on-black-on-black theme fit right in. I chewed on my bottom lip for a moment while I wondered about the red paint beneath the black film. Technically, it was still a red vehicle. While we traveled down the 2-lane highway at 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, I struggled with my superstitious beliefs. Eventually, I gave up. You see Brother Reno's glow? I asked. Ghost grinned.
Every time I check the rear view.
The sign for Palamesa Drive illuminated at the end of the headlight's reach. An intersecting road to Highway 395, it was the pickup point for Reno. I prayed that he was there, waiting. Short of making it back to the clubhouse, it was the last piece to the night's puzzle. As I gazed through the side window anxiously, we passed the intersection. See him? I asked. Ghost shook his head and then checked the mirrors.
Not yet.
Leaving a man behind troubled me. We couldn't wait for him, nor could we search. Putting the entire club at risk wasn't practical, and I knew it. It didn't make not knowing any easier, though. As we passed Via Belmont, an intersection a little more than half a mile ahead, 2 narrowly placed headlights illuminated in the parking lot of a hotel. 10 seconds later, the lights shot past us and merged into our lane. It was Reno. I relaxed into the hard back of the red leather racing seat. We're good. Thank fucking God, Cash spouted. I was sick and tired of this silent shit. Another rule of mine was that there was no talking until everyone was accounted for. It wasn't uncommon for us to use a vehicle and a motorcycle while doing a job. En route to the clubhouse, the motorcycle acted as a rabbit, a lure to police, if it was necessary to get them away from the vehicle carrying the stolen cargo. Until I was certain we were all safe, the laughing, storytelling, and discussions about who was going to do what with their share ground against my already worn nerves. Now that Reno was leading the way, everyone was free to speak. Discussions of the nervous tension, how much gold we'd managed to steal, and what we predicted we had in cash and jewelry followed. In an hour, we pulled along the alley that led to the clubhouse. The windows from apartment 3A glowed above us as we turned into the parking garage's entrance. I checked my watch. 2:16. I wondered if she was alone, or if she'd simply fallen asleep while watching television. As the vehicle came to a stop in the designated stall, I further wondered why I cared. I came up with nothing. As we unloaded millions of dollars worth of stolen merchandise, the not knowing inched its way up the length of my spine until a migraine ensued.
21. Andy. Mr. Green's advice swam around in my head like a shark seeking prey. After several hours of tossing and turning in bed, the possibility that I was interested in more from Baker than what was below his waist repeatedly came to mind. I missed feeling him inside me, the comfort that came along with the complete satisfaction of my sensual desires, the feeling of utter and blissful exhaustion that always followed the orgasms that shook me to my core. But I simply couldn't decide if there was more to it than that. The next time I saw him, if I saw him, I would deny his requests for sex. Only then would I know if I truly enjoyed sharing time with him. Groggy and needing sleep, I rolled to my side and hoped I'd somehow manage to fall asleep. City and Color's Lover Come Back played softly from the speaker in the living room, and I found irony in it as I mouthed the words into the darkness. I'd always felt superstitious people were gullible and irrational. Nonetheless, I found the song's timing troubling and wondered if I should view it as some kind of message about having found the perfect Lotka. Most of my life's questions had been answered with a mouthful of food, so I meandered to the kitchen and flipped on the lights. 2 bowls of cereal and 1 tub of yogurt and an apple later, I was convinced there wasn't an answer. I shuffled to the bedroom, at a complete loss as to what I should think about it all. On my way there, the music paused. At that instant, I heard a strange scraping sound from inside the kitchen cabinets. I stopped in my tracks. A prickling feeling ran up my neck. I swallowed heavily and tiptoed to the kitchen. The unfamiliar sound returned from deep inside the lower cabinet, sending a chill along my spine when it happened. Quietly, I opened the island cupboard, removed a cast-iron skillet, and turned around. A clank, followed by a dull thud, came from the cabinet. I swallowed heavily, reached for the cupboard door, and hesitated. Then the sound came again. I swallowed heavily, raised the skillet, and yanked the door open. "Ah!" I screamed frantically. Nothing. After cleaning all the Tupperware, cutting boards, and baking sheets out of the cupboard, and finding nothing, I was convinced lack of sleep was the culprit behind the things that go thump in the night. During round 2 of my attempt to fall asleep, I recalled Stephen's claims of hearing noises coming from the apartment, and wondered if his noises and my noises were related. I fell asleep as I mulled over the possibilities.
22. Baker. A thunderous knock at my door was muffled by the sound of Cash's voice shouting for me to open the door. Still high on adrenaline, but not in the mood for one of his brilliant late-night ideas, I took long strides across the living room floor toward the commotion. Upon yanking open the door, Cash burst through it with his pistol in his hand. He looked like he'd either seen a ghost or just finished a police lineup. Knowing neither had happened in the 30 minutes since I'd last seen him, I asked the inevitable as he stomped past me. "What in the 10 kinds of fuck is going on?" I asked, my tone low and demanding. He turned around. The tone of his skin had transformed to a pale white. After catching his breath, he responded, "She's here." "Who's here?" "That bitch." He waved his pistol toward the ceiling. "She's spying on us." He was on the verge of lunacy. The first thing I needed to do was get him to put down the gun. "Put down the piece, Cash." She's..." I fucking swear, he stammered. Goose, Ghost, they're all gone. It's you and me, Bake. We'll need to do something with the body. How in the fuck are we going to get her out of there without someone seeing us? I had no idea where his mind was, but I wasn't going to do anything with a body at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nor was I interested in him accidentally shooting a round off in my concrete place of residence. With my luck of late, the ricocheting bullet would kill us both. I had to find a way to calm him down. Put down the fucking piece, Cash, I demanded. And who are we getting out of where? You're not making sense, brother. That mouthy bitch. Frantic, he waved his pistol toward the ceiling again. She's spying on us, I swear. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the gun was making me nervous. I extended my arm. Give me the piece. I'll give it back as soon as we decide what we're going to do. After some thought, he placed the gun on the wooden buffet beside him. He covered his face with his hands. What are we going to do? First things always come first. I gestured toward the kitchen. We're going to have a drink. A low moan escaped him. He raked his fingers through his hair and turned away. She's not going to wreck this job, Bake. I won't let her. Biggest job we've ever done, and she's not going to put us in a trick bag. He's completely lost his fucking mind. As I walked past the buffet, I nonchalantly grabbed his pistol and shoved it into the waist of my jeans. Once inside the kitchen, I poured 2 shots of tequila. I slid one of them across the bar. Not a word, just drink it. I raised my glass and waited for him to raise his. When he did, I gave toast. To Pat's golden jewelry. He wagged his eyebrows and downed the shot. As soon as his glass hit the counter, I poured it full and gave a crisp nod. Just drink it. He complied, and then reached for the bottle. After downing a fourth of it in one long gulp, he lowered it to his side. I don't... How the fuck did she find us? He stammered. Who is she? He took another drink and then wiped his mouth on his bicep. The girl from the bank. The 2 shots of tequila burned the back of my throat as my stomach rejected them. I fought to keep them down, hoping I could maintain a believable poker face, but doubted my attempt was a success. Somehow he'd found Andy. My mind raced to figure everything out, but all my thoughts ended up jumbled into an indiscernible wad of nothingness. The only thing I knew for certain was that I wanted her to remain safe. I gestured toward the tequila. What bank? He handed it to me. The mouthy bitch from the job in Indio. I took a long pull from the bottle. I needed to figure out a way out of the mess I was in, and somehow save Andy in the process. I considered speaking, but took another drink instead. She's staying next door. He reached for the bottle. I saw that bitch clear as day. Never forget that mouthy bitch's face. Never. Next door, huh? He took a drink and then nodded. Been hiding shit above the kitchen cabinets in the clubhouse. Made a little cubby up there in the kickboard of Preston's cabinets. It looks like she's living up there now. Saw her a minute ago. I shook my head in disbelief. You what? In the kitchen? What the fuck are you talking about? There's a pipe chase that goes from the first floor to the fucking roof. Instead of hiding shit in it, in our clubhouse, I shimmy up to where Preston lived and hide it in the kickboard of his old cabinets. I was putting some cash up there tonight, and she opened her cabinets. I saw the bitch through a slit in the fucking kickboard. Dumbfounded, and at a complete loss for words, I simply stared at him. She's spying on us, I'm sure of it, he said, his words thick with equal parts frustration and anger. I'll get that silencer out of the safe and put one in between her eyes while she's eating breakfast in the morning. We'll just need to get her out of there before someone comes looking for her." "You're not going to kill her," I said flatly. His eyes narrowed. "Why not?" "Because you're not." "We voted on it," he snarled. "She's a threat. Bitch said she'd make sure I fried for that robbery, and now her crazy ass is posted up next door. I know it's her. I'll never forget that bitch's face." I may not have known my way out of the predicament I was in, but I knew one thing. I couldn't let anything happen to her. I took a step in his direction and locked eyes with him. "You're not killing her." "She's going to turn us in, Bake." He looked me up and down. "I'm gonna thump the bitch." "You're not thumping her," I growled. His eyes thinned to slits. "Why not?" "Because." I drew a long breath and then exhaled slowly. "She's the girl I've been fucking."
23. Andy. "Tip the right side up a little bit," Holly said. "It's still crooked." I released the corner of the picture frame and took a step back. It looked perfect. I dragged my finger along the mortar joint. "It's even with the bricks. That's what matters." "It's crooked. Come back here and look at it." I stepped to her side and studied the 3 picture frames. The one in the center wasn't crooked. The one on each side was. "Compare them to the bricks," I complained. "The bricks are straight. Now they're all screwed up." "Okay," she said. "Start on the left." I forced a sigh. This is going to take all day. While Hank had the kids for the weekend, Holly and I were doing our best to get everything I'd purchased put in place. I was beginning to have my doubts if 2 days was going to be enough time. "Hank would do stuff like this in 10 minutes, she said. "Yeah. Then he'd have plenty of time to go get the chicken wing girl to suck his dick while you were changing diapers. I don't need a man to help me if that's what you're getting at." She tipped the left side of the picture frame up a little. "We're not made to do this kind of stuff." I took exception to her statement. In my opinion, a woman could do anything a man could do. Anything. I cocked my hip and gave her a look. "What are we made for?" "I don't know. Cuddling." "Like teddy bears?" I asked sarcastically. "We're basically stuffed animals that can talk?" Her eyebrows raised slowly. "And cook." "You submissive twit," I said with a laugh. "You should have been born in 1950. Instead of responding, she looked away. While I stared at her in disbelief of her narrow-minded way of thinking, there was a knock on the door. I looked at the door and then at Holly. She gave a shrug of uncertainty. "Come in," I said, asking the question and giving permission at the same time. The door opened, revealing none other than a jeans and wife-beater-clad baker. I looked him over and then turned toward the 3 askew picture frames, leaving him standing behind me in an awesome pair of brown lace-up boots I'd never seen him wear. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," I said over my shoulder. "How's it going?" he asked. I was more excited to see him than I would have expected. Truth be known, I wanted him to rush in and kiss me, but I wasn't about to say anything or give him even the subtlest of hints. Instead, I wanted to be a bitch. It was something I was good at, and required far less thought than anything else. "Going great," I said sarcastically. "Just doing some mild construction work." "Looks like it." I rolled my eyes and then looked at Holly, who was standing near the corner of my desk. With her mouth hanging open, she gazed beyond me toward Baker. I wagged my eyes to get her attention, but she was impervious to my signals. Eventually, I gave up and turned around. Baker's beard was looking badass as usual, and his hair was brushed back and held in place with product. I dropped my gaze to his new boots and then raked them up the length of his frame slowly. He looked delicious. When our eyes met, I fought not to show emotion. "I'm guessing you've been busy?" He nodded. "I have." "Figured as much," I said snidely. He pushed his hands into his front pockets. "I've been looking out of state at a few business ventures. One of the reasons I'm here, actually." "You came for business advice?" "No," he said. "I need a manager in Arizona. I was wondering if you'd be interested." I wrinkled my nose. "In what?" "Managing a sandwich shop." I cocked my head to the side dramatically. "In Arizona?" "Flagstaff, to be exact." I cocked it to the other side, just as dramatically. "I'd be working for you." "Correct." I shifted my eyes toward the ceiling. After feigned deep thought for a moment, I met his curious gaze. "No." I turned around. Holly was still gawking at him. I cleared my throat and motioned toward the sideboard. "Make yourself useful, Holly. Grab the end of that. Let's center it with the pictures." Baker beat her to it, picking it up before she could pick her jaw up off the floor. As I lifted the other end, he continued his full-court press. "I'd pay you pretty competitively." "I'm a California girl," I said. "Arizona isn't my jam." "You were born in New York," Holly said. I shot her an evil glare. "Go home," Baker announced over his shoulder. "I'm Baker, by the way." "Holly," she said, her voice giddy with excitement. "Do you two want to go get a room?" I asked. "I'm trying to get some work done. It's tough with you two flirting." "I'd pay you $100,000, Baker said. "Holy crap!" Holly gasped. "Not interested." "Your personality can't be taught," he said. "I could go 120. I almost dropped the sideboard. "I don't want to leave California." 130. He had my interest, but there was no way I could leave my job with Mr. Green. Not before I proved to him that he'd made a good decision by giving me the job. And having Baker as a boss would mean I'd have to stop fucking him. I was willing to do neither. I lowered my end of the sideboard to the floor. "Sorry, I can't." He set his end down. His face was covered with what seemed to be a combination of concern and pride. "You won't even consider it?" "I can't. I made a commitment to my boss to improve spending. Until I either succeed or fail, nothing will drag me away from here." "Nothing?" "Nope." He stroked his beard and looked me over. After satisfying himself, he scanned the room with his eyes. "Where's your tape measure?" "Don't have one." "Concrete drill?" "Huh?" He nodded toward the pictures. "How'd you hang those?" "With those sticky things. Command hooks, or whatever they're called." He tilted his head toward my artwork. "Those pictures will be on the floor before the sun sets." I wasn't an idiot, and I didn't like being treated like one. "They're designed for 30 pounds, I said matter-of-factly. I weighed the pictures. 24. 30 pounds on a clean surface. A brick is basically compacted dirt. I'm surprised they've lasted this long." Oh. I blushed heavily. I felt like a fool. "Give me 5 minutes," he said. "I'll be right back with some tools." I wanted to object, but I didn't. Seeing a man with power tools in his hand was a huge turn-on for me. "We'll be here when you get back." I looked at Holly. "At least, I will be." "I'll be here," Holly blurted. "Until we're done." Baker flashed a smile. "Be right back." I assembled my best laser-sharp glare and shot it at Holly. She gave me an innocent look. "What?" "Surprised you didn't offer to show him your tits or something." "He looks a lot better in person than he did from your window," she said dreamily. "I love his hair." "He's off limits," I said through my teeth. "You said you were just—" My face went hot as my temper flared. "Off limits. Off limits. He's off fucking limits." Her gaze dropped to my feet. "Okay." "I mean it," I seethed. "Okay." She fidgeted with my Rolodex for a minute and then looked up. "Does he have any friends?" I gave her a look. "Does he have any friends that would want to fuck you is the question." That was rude. "I'm mad at you right now," I snapped back. "Why?" "Really? You were drooling." "He's cute." She cleared her throat. "I'm sorry. Off limits. He's yours." "That's right," I said. "He's mine." As the words came out of my mouth, it dawned on me what I'd said. It was a false claim. Baker wasn't mine. Not at all. Nor was I his. I feared I wanted all of that to change.
24. Baker. Andy's insistence that she stay in California only left me with one option: telling the club the truth. Telling the complete truth about how things happened with Andy seemed impossible. For me to say it, I had to believe it. Believing I allowed lust to lure me into fucking her still made no sense to me. While gathered in the clubhouse in a heated discussion about what we planned to do, the air between Cash and I thickened with tension. There's a big difference between killing a bitch on the street and murdering someone in a third-floor apartment next door. I looked at each of the men. People get away with random killings all the time. No one gets away with murder. "As a matter of California law," Tito said, "they're both murder." "You know what I mean," I snapped back. I surveyed the group. 4 of the men were in deep thought, seated at the couch. Cash, on the other hand, was pacing the floor nervously. "I vote we kill the bitch," he hissed. "You've made yourself clear," I said over my shoulder. "But everyone has a voice." Reno stood and began pacing the opposite side of the room. "Out of the blue, this bitch shows up. Just so happens she gets a job next door. Just so happens she's from Indio, and she gets this job in San Diego. Just so happens our clubhouse is 1 brick wall away from her office. Just so happens she moves in 1 brick wall away from your crib. Too many coincidences, if you ask me." I alternated glances between Goose, Tito, and Ghost. "Anyone else have an opinion?" "Knock her out with a chloroform rag, put her in a wetsuit, and take her out to sea with a surfboard tethered to her leg," Reno said before any of them could respond. "Sharks'll eat most of her. It'll look like a surfing accident." "Trihalomethanes will show in the toxicology report," Tito said. "The cause of death would be drowning, at least initially. They'd determine she was unconscious from inhalation of trihalomethanes, though. They'd view it as murder for sure." "Trihalo what?" Reno asked. "Trihalomethanes. Chloroform is a trihalomethane. If she breathes enough of it to become unconscious, she'll have it in her bloodstream." "Got a better idea?" Reno asked.
I trust Baker, Tito said. He's never led us astray. He's thinking with his dick, Cash snarled, not his brain. I stood. I'm only going to say this one more fucking time. I glared at each of the men. I saw a cute bitch out my window. I followed her next door. I fucked her in her office. She moved into Preston's old place. I fucked her in there. Then I stopped fucking her. A week later, Cash brings it to my attention that the girl I've been fucking is the girl from the bank. Her hair isn't brown anymore, and it isn't curly. It's straight and it's blonde. I didn't recognize her. What happened between us was nothing but sex. Cash stopped pacing and locked eyes with me. Dyed her hair and changed her look. Sounds like she's working undercover. Believe me, I said. I've looked this thing over from all angles. The management company put out a request to fill the position that was vacated when Preston was arrested. She'd been unemployed for 6 months, lost her house and her car, and moved from Indio to San Diego to live with her cousin. She applied for the job. She was hired. She rides a fucking bicycle to work. It's coincidental. She can't recognize us, Tito said. We had masks. To think she knows who we are is paranoia. I'm not paranoid, Cash spouted. That bitch told me she was going to make sure I fried for robbing her. She's here to make good on her word. Ghost crossed his arms over his chest.
I'm not looking to get life on the RICO Act for an organized murder. I could do a dime on a bank robbery, though. Wouldn't even be 40 when I got out.
He made a valid point. If a member of a motorcycle club killed a potential witness to a crime, they'd get life in federal prison. Being convicted of the bank robbery would bring a prison sentence of between 5 and 10 years. I glanced at Cash and Reno. He's got a point, fellas. Goose stood and looked at each of the men. She was a mouthy Mexican. Now she's a mouthy Mexican with a job next door. Personally, I think it's funny. We're kicking ass and taking names over here, and she doesn't even know who we are. No one sees the irony in the fact that Brother Baker is slipping her the dick? It's the ultimate fuck you. We robbed the bitch's bank, and now Baker's long-dicking her. She's getting double fucked. I say we leave it alone. We damned sure don't need to be killing the neighbor. Shit. We already went through this conversation once, fellas.
So, as long as Baker keeps fucking her, we're good? Reno asked, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. But what happens when he stops?
Nothing, I said, because she doesn't know who we are. Remember that. She has no idea. And I've already stopped fucking her, more than a week ago.
I say we stay close to her, just to see what she's thinking,
Ghost said. I nodded in agreement and then looked at each of the men. You all know how I am about women. But in this case, I'll be willing to take one for the team. Cash burst into laughter. Take one for the team, huh? You keep fucking her, and we all walk around with our assholes cinched tight waiting for the axe to fall. I stood. I'm the clear loser in this equation, Cash. I'm not going to argue with you on that, he said with a laugh. Personally, I couldn't get hard for that nasty bitch. I felt my jaw tighten. She wasn't nasty, and I wanted to attack him for saying she was. Instead, I walked to the kitchen and turned around. Ghost made a good point. We've got to set emotions aside and look at our two options. One is to leave it alone, and the other is to kill her. Killing her brings with it the high probability of being caught. Being caught means life is over. I glanced at each of the men. Leaving it alone, at worst, brings a 10-year hitch. And that only comes if she figures out who we are. That time and date will only come if we tell her. It's easy to say, let's kill the bitch. Doing it and getting away with it is improbable. I raised my flattened hand. I vote we leave it alone. I'll make the sacrifice to continue fucking this bitch on an as-needed basis for the time being. Leave it alone. Tito's hand shot skyward. Goose raised his hand.
Same. No-brainer,
Ghost said. Still think the sharks were a good idea, Reno said. But I'll side with the consensus. I looked at Cash. He glared at each of the men. Fucking pussies. He looked at me. His eyes thinned. I think this deal smells like bullshit. I'll vote with the club, but under... His gaze lowered to the floor. Under protest, Tito said. Cash looked up. Yeah, under protest. I scanned the group. So, we're unanimous? Each of the men nodded. Well, I said, I guess I'll need to get close to this bitch and see what I can find out.
25. Andy. I looked at each of the pictures. They were perfectly straight and evenly spaced. Baker had taken the time to measure the room, center the pictures on the wall, and hang them with anchors that he set in the concrete mortar joints. The sideboard was positioned underneath them and had a large decorative vase at one end and a small one at the other. In the center, a miniature decorative easel displayed the building's only announcement: My Gala Christmas Bash. The door opened slowly. Much to my surprise, it was Baker. Seeing him twice in 3 days was unusual, but welcome. He was wearing tight-fitting jeans, worn chucks, and a white t-shirt with a heather gray vest over it. On his head was a cool gray hat with a purple feather in the side. He looked like a walking commercial for a hipster bar, not a biker. I smiled. Good morning. I like the fedora. It's a nice look on you. It's a pork pie. Huh? It's not a fedora. He took it off and tipped it toward me. It's a pork pie. Well, whatever it is, I like it. He scooped his hair away from his face and put it on. Thank you. While I was busy trying to come up with a good reason to keep our relationship a non-relationship, he sat down and glanced over his right shoulder. I studied his tattooed hand as he stroked his beard. His hands were sexy. Too sexy, to be honest. A man's hands were a weakness of mine. A man's hands and his dick. And his beard. And clothes. And eyes. Oh, God, yes, his eyes. Baker's eyes were impossible to describe. It wasn't the color or the shape that made them unique. It was what happened when he looked at me. His intentions seemed to be scattered about in the iris, which often led me to staring into them in hope of learning his thoughts. I like the decorative touch, he said. I nodded toward my awesome display, even though he was looking away. All the floral stuff is real. It's just dried. Michael's is awesome. Who? Michael's. It's craft porn for girls. I went on a shopping spree with my new company credit card. He turned to face me, pinning me in place with his beautiful orbs. It looks great. At that moment, I wished he didn't have eyes. Actually, I wished a lot of things. I wished what he wore didn't matter, but I looked forward to seeing his outfits each time he came. I hoped the day would come when I could sit across from him and not become aroused. But being in his presence always brought a tingling to my nether region. I wanted to detest him for how he made me feel, but I couldn't. I simply stared back at him with eyes of admiration. "I feel like starting over," he said. I propped my cheek against my palm. "Putting on a different outfit?" "No. With us. You know, a fresh start." I broke his gaze and reached for a pen. After an unsuccessful attempt to twirl it in my fingers, I flipped it onto the desk between us. Embarrassed, I reached for it and looked up. "Us?" "You and me." He stood and held his hand over the desk. "Nice to meet you. I'm Baker." I smiled and reached for his hand. "Andy Winslow. Nice to meet you." "Graham Baker, to be exact, but I don't use my first name." He released my hand. "Ever. It's just Baker." "I like it. He cocked an eyebrow. "Ever." "Okay." Whether I could use it or not, I liked knowing his first name. I liked starting over, and decided to do a little of it myself. My dad was from New York. My mom was first-generation Brazilian-American. They met in Times Square. When I was 13, he cheated on her. She found out from my aunt. "The girl you met? Remember Holly?" He nodded. "She's my cousin. It was her mom that told mine," I explained. "A friend of hers saw them out together. She was a waitress, and they kept coming into her restaurant." He reached across the desk and cupped my hand in his. "I'm sorry." "I'm far from done." I forced a smile. When I was younger, I couldn't talk about it. Enough time had passed that doing so now wasn't easy, but at least it was possible. So, my mom got his gun and confronted him. He tried to take it, and she shot him. There were complications with his liver and pancreas. He died." He squeezed my hand. There was more. I pinched the bridge of my nose between my eyes and hoped I could keep from crying. After swallowing a lump that had risen in my throat, I continued. She was 37 when she died in prison. They said natural causes. I say a broken heart. "I don't know what to—" "Nobody does," I said. "I just wanted to tell you, so you'd know. I don't trust men, and that's part of the reason why. Part of it. There's more, but we'll save that for another time." "Do you want to go on a date?" he asked. My heart palpitated. It was a surprise attack, and I wasn't ready. Not even close. I swallowed a knot of fear and looked at him with wide eyes. "A date?" I whispered. He squeezed my hand gently and nodded. "Yes." I smiled. "Yes, I would."
26. Baker. Goose was the club's chef, comedian, and weapons expert. Reno may have known everything about explosives, but Goose forgot more about guns than any of us would ever know. He was also the only member of the club with any relationship experience. Tall, lean, and extremely neat, he wore his hair close-cropped. He could pass for being one of the city's many Marines, but his dislike for the government prevented him from following that career path. He lived in what was once a suburb of San Diego. On paper, La Mesa was a town of 50,000. In reality, the city had grown around it, leaving no indication of borders. It was one of few areas in the city where a man could afford to own a home. The 1,000-square-foot ranch homes in the area brought between $600,000 and $1 million, depending on condition. His home stood out as being the best manicured one on the entire block. In a yard suited for one palm tree, he had 3. Low-lying shrubs and other forms of vegetation filled the yard, giving it a colorful curb appeal unlike anything else for miles. I parked my bike in his drive and sauntered up the stone walk. As I stepped onto the porch, his front door opened.
"Don't tell me you were in the neighborhood."
"Came by to talk," I said. "Got a minute?"
"Got another 50 years if things go the way I've got 'em planned."
He gestured toward the side of the house.
"Take the gate to the back deck."
I maneuvered through the forest of trees to the gate leading to the backyard. When I reached for the handle, he pulled it open. He handed me a bottle of beer.
"It's hotter than fuck. Here."
"Thanks." He turned toward the back porch.
"What's on your mind?"
His backyard was somewhat of a SoCal sanctuary. In a region where it never rained, the yards of most homes were decorated with rock and stone. Goose had somehow managed to convert his backyard to a thriving display of plant life suitable for the dry weather. The smell of honeysuckle tickled my nose as I followed him to the covered deck. He gestured to one of the 4 empty chairs that surrounded a small glass table.
"Have a seat."
I glanced around the yard. "Looks nice back here. What's with the pile of wood?"
"Building an elevated platform."
I took a drink of beer. "For what?"
"Because I don't have one."
I took another drink and then looked him over.
"Girl from the bank got you troubled, huh?"
I pursed my lips and shook my head in denial. "Not so much, no."
"What then?"
I had no relationship experience whatsoever. All I'd ever done was fuck women. No live-ins, no girlfriends, no emotions. My choice of being an outlaw at an early age prevented me from trusting that a woman could ever be a part of my life. I'd succeeded at breaking the law for 20 years by doing 2 things: being single and surrounding myself with men I could trust. I needed advice on how to act like I liked someone. I was wondering how to make it look like I want to be around her without letting her know I'm not really serious. A confused look covered his face.
"What?"
"I don't want her to know that I'm not interested. So I want to do shit that makes it seem like I want to be around her. You're the only one with relationship experience, so here I am." He chuckled.
"This is a bachelor pad, in case you didn't notice. I failed at my relationship, remember?"
"You married a chick with 3 kids," I said. "Anyone would have failed at that."
"I'm probably not the best to be giving advice."
I finished my beer and wiped my forehead on my arm. "Give me what you've got."
"You're wanting her to think you're in it for all the right reasons, even though you're not."
I picked at the label on my beer bottle. "Correct."
"But you're not?"
I looked up. "Not what?"
"Not in it for the right reasons."
I began to pick at the label again. "Correct."
"Women want to be treated with respect. Making them feel special is always a pretty big hit. You know, telling them you like something about what they're wearing or how their hair is fixed. They like being told the truth, being able to trust the man they're with, and feeling like he can protect her from every shit hat that might threaten her. Candy, cards, and flowers might be what Hallmark leads you to believe makes them happy, but it ain't the answer. Handing a woman a card and a box of chocolate doesn't aggravate matters, but it doesn't make 'em as happy as cooking dinner."
Sounds easy enough. Short of the cooking, all I've got to do is be me.
"Don't lie to her either. Whatever you tell her, make sure it's at least close to the truth. If not, and she finds out you're full of shit, Little Miss Bank Manager is going to turn and run."
"Andy." His eyes went thin.
"Huh?"
"Andy. Her name's Andy." He erupted in laughter. After damned near choking to death on the beer he coughed up, He wiped the tears from his eyes and shook his head.
That's hilarious.
What? That she's got a dude's name?
Nope.
He took a drink of beer and shook his head.
We were planning the robbery and you said Andy. Ghost said, "Who's Andy?" You said, "I said Reno." You know what? I thought you said Andy. Now I know. You said Andy. Sounds like this girl's got you by the balls.
Nobody's got me by the balls. He looked me over and then smirked. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and nodded toward his beer. Got any more of those? He chuckled.
Be right back.
He returned with 4 beers and a bowl of ice. After handing me one of them, he sat down.
You prepared to go the distance with this girl?
I twisted the lid off the bottle of beer and bent it between my thumb and forefinger. What do you mean?
What if something develops between both of you? You going to be able to lie to her about the job for the rest of your life?
Jesus fucking Christ, Goose, I snapped back. We're not getting married. He tilted his beer bottle toward me.
She's on your mind. No arguing that.
She's got a pussy like a vice, I said. She's fun to fuck.
They're all fun to fuck.
She's different. He rocked his chair onto the back legs.
Here we go. Now comes the truth.
No, God damn it. Her pussy's different. It's tight as fuck. Feels like... I took a drink of my beer. Explaining it would be impossible. It just feels different. He balanced his chair on the legs and lifted his chin slightly.
How many chicks you think you've dicked in your day?
I don't know.
Guess.
I shrugged. 50?
She better than all of them?
Oh, hell yes. He leaned forward until the chair's front legs came down onto the deck.
So much so that you can't compare any of them to her?
No comparison. He looked me in the eyes for a long moment, and then nodded.
Your secret's safe with me. Brother Cash finds out, and he's liable to kill you both, though.
What the hell are you talking about?
Your eyes are like an open book. All they take is a little studying. This girl's more than a piece of pussy.
I looked away and shook my head. Afraid not.
Keep telling yourself that, he said, and you might start believing it. But you didn't come here to get advice.
Oh, yeah? I turned to face him. Why'd I come here? He tilted the neck of his bottle toward me.
To get permission.
27. Andy. Baker was at my apartment for the first time, and we were simply talking. About absolutely nothing. Having a man in my presence and not fucking him somehow stroked my ego. As a result, my self-confidence crept higher and higher with each passing minute. I poured a glass of tea and slid it across the island. So, you don't think it looks empty? Seated at the other side of the bar on one of my new stools, he reached for the glass. That wasn't what I said. I said it doesn't look bad, but it's empty. There's no denying it. I poured another glass. It doesn't look bad, though. He glanced over his shoulder and then shook his head. No, not at all. Behind him, the 2 pieces of furniture made it appear that someone was minutes from moving out. From my vantage point, it looked bad. I gazed blankly into the large open room. I can't wait until I can buy more. Did you have more? He asked. I did. At my apartment in Indio. It was nice. I had a sectional, the red couch, and a love seat, and that blue chair. and some end tables and stuff. I got a lot of it used, but it was all nice. Really good quality. I had to sell it to pay bills. That stuff's all I've got left. He twisted his glass in a circle, watching it as it turned in his hand. After you lost your job? I studied him as he studied his glass. Yeah. Finding a job's not as easy as you might think. A college education doesn't guarantee anything. He glanced over his shoulder and then looked at me. What's your favorite color? I let out a laugh. Is this a trick question? He stroked his beard. No. I laughed. Not because what he said was funny, but because it was contradictory to what he'd said only a week earlier. His expression changed to one of wonder. I caught my breath and explained. You said a week or so ago that a person's favorite color didn't matter. What they detested mattered. He chuckled. You're perceptive. If it wasn't important to you, you wouldn't have said it. I raised my glass. I pay attention. He gestured over his shoulder with his thumb. What color furniture do you detest? Yellow, I blurted. Is that it? Pretty much. His eyebrows raised. Green? I'm good with green. Lime green? If it was a fun piece of furniture, it'd be cool. Tangerine. Same answer. He studied his tea for a moment, and then met my gaze. Red? I was seeing a different side of Baker, and I loved it. Simply talking about furniture with him was more fun than I'd had in a long time. Look behind you, I said with a laugh. I saved the red couch. It's my favorite piece. At least I didn't lose it. He wiped the condensation off his glass of tea with his thumb until there was a small puddle on the countertop. As he played in it with his fingertip, he looked up. The tea's good. It seemed he felt out of place, and I wondered why he really stopped by. I doubted it was to discuss furniture colors. Why'd you stop by? I asked. What were you hoping to accomplish? He tilted his head to the side and grinned. Have you always been so outspoken? I nodded eagerly. Pretty much, yeah. He took a drink of tea, set the glass aside, and then swept the puddle away with the back of his hand. I feel weird. You came by to tell me you feel weird? No, with you standing over there and me sitting here. He stood, but didn't make eye contact with me. There, that's better. It wasn't better. Something was bothering him. I didn't feel that sex was our only common bond, and I hoped he felt the same way. I certainly didn't want him to give up before we got started. Does not boning bother you? His eyes narrowed. Not what? Boning, fucking, screwing. I tapped my hand against the countertop. Does being here and not having me bent over this island bother you? You seem nervous. I'm not nervous. Okay. He crossed his arms. I'm not. I took a step back away from the island and looked him over. You're cute when you're nervous. I'm uglier than fuck now, then, huh? He wasn't. His jeans were cuffed, and he was wearing black boots. When combined with his unwrinkled white t-shirt and his nervous nature, he was cute. He was billboard-worthy, and it amazed me that someone hadn't scooped him up yet. Yeah, I said with a nod. Uglier and fuck. Thank you. Did you decide why you came by? He mashed his arms tight against his chest. On Saturday night. I'll pick you up at, say, 7. The complete change of the conversation's pace caught me off guard, but I recovered quickly. And I did so with a huge smile. 7 sounds good. Can we take your motorcycle? I've always wanted to ride one. We'll take my car. I laced my fingers together and batted my eyes playfully. Can we take the motorcycle? We can't, he said stone-faced. Oh, is it broken? No, he snapped. Sore subject? Is what a sore subject? Your bike being broken. It's not broken. Why can't we take it? There's not a place for a passenger. I'd never heard of such a thing. As far as I knew, all motorcycles had a place for a passenger. I wrinkled my nose. Really? Really. Sounds like we're taking the car. He smiled and reached for his tea. After finishing it, he carried the glass to the sink. You going to be here Friday night? He asked over his shoulder. Planning on it. Why? He turned around. Just wondering. I looked him over. Are you leaving? I've got some business to take care of. I wished he could stay, but I didn't do or say anything to make him aware of my hopes. Instead, I acted indifferent. Okay. He took a step toward me, paused, and took another. Then he hugged me. He smelled magnificent. I enjoyed having him hold me, and he must have liked it too, because he held me for some time. Amos Lee, he breathed against my neck. I've always liked that song. The Wind, by Amos Lee, had been playing from the living room's speaker as he held me. I was surprised he recognized the artist, but was pleased that he did. Music was one more thing we seemed to have in common. It's part of this playlist, I said. He released me and took a step back. After taking every inch of me in, he smiled. I like your playlist. I took a step back and crossed my arms. In dramatic fashion, I dragged my eyes up and down his well-dressed frame. Then, I looked him dead in the eyes. I like your playlist, too.
28. Baker. Cash flopped into the chair across from me and scratched the sides of his head with his fingertips. After making himself look like a young, dark-haired version of Albert Einstein, he leaned onto the edge of my desk. What did you make of that bullshit in that article? He was referencing a newspaper article about the jewelry store robbery in Rainbow. According to the story, an undisclosed amount of jewelry and gemstones were taken in the heist. There was no mention whatsoever of the cash or gold. They report the information they're given. He straightened his posture and gave me a confused look. What the fuck does that mean? When a drug dealer gets busted, I explained, the cops display everything that's seized on a bunch of folding tables. They have a news conference and show the guns, cars, cash, and who knows what else. They'll make it sound better than reality. Last night, at just after midnight, a Mr. Hector Agriaza was apprehended in his home. $10 million in cash, $5 million in blow, and a $3 million car collection were seized. You can look at the fruits of their seizure on display. With a deal like this, they simply report what Pat told them was taken. So, you think Pat failed to mention the gold and cash? I know he failed to mention it. He couldn't claim it, because he doesn't report it on his taxes. If he reported it, the IRS would say, wait a fucking minute, asshole. You had how much money in cash and gold? You sure as fuck didn't report it as income. Makes sense, I guess. He glanced over each shoulder and then leaned toward me. So, when are you thinking you'll have a total? As soon as you turds get done with all that jewelry. He rolled his eyes. I'm ready to say fuck it and toss that shit. Just be done with it. It's not easy getting all that shit torn apart. It's worth way too much to toss. The 400-ounce gold bars we'd taken had a spot value of over $6 million. It took the six of us an entire day to sort, categorize, and count the cash, which amounted to over $2 million. The jewelry was being broken down, separating the gemstones from the gold. The gold would then be melted, making identification of the jewelry impossible. The gemstones, including the diamonds, would be tossed into the ocean. Certified gemstones, contrary to what was depicted in movies, could be traced as easily as a fingerprint. After the club took its cut of 40%, each man would be awarded roughly $800,000. No one would get a cent, however, until the take from the job was totaled, right down to the penny. He clapped his hands. I'm wanting to get to that million mark. You're there, I said, and then some. No, I mean in reality. Right now, it's in theory or whatever. Has the club ever fucked you out of anything? He coughed out a laugh and pushed himself up from his seated position.
Thanks for listening. Before we move ahead, take this peaceful moment to simply be. This free audiobook continues shortly.
He folded his arms over his chest and gave me a shitty look. Yeah. I stood and gave him an equally shitty look. When? The $53,000 you took from me when I accidentally shot at that bitch you're keeping an eye on? I shook my head. You fucked yourself on that one, Cash. Just like everyone else on this deal, Bake. I'm excited. We're all excited, I said. Don't worry. It'll be pretty soon. I wasn't excited. Not at all. Although I'd always found a sense of satisfaction with dispersing the cash to the MC's members, my recent visit to Andy's home had me viewing things differently. Seeing her sparsely furnished apartment made it clear that the victims of our robberies went far beyond the reach of the federally insured institutions we victimized. "What's the deal with the music?" he asked. My thoughts had drifted far away from our conversation. I raked my fingers through my hair and looked around the room. What do you mean? He flashed a side-eyed look at the ceiling and then shook his head. Same fucking song keeps playing. Over and over. Normally, it ain't doing dumb shit like that. Must be something wrong with it, I said dismissively. It was a cool tune the first couple of times it played. He turned toward the door. Kinda sick of it now. I wasn't sick of it at all. I went to the window and placed my hands against the cold stone of the ledge. I'll be down in a bit. Who sings it? He asked from across the room. I peered down at Andy's bike and grinned. I don't know. Then, as Cash pulled the door closed behind him, I allowed the sound of Amos Lee's music to carry me away.
29. Andy. A knock at my door startled me, but not in the way a normal knock did. Holly beat on the door like she was seeking refuge from a mass murderer. Baker knocked in a unique manner. Knock, knock. Knock. Every time. This knock was different. I tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. The guy from the phone commercials with the black horn-rimmed glasses stood on the other side, clutching a clipboard. Intrigued, I pulled the door open. "Can you hear me now?" I asked. He squinted. "Excuse me?" "Can you hear me now?" His face washed over with confusion. I must have been the first person to notice the resemblance. Either that, or he was tired of the jokes. "You remind me of the phone guy," I said. "The can you hear me now guy." He glanced at his clipboard. "Andy Winslow?" I noticed there were two other guys standing behind him, both of which were grinning. After making a note that they were all three wearing the same khaki pants outfits, I looked at the former Verizon rep. "Yes, I am. How can I help you?" "Well," he lowered his clipboard. "Michaels and Jerome's have partnered together in a Christmas season giveaway. We've picked 2 winners from credit card receipts of purchases prior to last Monday. You're winner number 2. I'd never won anything in my life. "Michaels?" I asked excitedly. "Like Michael's the craft store?" He looked at the 2 men, and then at me. "Yes, ma'am." I was picked as the winner. "1 of 2, yes." "Oh, wow!" I felt like inviting them in to celebrate, but knew it wasn't a good idea. While the 2 boyish-looking men behind him rocked back and forth on the balls of their feet, I asked the inevitable. "What did I win?" "Your choice." He reached in his pocket and pulled out a wad of credit cards. "Either $2,500 in gift certificates from Michael's or a truckload of furniture from Jerome's." I felt faint. "Furniture?" I asked, my voice cracking from the emotion. "Like home furnishings?" "Yes, ma'am." "How big of a truckload?" "A big truck, ma'am." I pushed my door open and gestured inside. "Look in there." He glanced over my shoulder and chuckled. Moving out? Pretty sad, huh? He chuckled. So sad. I know, right? I couldn't believe my luck. It would be so cool to go into Michael's on a shopping spree, but I needed furniture worse than I needed anything. I swallowed hard. I'll take the furniture. If you'd like to follow us down, you can have a look in the truck. I glanced at the other two men, and then at him. You're for real? He turned around. The back of his little brown jacket had a Jerome's patch sewn into it. It looked pretty legit. If you guys try anything, there's security cameras outside. They'll have you arrested before you get on the freeway. We're just delivering furniture, ma'am. Okay, I said. Let's go look. While they rode the elevator, I took the stairs 2 at a time, all the way to the first floor. Out of breath and excited beyond comprehension, I shoved the front door open. The 3 men were standing on the sidewalk. Along the curb, for nearly the entire length of the building, a Jerome's truck was parked. My eyes went wide. That's a big truck, I exclaimed. Wanna have a look? He asked. I rushed to the back of the truck and waited to see what type of seasonal offerings Jerome's had in store for me. Verizon man unlatched the door and shoved it upward. Oh, my God. I covered my mouth and tried not to scream. There was a dining table, end tables, a bedroom set, mattresses, several couches and chairs that were covered in plastic, and countless other furnishings. I lowered my hands. Holy crap! Well, as much as I wanted furniture, I really needed a bed. I was sleeping on an old twin bed that was in my guest room. It was cheap, hard, and impossible to sleep on. If the day ever came that Baker slept over, he wouldn't even be able to fit in it. I'd like to have the bed, please. Is that all? Can I have more? He waved his arm around the open truck. Maybe you didn't understand. This is all yours. Whatever you don't take, we'll be delivering to the Goodwill. Oh, wow. Okay, well, if I actually want it, you might as well deliver it up there. 2 hours later, I followed the men downstairs and gave each of them a tip. I'm sorry. I'm kind of strapped for cash right now, but I hope this helps, I said, handing each of them a $20 bill. Verizon folded it and put it in the pocket of his little brown pants. Thank you. I waved as they drove away, and then turned toward the building. Above me, a glow from the second story of Baker's building caught my attention. It struck me as odd, because that particular floor had always been dark. In the window, Baker's silhouette darkened the otherwise bright windows. I waved. His shadow waved in return. Giddy to jump on my new bed, I waved one more time, and then rushed up the stairs to my newly furnished apartment. When I opened the door and looked inside, my heart filled with gratitude. It was the first day since the bank had been robbed that I felt like my life was in order. It was going to be 24 hours before Baker picked me up for our date. I couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he found out I'd won the Christmas season giveaway.
30. Baker. I hadn't been on a date since I was 19. A blowjob attempt from a girl who had more teeth than a Mako shark made that night disastrous enough that I had yet to go on another. Dinner and a movie was far too cliché for me, so I took a risk. A big risk. I brought Andy to my home. She glanced around the table.
I can't believe you took the time to make all this stuff.
I had a little assistance, I admitted.
But still.
She leaned over the platter of cochinas and inhaled a breath through her nose. She looked at me and smiled.
To think you took the time to research everything.
I didn't do any research. After my decision to have Andy over for dinner, Goose volunteered to prepare a traditional Brazilian meal. He'd no more than pulled his bike out of the parking garage when Andy and I returned. It's kind of a backward date, I said, sliding the large dish of moqueca de camarão in her direction as I spoke. She ladled it into her bowl.
What do you mean?
Start at home and go out afterward. Don't most of them start out away and end up in the guy's home? She pushed the dish across the table.
I don't know. I haven't got a lot of traditional dating experience.
Me neither.
I find that hard to believe.
I looked up from filling my bowl with the seafood stew. I've been on one.
One?
One.
Oh. Wow. Why only one?
I picked 2 of the cochinas up and shrugged. Superstitious, I guess.
You? Superstitious?
A little. I was more than a little superstitious, but didn't want to be criticized for it. She dipped her bread in the stew, took a bite, and then cocked her head to the side.
What superstition keeps a guy from going on a date?
Shark teeth. She scrunched her face.
Shark's teeth? Like shark's teeth, a newt's brain, and the eye of a toad? Voodoo?
I choked on the cheese dumpling. Hearing her say voodoo was too much. After a few drinks of water, I regained my composure. The story is kind of gross. Are you sure you want to hear it? She plucked a shrimp from her stew and held it over her plate.
I love gross stories.
My first actual date was with a girl I met at a record store. She was really pretty, but had really jacked up teeth. They went in every direction, like a shark's teeth. I thought she was cool, so I asked her out. It was close to the truth. She was pretty, and had a disastrous set of teeth. Her incredible body, however, was what drew me to her. We went to a movie. About 20 minutes in, she offered to... I gestured toward my lap. You know.
I don't know.
Blow me.
In the movie? She whispered.
I nodded. Mean Girls.
You took her to see Mean Girls?
I thought she'd enjoy it. She twirled her hand in a circle.
Continue.
I didn't think it would be appreciated if I told Andy all the details, so I condensed the story significantly, only hitting the highlights. Let's just say 30 seconds later that I had to make a trip to the bathroom to try to stop the bleeding. But I couldn't. I ended up in the emergency room.
Holy crap!
She stretched her lips thin, exposing her perfectly white teeth. After clacking them together a few times, she grinned.
From the teeth?
All 3,000 of them. She draped her hair behind her ears and then gave me a funny look.
I guess I'm confused as to where the superstitious part comes in.
I'm a little more than a little superstitious.
I'm intrigued, she said with a smile. Tell me more.
I decided if that date went so poorly that I had to go to the emergency room, that dates weren't meant for me, and that they were cursed. So I haven't been on one since. She stirred her soup with her spoon slowly, seemingly less interested in eating. After a moment, she looked up.
Interesting.
What about you?
I've never sent anyone to the hospital, she said flatly. I try to use my lips and tongue, not my teeth.
Not that. I let out a laugh. Dating. How can you be single? She set her spoon on her plate, brushed her hands over the tops of her tits, and stood.
Look at me. A good, long look. Then ask yourself if you really need to ask that question.
She was wearing a dress that complemented her figure completely. Her hair was down, but not completely straight. It was wavy, like she'd worn it several times in the past. Her high cheeks and narrow nose were easily overlooked, making her full lips a point of concentration for anyone who met her. When combined with her eyes, it was enough to make any man stop and stare. "You're beautiful."
"I'm not," she said, "but thank you."
I admired her as she sat down and began to pick the shrimp from her soup. After dunking what was left of her bread into the coconut milk broth, she lifted it to her mouth and then paused.
"Here's the rest of the story."
"What story?" She poked the piece of bread into her mouth. After swallowing, she continued.
"Nobody's perfect. You know that, right?"
"All too well."
"Well, I'm not even close."
She grabbed another bread ball, poked the entire thing into her mouth, and continued as she chewed.
"I think I had self-esteem issues when I was young. So I let anybody who wanted to bone have at it. I was the girl in school that was commonly referred to as a slut. It started after my parents were gone. I never blamed what happened between them for my deficiencies, but it played a part in me being who I was."
"How old were you when they split up?" I asked.
13.
"There's a reason hotels don't have a 13th floor."
They don't?
"Nope. It's bad luck."
I'll agree with you on that one.
She bit into one of the fried cheese balls and rolled her eyes in pleasure.
So, anyway, I was a little tramp. Then we moved to Syracuse when I was in 11th grade. When we did, I decided to change. No more sex unless I was in a relationship. I met a guy, we got serious. Everything was perfect. At least it seemed like it.
"What happened?"
Everything.
She tossed the remaining piece of food onto her plate.
He lied to me. About everything. I thought he had a job, but he didn't. He was a drug dealer. I thought he was faithful, but he wasn't. He stuck his dick in half the city's women. I thought he wasn't abusive, but when I confronted him about lying, he beat me. Not a little bit, either. He tied me up and left me in our apartment.
I felt sick, for more reasons than one. I wasn't a mirror image of her former asshat boyfriend, but I was close. I was a criminal, and I wasn't completely truthful. I'd never beat a woman, and I'd beat any man who did, but that didn't excuse me from my other faults. "I'd say I'm sorry, but it's not near enough," I said.
He said he'd kill me if I left him, but I came out here to go to school anyway. Holly came too.
She laughed and pushed her plate to the side.
Her and her husband. He fucked some skank at Hooters and they split up right when I was graduating college. I guess when you get right down to it, I've had a hard time trusting men.
The last thing on earth I wanted to do was cause her harm. I couldn't see any way to keep from it, though. "I'm sorry you went through all that," I said. "I really am. It was all I could think of, but it wasn't enough, and I realized it. Knowing that she'd been through everything that she described, and somehow managed to graduate college and carry on with life, spoke volumes of her character, strength, and worth as a human being. I admired her from a whole different perspective because of it.
It's just life. I'm a big girl."
She picked up her butter knife and wagged it at me.
I can say this. There'll never be another man that treats me like that. Not unless he wants his dick cut off.
I cocked an eyebrow. "You'll need a bigger knife than that." She laughed out loud.
That's no shit. I'd need a chainsaw for that tree trunk of yours.
I finished my bread and nodded toward her plate. "Are you done?"
I'm stuffed.
"Too full for dessert?"
Right now? Yeah.
Goose had prepared pave, a Brazilian layered cake. It wasn't what I needed, and I doubted it would cure how she was feeling. There was only one thing I knew she wanted for sure, and it wasn't something I'd ever been interested in providing anyone with in the past. In fact, until that night, I viewed it as off-limits. I pushed myself away from the table. I'd been dying to see her in a pair of jeans anyway. Do you have some jeans you can change into?
In my purse?
No, at home.
I mean, yeah. Why?
Because, I said, we're going for a motorcycle ride.
Seriously? Her eyes shot wide and she leapt from her seat. I thought it only held one person.
I've got another one downstairs that's supposed to hold two, I said. I've just never tried it.
You've never given a girl a ride?
Nope.
Superstitious belief?
No. I've never met anyone worthy, I said. Until now.
31. Andy. The weather in San Diego allowed people to enjoy riding motorcycles 12 months of the year. Proof of their popularity was apparent on the highways, which were peppered with them every day of the week. The truth surrounding their fascination remained a mystery to me, until I got on one. A motorcycle wasn't a means of transportation, it was an experience. Being on it gathered all of what had gone wrong in my life and cast it into the wind as it rushed past us. Baker made a huge mistake by giving me a ride. Getting me off it wasn't going to be as easy as asking. He was going to have to get a court order. There were no walls. The world was my window. The road ahead an open door. For once in my life, I was truly free. We spent most of the night riding to nowhere. Had we been in a car, it would have seemed mindless. On the motorcycle, I viewed it as one of life's true blessings. Biker gangs who wore matching vests and rode in large groups along Southern California's highways were no longer something I feared. Their fellowship made perfect sense to me now. In one sense, at least, I felt I had become one of them. A person addicted to the freedom of riding. Just past midnight, we pulled into the alley behind Baker's building. As we approached the ramp that led to the parking garage, the door opened automatically. Once inside the concrete enclosure, I closed my eyes and allowed the sound of the echoing exhaust to massage its way into my soul. We came to a stop amidst a massive collection of motorcycles and cars. Baker secured the motorcycle, hung his helmet on the handlebars, and turned around. He patted the fluff from his beard with the palms of his hands. "So, you liked it?" I nodded eagerly as I fumbled with the helmet, unsure how to get it off. Baker grinned, reached for it, and unstrapped it. "It's not as easy as it looks," he said. "Show me." He lifted the nylon strap, poked it through the 2 metal rings, and threaded it back under one of the rings. "Just like that." "Okay. Next time I'll know." I lifted my gaze to meet his. "There'll be a next time, right?" "If you want to." "I want to." He got off and then reached for my hand. "Addictive, isn't it?" I stepped over the seat and stumbled when I tried to stand. I steadied myself against his chest. "I don't even know. If I said what I'm thinking, you'd probably think I was crazy." "You might be surprised." I looked at the motorcycle. Its black and yellow paint was polished to perfection, sleek and powerful looking. Its appearance alone was an invitation to get a speeding ticket. I shifted my eyes to Baker. "It's all I want out of life right now." He coughed a laugh. "To go for a ride?" "Uh-huh." He folded his arms over his chest and gave me a look. "Why?" My response was gibberish, but it came easy. "Nothing matters out there. There is nothing else. It's cleansing. I feel like I had an orgasm, got a manicure, pedicure, massage, and had a hot bath all at the same time. And the wind. The wind washes all of life's bullshit away. He put his hands on my shoulders. That's a pretty solid answer. So, we can do it again? We will. I was giddy with excitement. Tomorrow? I blurted. He turned and draped his arm over my shoulder. You want to go tomorrow? I liked how he put his arm around me. It was sneaky but cute. 2 weeks prior, it would have seemed out of place. On that night, it seemed perfect. I nestled up to his side as we walked to the elevator. I want to go every day. Every day might be tough, but we can go as often as it makes sense. I rested my cheek against his shoulder. Okay. We walked to the elevator in silence. The smell of oil, gasoline, leather, and his familiar cologne merged into one sweet-smelling scent. I matched his walking pace and allowed it to filter into my nostrils and my memory. It was something I never wanted to forget. With his arm still holding me at his side, we got on the elevator. As the doors closed, he turned to face me. His eyes smiled. And then he kissed me. His arms wrapped around me, pulling me so close I could feel his heart beating against my chest. It wasn't a powerful kiss in an aggressive sense. It was soft, meaningful, and extremely pleasing. The passing of time paused, allowing the kiss to seem to last forever. I felt my heart being tugged closer to his as our tongues danced to a song that he and I seemed to somehow both be listening to. At some point, the elevator came to a stop. As the doors opened, our lips parted. I studied his face. He was feeling what I felt. The proof was sprinkled throughout his steel blue eyes. He brushed my hair away from my face and looked at me intently. I wanted to ask what was wrong, but those same eyes answered me before I could speak. There was nothing wrong. Everything on that night was right.
32. Baker. Goose finished washing the dishes, inspected each of them for imperfections, and put them in their respective places in the cabinets. After the kitchen was tidy enough for him to accept it, he poured a cup of coffee and sat down. I don't know how you can drink that shit black, I said. You're going to have ulcers before you're 40.
Coffee doesn't produce ulcers.
He took a sip.
It's therapeutic.
I lifted my cup of cream and sugar-laced Java. If it's doctored up.
Adding cream and sugar to coffee is like adding cinnamon to a chili recipe. It ruins it.
Who the fuck puts cinnamon in chili? He gave me a cross look over the top of his raised cup.
People like you.
On another subject, dinner was a huge success.
She liked the cojinas?
The fried chicken balls?
Legs,
he said.
They were supposed to look like legs.
They looked like fried teardrops. He stood, finished his coffee, and then poured another cup. On his way back to his seat, he shrugged one shoulder.
It was the best I could do on short notice.
Goose was addicted to caffeine the way a heroin addict was addicted to smack. He needed it all waking hours of the night and day. He was the only member of the MC that would alternate drinks of beer and coffee at the same time. Seemed to like 'em, I said. She ate half a dozen of them.
They're a bitch to make. Good little fuckers, though.
I appreciate it. I tilted my cup toward him. It went better than I expected. He took a drink of coffee and then chuckled.
I know you didn't go to a movie.
The shark-toothed blowjob story had made its rounds enough times that everyone knew my position on going to the movies. The men were also aware of most of my superstitious beliefs. Most of them. No, we went for a ride.
What'd you take?
The Bumblebee.
The old GSX-R, huh? Wouldn't have guessed that.
The motorcycle we'd taken was a Suzuki Hyperbike. Capable of going from 0 to 60 in 2 seconds, it quickly became a favorite of mine when I wanted to put a smile on my face. As it seated 2 people fairly comfortably, it was an easy choice for the night's ride. It was easy, I said. Kept me from shuffling a bunch of shit around.
If you're keeping the girl, you need to get a bagger.
My belief had always been that riding wasn't a team sport. Having a bagger was an invitation for someone to hop on back. In the past, the thought of it made me cringe. Hate to spend the money, I said.
Depends on how comfortable you want her to be.
I really don't think she gives a shit. She went on and on about how much she loved it. I could have put a pee pad on the fender of the hardtail and she would have been thrilled.
First ride?
Yep.
Always a cool feeling to bust a chick's cherry.
He pushed his coffee cup to the side and rested his forearms on the edge of the table.
How do you think the fellas are gonna take it if this chick ends up being your old lady?
Hearing him say it caused me to tense. Not from my thoughts regarding the club's reaction, but from my own resistance to accept that I'd ever be in a conventional relationship. I shook my head. She won't. He widened his eyes a little.
You're 100% certain this is nothing but a fling?
I wasn't. But the thought of it being otherwise troubled me. I looked away. I don't know.
You know. You just won't say.
I looked at him. Since fucking when are you a mind reader? He locked eyes with me and smirked.
You might be able to manipulate most motherfuckers by giving them your crazy-eyed looks and talking slick. I'm not one of them, Bake. I know you, remember? The rest of the fellas will probably say something like, "Shit, Baker won't ever have an old lady. I know him too well." I call bullshit. I hate the thought of being tied down. I can't stand the smell of diapers. Don't care much for having to answer to anyone but me, either. Mary's dirty-fisted kids marching around my house putting fingerprints on the walls made my butthole pucker. But you know what? When I fell in love with that gal, it had nothing to do with what I thought I wanted out of life. It just fucking happened. And it all started with a piece of pussy that knocked me on my ass.
I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm enjoying her company. But, I looked him in the eyes. I'm not planning on falling in love. He shook his head and grinned.
A man never plans to.
I gazed beyond him, into the living room. I'm not going to.
Might not have a choice.
I shifted my eyes to him. I'm in control. He spit out a laugh.
The pussy's in control.
What the fuck does that mean?
Poking your dick in this chick has got you feeling like you're fucking a high school cheerleader that does Kegel exercises while she sits in an algebra class she doesn't quite understand. She's got a dynamite little pussy so tight, it causes you to bust a nut that makes your head spin. That's what you said, right?
Something like that.
Guess what?
He cocked an eyebrow. I cocked mine. What?
If anybody else was fucking her, it wouldn't feel like that. Her twat fits you. It's not as much her twat's composure that makes you come like a faucet, as it is the chick that's carrying it around. You feel the way you feel when you fuck her,
because of who she is, not what she's packing in the gap between her thighs. I felt like I was sitting across the table from Dr. Phil. I wasn't prepared to give his advice as much consideration as I wanted to, so I simply agreed with him. Kind of. I suppose we'll see in time, I said. He stood. I suppose we will. I walked into the living room. In complete contrast to Andy's contemporarily furnished home, mine was decorated with an eclectic mix of old world meets modern society. A grandfather clock from the 19th century told the time. Music was often listened to on a 40-year-old turntable I'd purchased while on a trip to England. My furniture was gathered one piece at a time, and none of it was bought new. Some was from the 1950s, some from the 60s, and a few pieces were modern. Quality and price didn't always go hand in hand, and I made my selections based on a quality and a piece's unique nature, regardless of price. I walked to the buffet that was centered along the far wall. As I admired the craftsmanship of the 50-year-old piece, I noticed a chip of wood beneath it. Puzzled by where it might have come from, I bent down and studied it. When I stood, I hit the back of my head on the edge of the buffet. Frustrated, I dragged my finger along the edge that nearly knocked me senseless. A piece of wire tucked neatly beneath the ornate wood came loose as my fingertip hit it. As it dangled into view, the hair on my neck stood on end. I stood, faced the kitchen, and snapped my fingers. Goose turned around. I raised my index finger to my lips and then motioned for him to come to me. Without speaking, he obliged. I knelt and pointed to the wire. At the tip was what appeared to be a small microphone. The quality of the device led me to believe whoever had planted it wasn't a private detective or an amateur of any sort. It appeared the government's finest were attempting to listen in on my life. Goose inspected the listening device, crawled under the buffet, and removed it. Silently, we walked to the bathroom and flushed it down the toilet. Not knowing if the home was fitted with more devices, we went to the elevator, down to the parking garage, and into the alley. As he nervously smoked a cigarette, we discussed what we'd found.
You sure it wasn't her?
He asked. The possibility had crossed my mind, but only long enough for me to rule it out. Positive, I said.
How positive?
I glared at him.
Just asking.
He took a drag, and then blew a ribbon of smoke into the air.
Wonder how long they've been listening.
Hard saying. Be a boring job listening to that recording. We don't ever discuss anything in there.
What about the clubhouse? Your office?
The thought of anyone listening to the conversations in either of those locations made me cringe with fear. After a moment's consideration, I looked at him with wonder in my eyes. Seems that they'd have arrested us long ago if they were listening to our meetings. He took another drag, and then went wide-eyed. He coughed out the smoke, and gave me a bug-eyed look.
How's the building set up? Who owns it? On paper.
My LLC owns the building. I lease the second floor from the LLC. City has it set up weird. Each floor is a different address.
But you leased the second floor in your name?
I nodded. Graham Baker.
They've got to get a search warrant to plant that shit.
He tossed his cigarette aside.
If they planted it on the up and up. Bet they got a warrant for the place in your name. The LLC is the deed holder to the building, and you're the person who leases the second floor from the LLC?
His logic was beginning to make sense. I hadn't initially set up the LLC to offer me the protection it was offering me, but I was glad I'd done what I did when it came to ownership. Yeah, I said. But on paper, I don't own the LLC.
Who does?
My mom's sister.
Karen? The gal who raised you?
I nodded.
Thank fucking God, he said. I feel better about everything now.
He may have felt better, but I had a mind full of questions that I was afraid no one could answer. I glanced at my watch and immediately began to laugh hysterically.
What?
He asked. I shook my head in sheer disbelief. What day of the month is it?
13th,
he said.
Why?
I didn't bother responding.
33. Andy. Baker invited me over to listen to music and hang out. Spending the evening with him changed my Sunday from blah to something I was sure to cherish. Nervous about what the future held, but pleased at the growth we were both making, I sat cross-legged on the floor with my eyes closed and listened to the cleanliness of the music. When the record stopped, I opened my eyes. I've never enjoyed listening to the Rolling Stones until now. Holy crap! Listening to them on vinyl is awesome. I opened my eyes. Sitting on the floor in front of the turntable, he looked cute, barefoot and in jeans. His head was bobbing ever so slightly, and his eyes remained closed. Exile is a great album on vinyl. It's gotta be one of my all-time favorites. Tumbling Dice was great, but I really like that Sweet Virginia song. You could tell they were really having fun with it. Music has changed so much. He opened his eyes. Where'd your love of music come from? Boredom. I started with an old-school cassette player that my dad had. I listened to his box of cassettes over and over. Cool. What was in there? In his cassettes? Yeah. What did your dad listen to? Everything. Velvet Underground, David Bowie, Van Morrison, Bob Dylan. Stuff he really had no business listening to. How old was he? He was born in 1970, I said. He was a January baby. That's an interesting assortment of music. He crossed his legs and rocked back and forth. I started with vinyl. I was always fascinated with it. That nothing more than a groove in a piece of plastic could reproduce sound. I widened my eyes. I still don't understand it. It's a mechanical representation of sound waves. Grooves are cut in the record. The depth of the groove is developed based on the changes in atmospheric pressure caused by the sound waves while recording. When it's played, the turntable's needle does the opposite. It sends the measurement of the groove to something that turns it back into a sound wave. Voila, music. Who turned you on to records? My aunt. I had a mental pause when he responded. I found it more than coincidental that his aunt introduced him to music, and my aunt raised me after my father died. I didn't want to ask, but eventually the girl in me exposed herself. Were you and your aunt close? He grinned. She raised me. Is she still alive? Alive and well in Montana. She lives an easy life. Last time I was there, she had no television, no internet, and no desire to embrace technology. I used to walk from her house to town. It was 5 miles. Run is more like it. I did it in chucks. You ran 5 miles in chucks? He raked his fingers through his hair and grinned. Pretty much every day. What brought you here? Me and a bunch of friends decided Southern California would be more receptive to our way of living life than Great Falls, Montana. I was a pretty wild kid, and I spent a lot of time in trouble. Doing dumb shit in Montana gets a kid arrested every time. Doing dumb shit in Southern California gets overlooked. So you and your friends moved here? He nodded, sending several strands of hair falling over his eyes. 4 of them, right after high school. Are they still here? Yep. Do you get to see them? They work for me. Oh, wow. That's cool. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Friends can get annoying. They tend to hold your past over your head just to remind you of it. He stretched his legs, stood, and extended his arm. Coffee? I smiled and reached for his hand. Sure. When I stood, I looked at the grandfather clock that sat beside the turntable. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I had to work the next day. I didn't want the night to end, but I felt coffee might not be in my best interest. Does that clock tell accurate time? It sure does. It's almost 1. I gave an apologetic look. Maybe no coffee. He glanced at the clock and then sighed. Would you want to... He brushed my hair behind my left ear. Do you want to sleep over? Until that point, I was sure the night couldn't have been any better. It wasn't the first time in my life I'd been wrong. Stay all night? I asked excitedly. He did the same thing in the left side of my face. Yeah. I would. I have to work in the morning, though. Well, he gestured toward his bedroom. We better get to bed. He must have been expecting to ask me, because he had a brand new toothbrush for me to use. When we were both done with our end-of-the-night rituals, he walked into his closet and quickly returned with a pair of sweatshorts and a t-shirt. He handed them to me. Might not fit great, but you can wear those to bed if you'd like. I was hoping to cuddle naked, but I accepted his offer. Okay. I changed into the clothes, and while I did, he went back into the closet. When he came out, he was wearing a pair of similar shorts and a different t-shirt. Are you going to sleep in that? I am. I wanted to ask for a long time, but I hadn't. I reached a point that curiosity got the best of me, though. Why don't you ever take your shirt off? He pulled back the comforter. Let's say there's something underneath there I'm not quite ready for you to see. He'd seen me from the inside out. I took offense to the statement. A scar? I asked. He climbed into the bed. No. A tattoo of your former lover? I asked jokingly. Close, but no. I crossed my arms over my chest. What? You'll find out someday. When? He patted his hand against the bed. When I'm ready. He turned out the lights, but left the blinds open, allowing the light from the street to filter into the room. The same cool blue glow that filled my home at night filled his. I got in bed beside him, not angry, but not as happy as I'd been during our music session. I played the pouty role for a few minutes, but it did little good. About the time I decided to accept his decision to tell me when he was ready, he repositioned himself. Lay your head here. He placed his palm on his shoulder. I did as he asked, scooting so close to him that every inch of me that was able to be was touching an inch of him. He searched the top of the nightstand blindly and eventually lifted something. Then, music began to play softly in the background. My playlist, he said. It'll play for an hour. Is that all right? I couldn't fall asleep without music. I tilted my head to the side and smiled. It's perfect. I guessed we weren't going to have sex, and I liked it that he hadn't tried or suggested it. I closed my eyes and let his choice of music entertain me, while I considered what a life with a man in it would be like. The Wind by Amos Lee started playing. My eyes opened. It was the song that played the night he hugged me in front of my door. For me, it was a turning point. I wondered if it was for him, too. Before I had a chance to mention the song and how I would always associate it with that night, he rolled his head to the side and kissed me. "Good night, Andy," he said. "Good night, Baker." I closed my eyes and grinned. When the song stopped, I decided when Helen grew up, I'd want her to meet someone like Baker. Just like Baker.
34. Baker. My mother and father were killed before I could walk. He was a small-time crook and wannabe bank robber who couldn't plan dinner, let alone a bank heist. Holed up in a motel in New Mexico after a botched bank job, he decided to try his luck in a shootout with the FBI. He soon found out his marksmanship skills and his ability to rob a bank were comparable. When the room was searched, they found the two of them on the floor. His archaic revolver, a half-eaten bag of Doritos, a few empty bottles of malt liquor, $2,000, and a gram of heroin were scattered about the filthy room. When their bullet-riddled bodies were laid to rest, I was in Montana, developing a palate for malto meal. No one cried, no one cared, and no one attended the funeral. My first birthday was celebrated 3 months later with a big bowl of homemade ice cream and a 2-layer white cake with chocolate fudge frosting. When I was a kid, I wondered if I was destined to follow in his footsteps. As I grew older, I learned there were no genes for intelligence, and that the mutations that lower intelligence in mankind were nonspecific and idiosyncratic. In short, my father was one of a kind. Consequently, so was I. I got out of the shower, wrapped a towel around my waist, and walked into the living room. My morning trip to the window revealed another sunny San Diego sky. A black Dodge Charger was parked across the street. Alfredo's truck was at the curb, and the bookstore that doubled as a hipster coffee shop was preparing to open. It was almost 7 in the morning, and Andy was still sleeping in my bed. Making the decision to have her stay the night wasn't as easy for me as it should have been. My life didn't have many firsts left in it, and her sleeping over was the first time I'd ever had a woman sleep in my bed. It was also the first time I'd ever been in bed with a woman and not had sex with her. I didn't regret the decision. As I admired the lines of her face, however, I was reminded that getting her out of my house would require that she walk past each of the MC's men. It was something I'd realized before asking her to stay, but not something I was eager to deal with. I turned away from the window and walked into the bedroom. "Andy," I said softly, "wake up." She turned from her back to her side. After a moment, she opened her eyes. "Good morning," I said. "How'd you sleep?" She smiled. "Good." I smiled and nodded before I turned toward the bathroom. "It's 6:45. You should probably get up." I took 4 steps before she said something. I had doubts I would have made it that far. "Whoa! Stop! Hold on a minute," she said, her voice dry and coarse from the night's sleep. "What's that deal on your back?" I tensed. It was something that had to be done. It didn't make doing it easy. I glanced over my shoulder. "It's a tattoo." "No shit. Devil's what? What's it say?" I turned around. "Disciples. Devil's disciples." "What is that?" She sat up and rubbed her eyes. "Are you in a gang?" "No, I'm in a motorcycle club." "Oh, wow. Like Hell's Angels?" "Kind of." "Why didn't you just put it on one of those little leather vests, like all the other motorcycle gangs do?" "Club. We're a motorcycle club." And I didn't do that because I'm not like everyone else, and this club's not like anyone else's.
What makes it different?
I walked to the edge of the bed and sat. Most motorcycle clubs are filled with men that need the club for one reason or the other. They didn't have enough attention paid to them when they were kids. Their parents got divorced. Someone took their lunch money in school. They tried to join the police force and couldn't pass the psychiatric exam. Whatever it is, they wear their colors on their vests proudly as a deterrent to outsiders. That patch says, "Don't fuck with me. I'm a badass. And I've got 100 brothers that will kick your teeth in if you don't believe me."
And this Devil's Disciples Club isn't like that?
Not at all. We're not in it for recognition. Actually, quite the opposite. We've got the tattoos to prove our loyalty to one another, to prove our lifelong commitment.
So it's a forever thing?
It is.
I guess that's okay.
I drew a long breath and then looked at her. It's an outlaw club.
What does that mean?
We're... Considering what she'd told me about her ex, telling her any version of the truth wasn't going to be easy. I couldn't tell her everything. But if we were going to have any kind of a future together, I had to tell her something. We don't always follow the rules and regulations that the rest of society does.
Bikers never do they?
I chuckled. Probably not. She nodded slowly. There was a high probability that she had no idea what I was talking about. As much as I wanted to end the conversation, I knew I had to elaborate. I looked her in the eyes. We break the law. Her eyes thinned.
On purpose?
Sometimes. I let her chew on my response for a few seconds, and then clarified. Actually, quite often. Before you ask, I'm bound by an oath not to discuss what we do. But I can tell you this. I'm a good person, and other than what I've got to do to honor that oath, I'll never lie to you, and I'll never hurt you, ever. She looked away. After a moment, she met my gaze.
I know you're a good person. You prove it to me all the time.
Her gaze fell to the floor. For a moment, she stared blankly, and then looked up.
So this is a lifelong commitment? This club?
It is. She shifted her eyes to the bed.
I want to think about all of this. It's a lot to take in.
I stood. Take your time. I finished getting ready while she brushed her teeth and changed into the prior night's clothes. After a silent cup of coffee and a slice of dry toast, she asked if I'd walk her out. I had two options. Taking her down the stairs, which would bypass the clubhouse, or taking her down the elevator, which would lead her right through it, in front of any of the early risers. It was Cash and Ghost that normally showed up early, and my guess was that they were downstairs. So I chose the latter. If we were going to take even one step in the direction of a relationship, there were a lot of things I was going to have to take ownership of. One of those things was her. I pushed the front door open and gestured toward the corridor. After you. We walked side by side to the elevator. Together, we took a tense ride down one story. Our reasons for the tension we felt were different, but I rode knowing they were both the product of my life's choices. When the doors opened, I stepped out first. As we passed by the entrance to the clubhouse, Cash met my gaze. His jaw clenched tight. Ghost gave a silent nod, and Reno did the same. All three of them knew my position regarding manners, and I hoped Cash didn't make a fool of himself before we got out of the hallway.
"Morning, boss,"
Ghost said. I gave a nod. "Morning." Reno cleared his throat.
Morning, boss.
Another nod. Reno? Mornin', Prez, Cash said. It didn't surprise me that he had to say it. He had no idea that I'd told Andy, but he felt the need to get under my skin, because I'd got under his. I turned to face them. Fellas, this is Andy. Andy, this is Reno, Ghost, and Cash.
Good morning, gentlemen, she said. It's nice to meet you.
2 likewises and 1 grunt followed. I walked her to the entrance of her building, all the while wishing things between us hadn't gotten awkward. But they had. Before I could apologize, say goodbye, or ask when I may see her next, she hugged me. When she pulled away, she looked at me for an instant, and then turned around.
I need some time to think, she said over her shoulder.
My lips parted, but I didn't speak. Frozen by fear of the unknown, I stood statue still and watched as she disappeared through the doorway.
35. Andy. I couldn't breathe. It had been 3 miserable days since Baker told me that he was a criminal and that he may have to lie to me to protect the oath that he'd taken. The ache in my chest stood as a reminder that I once had a relationship with a criminal and a liar, and it ended poorly. Although I didn't feel a relationship with Baker would be plagued with the same exact problems, I feared what might happen. What it boiled down to was whether I was willing to take the risk or not. I stared at the Christmas flyer and wondered if anyone would even show up. I hoped so, but considering the successes of my year, I had my doubts. About the time I was ready to take it down and toss it in the trash, the door swung open. Mort walked in, took one look at me, and paused. "Who's shit in your breakfast cereal?" I tried to put on a smile. "Excuse me?" "You look like shit, kid." He took a step toward me. "Everything okay?" I forced a crooked smile. "I'm good." "You look like you got shot at and missed, and shit on and hit. Want to talk about it?" "Not really." He took another step, paused, and looked me over. "Let's give it a try. I don't know if you realize it or not, but you're uglier in a stack of turds when you're upset," he said lightheartedly. I laughed. "Thanks." He sat down. "Don't be upset if I look away. You're hell to look at right now." He glanced at the pictures and then at me. "What's his name?" I covered my face with my hands. "Baker?" "Not surprising." I peeked through my fingers at him. "You knew he was going to do this?" "I had no idea what he was going to do. Hell, I think he's a pretty nice fella. But I saw the way you were looking at him a couple of weeks ago." "How's that?" "Like you wanted to eat him." I lowered my hands. "Well, I don't want to eat him right now." "Wanna tell me what happened?" "I can't, really." I lowered my head until my forehead went thump against my desk. After sulking for a few seconds, I looked up. "I don't feel comfortable telling you about it." His face went stern. "If he did something to hurt you, say the word. Me and my 2 best friends will pay him a visit, Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson. I'll see if his ass can outrun a bullet." "No, he didn't do anything." He inched closer, studying my face the entire time. "What then?" "What do you know about relationships?" He grinned. "I'm like an aeronautical engineer." I scrunched my nose. "What does that mean?" "I got some damned good theories, but I've got minimal success based on hands-on experience." "Have you got time to talk?" He pushed himself away from the desk and flopped his forearms against the chair's armrests. Does a one-legged duck swim in circles? After thinking about his response, I laughed. You make me smile. You make me smile too, kid. Except for today. Let's see if we can change that. Get to talking. I looked away. After taking some time to devise a way to say what I needed to, I shifted my eyes to Mort. I've really only been in one relationship, and the guy had certain character traits. He hurt me bad in the end. Really bad. I said when it was over that I'd never put myself in that position again. I found out last weekend that Baker has those exact same traits. Now I'm scared of what might happen. He let out a laugh. You're worried about what might happen? I nodded. Uh-huh. He slapped his hands against the sides of his belly. Guess what? What? You wouldn't know it by looking at me, but there was a day when this belly of mine didn't exist. I looked about like that Baker fella, thin and muscular. Didn't have a lick of common sense either. The year was 1968, and the place was Khe Sanh, Vietnam. The North Vietnamese army had just launched the Tet Offensive. I was 17 at the time, and I tell ya. His eyes drifted toward the window. I saw more death in 2 months than any one man should have to see in a lifetime. I went to take a shit, and it happened just like that. Before I got my pants pulled up, explosions were going off. Enemy fire was whizzing by my head, and people were dead and screaming for the good Lord to take 'em all around me. Brady Wiltshire and Sergeant Tom were by a fuel tank with some of the rest of my platoon, and they were shot to pieces. Every one of 'em was alive, but they weren't going to be for long if they didn't get some medical attention. It was darker than the inside of an elephant's ass, and the enemy was crawling around our base camp like ants on a candy bar. Their only hope was me, and I was a scared 17-year-old kid. He gazed blankly at the wall beyond me for a moment before he continued. There was 11 of them at that fuel tank. Somehow I gathered up enough courage to crawl over there and get one of them. Then I got another. Getting them was pretty exciting shit, so I got another. About the time I was getting the 5th or 6th, I got shot in the leg. Before I got the last one, I got shot again. That one still hurts. He rubbed his left thigh and then looked at me. But guess what? I swallowed heavily. You got 'em all? He grinned a shallow grin. Sure did. Guess what else? What? I never would have got one of 'em out of there if I'd have worried about what might have happened. Each one of those men lived to see another day because of what did happen. We can't let what might happen keep us from doing what our heart tells us is right. Remember that, kid. My eyes welled with tears. I wasn't sure if it was because of what Mort went through or because of what I so desperately wanted. I swallowed heavily and gave a mental nod. Okay. What's your heart tell you? He asked. Not your gut, and not your fear talking either. What's your heart tell you? It was an easy answer. My heart wanted Baker. My heart wants him. He stood. Anything else fucked up? I smiled and shook my head. Nope. He looked at his watch. Take the rest of the day off. Are you sure? He gave me a look. Wouldn't have said it if I wasn't. Okay. I pushed my chair away from my desk. Thank you. When he walked toward the door, his gait was prideful and free of the limp he normally walked with. As he reached for the door handle, he glanced over his shoulder. If we spend time worrying about the what-ifs and might-bes in life, we'll never know what could have been. I mustered the energy to stand. As he pulled the door open, I wiped my eyes with the tips of my fingers. Thanks, Mort. See ya, kid.
36. Baker. I prefer to be in the know. As the MC spent our scheduled afternoon at the firing range, I was not knowing a hell of a lot more than I wanted to be. Sadly, there wasn't a damned thing I could do about any of it. Not knowing who may have planted a wiretap in my house gnawed at my nerves. Not knowing what they were hoping to gain through their surveillance was equally unnerving. The real kick in the nuts, however, was not knowing where I stood with Andy. It only took that sliver of uncertainty for me to realize she meant more to me than I had previously been willing to admit. I took aim, exhaled half the breath from my lungs, and fired 3 rounds as fast as I could. Then 3 more. 3 more. 3 more. 3 more. After 2 more, the slide locked open, indicating the weapon was empty. The entire process took roughly 5 seconds. I reeled the target in and inspected it. The 17 rounds I'd fired were all in the silhouette's chest, and could have been easily covered with the palm of my hand. Ghost tapped me on the shoulder. I repositioned the left side of my earmuffs away from my ear. "What?"
Jesus, Bake,
he said.
pissed off?
"Nope. Just giving everyone something to strive for." I was the second best shot of the MC. Cash, much to everyone's surprise, was the most accurate with a handgun. It was surprising considering Reno's military experience and Goose's love for weapons. Cash peered over my shoulder and scoffed. "Looks like One-Eyed Pete shot that motherfucker. With his glass eye." "Fuck you. Let's see yours." He pulled a target out of the lane beside me and unfolded it. "Have a look at this. I'm keeping it. Gonna put the fucker up in the elevator." The silhouette had 2 bullet holes for eyes, 2 more for nose holes, and a series of holes that formed the mouth. A perfect smiley face if there ever was one. A smiley face? I'm gonna start doing characters. Rabbits, snakes, and birds and shit. Maybe dogs and fucking cats. Kind of like that creepy-ass clown at Mission Beach, only not with balloons. With bullets. A creepy-ass clown and a creepy-ass biker, I said. You two would make one hell of a team. He folded the target and tucked it under his arm. Fuck you. We'd been there for half the day, and still had our weekly meeting to attend. After surveying the lanes, discussing recently purchased weapons, and sharing our targets with one another, we rode to the clubhouse. The ride was somber, at least for me. Cash could sense that something was off, so he didn't try to goad me into a street race. By 7 o'clock, the meeting was over, and I retired into the comfort of my bed. I hadn't been to bed that early since I shot Mr. Walzer's cat with my BB gun, and was forced to go to bed without supper as punishment. I rolled to my side and let the music play without taking the time to actually listen to it. No differently than I had on the 2 previous nights, I eventually reached for the pillow Andy had used. I pulled it against my face, closed my eyes, and inhaled a slow breath. Chance. Mentally, I drifted away. My decision to tell Andy that I was an outlaw was the right one. I was sure of it. Believing it didn't make accepting her absence any easier. If anything, I questioned my reasons behind the justification for the crimes I committed. As I second-guessed my theories, there was a ticking sound from the living room. A few seconds later, there was another. I rolled off the edge of the bed, grabbed my pistol from the top of the nightstand, and crept into the dimly lit living room. The metallic tick came again, from the living room window. I lowered myself to my hands and knees, crawled toward the window, and waited. The streetlights cast an eerie glow into the room. Tick. I slipped my finger against the trigger guard. A minute later, another tick. Something was hitting the glass. I lifted my head enough to peer over the window ledge. Across the street, the normal winter activities were taking place. The coffee shop was filled with patrons sipping festive drinks and working on their midterm papers. Nothing, however, seemed out of order. I lifted my head a little more. Upon seeing her, I exhaled. Standing on the sidewalk in a pair of jeans, a USC hoodie, and sneakers was Andy. At her feet was a pile of cardboard. I grinned and shook my head. She waved. I set my pistol aside, flipped on the lamp, and waved. She picked up the pile of cardboard and turned it to face me. On the surface of what appeared to be a piece of cardboard box, 2 words were handwritten in bold block letters. What does? She swayed back and forth for a few seconds, and then folded the piece over the top of what she held. 2 more words were revealed. A girl. A few seconds later, she folded it again. Have to. And then again. Due to. She tossed the 8-foot-long section of folded cardboard aside. It was clear that at one time it had been a box. Still holding another, she turned it over, exposing yet 2 more words. Get some. She grinned as she flipped to the next section. Dick on. She folded the piece out of the way. A Wednesday. She flipped to the last section. Night. She clutched the cardboard sign and grinned. I raised my index finger. She nodded. I rushed to my room, put up the pistol, and ran to the hallway. I pushed the elevator button. Before it came up from the basement, I turned toward the stairs in a dead run. In leaps and bounds, I took the stairs down to the first floor and yanked the door open. Her eyes shot from the upper window to me. I gestured to my crotch. To get this, Dick? She bit against her lower lip and nodded repeatedly. First, she's got to be named Andy Winslow, I said. Second, she's just got to ask. She bent at the waist, picked up the pile of remaining cardboard, and then stood, holding the makeshift signs close to her chest. She forced her bottom lip into a pout. Can I have some dick? As much as I wanted to, I wasn't going to fuck her unless everything was resolved. Are we good? I asked. Good as gold, she said with a smile. In my superstitious mind, it was the perfect response. It wasn't surprising, considering it came from the perfect woman. Yes, I said. Yes, you can.
37. Andy. In the past, my sexual satisfaction was in direct proportion to how hard I was being fucked. That belief held true until the night I threw decorative pebbles at Baker's window. His chest was pressed tight against mine. He held me in position with his forearms, which were slipped comfortably beneath my upper back. Slowly and predictably, his hips worked back and forth, giving me every inch of him with each cautious stroke. I brushed his hair away from his face and raised my head from the pillow. Without further instruction, he leaned forward and kissed me. I raked my fingers through his hair and slid my hands along his tanned skin until they came to a stop at his shoulders. Holding him as intently as he held me, I kissed him while we shared the most intimate moments I'd ever had the pleasure of experiencing. It was no longer about orgasms or having his hips slap against my ass. The length of his dick was irrelevant, as was everything else about his appearance. As he made love to me, my heart became my only receptor. My outer extremities no longer sent signals of satisfaction to my brain. I felt him inside me. I felt his chest against mine. I felt his lips and his tongue as we kissed. Yet, satisfaction rushed from my heart, and my heart alone. I welcomed the feeling, viewing it as a reassurance that I'd made the right decision in accepting him into my life fully. His hips moved fore and aft, bringing them the energy to pump the feelings through me, and through me they went. I filled with satisfaction until I felt I would surely burst, and when that moment came, I opened my eyes. Our lips parted. His eyes told me that he, too, was incapable of continuing. With our eyes searching each other's face for clues of the satisfaction we hoped to provide, we reached climax. While in the comfort of his bed, with his arms wrapped around me, I had the orgasm of a lifetime. I didn't scream, nor did I curl my toes or dig my nails into his strong back. I simply allowed it to take me away to a place I'd never had the pleasure of being. A place safe from harm. A place where nothing but my feelings existed. When I returned, I met his gaze. He was smiling. His eyes told me he'd been there too, at the place where our feelings ran rampant and free. In that moment of vulnerability, I gave Graham Baker my heart, and I never looked back. He scooped the eggs from his plate like a man who hadn't eaten in days. I watched with eager eyes as he mopped the plate clean with the corner of his toast and then poked it into his mouth. Damn, it's nice to have breakfast. I'm glad you enjoyed it, I said with a smile. Want more? His eyes shot to the kitchen. There's more? There isn't, but I can make some more. He sipped his coffee. That's okay. 4 eggs ought to be enough for anyone. Remind me of my aunt's eggs. She made them just like that. Exactly like that. I had no idea how he liked his eggs. Instead of going with the safe bet, which was scrambled, I cooked them over medium, my personal favorite. To think that they reminded him of what I hoped was home was uplifting. I smiled pridefully. I'm glad you liked them. They're my favorite. He rubbed his hands together. Let's make a deal. I reached for my coffee. Okay. Saturday nights, let's have a standing date. When you're done, you can stay all night here. Sunday mornings, you make those eggs. I like it. Let's do it. He held his clenched fist over the table. Give me some fist. I pounded my hand against his. I cut into the edge of my last egg. If you like eggs so much, why don't you cook them in the mornings? You're self-employed. It's not like you're going to be late to the office. I can't cook. What do you mean? That food in the fridge? Goose got it at the store. I couldn't even tell you what's in there. If he doesn't cook it, I don't eat it. I lowered my fork. What about that night? Our first date? He asked. Yeah, all of the Brazilian food? He pointed toward the refrigerator. Goose. The leftover lasagna in the fridge? He wagged his finger. Goose. The peppers and chicken that's in a Ziploc and looks like it needs tossed out? He wagged it again. Goose. He'll toss that out. He always does. I chuckled. How long has he been cooking for you? 15 years or so. Wow, that's a good friend. We're more than friends. We're brothers. In time, you'll see just how close we are. I can't wait. You'll see through their actions. He reached for his coffee. Couple of 'em aren't keen on talking, but you'll see by what they do and how they act that we're nothing but 6 brothers who share a few common bonds. I hoped he was right. My guess was that, although they might eventually warm up to me, the process would be slow. Very slow. After interrupting their schedule, taking one of their men's time, and then stealing his heart, I couldn't see them welcoming me with open arms any time soon. I took the last bite of my egg and recalled Mort's words of wisdom. We can't let what might happen keep us from doing what our heart tells us is right. That simple phrase was what I needed to remember.
38. Baker. 2 weeks of Saturday night dates and Sunday morning breakfasts had the men questioning my sanity. None questioned my loyalty or my devotion, but side-eyed looks had become the norm in the clubhouse. I realized for the men to accept Andy as a whole, or in part, would require that they see her express loyalty and devotion. Then, in time, trust would develop. When they trusted her, she'd be treated no differently than one of the men. I feared the day was so far in the distance that I couldn't quite grasp it. Trust goes a long way with the men, I said. A long, long way. When they trust you, you'll see a huge difference. It's just going to take time.
Trust goes a long way with everyone.
She twisted her hair into a bun and then checked it in the mirror.
If there's no trust, even having a friendship is difficult.
I'm glad you feel that way. I put on my hat and then looked at her. Dressed in a sleeveless black dress and a pair of heels I didn't recognize, she looked marvelous. I nodded toward the 4-inch heels. New shoes? She smiled.
They are. Sale rack shoes. They were $150, marked down to $35. I get lots of sale options because nobody has feet this big. Drag queens, maybe. I love shoes. It's so bad I might have a problem.
I like your feet. If they were any smaller, you'd tip over if you leaned forward. I chuckled. How much time? Her expression went from a stink eye to a smile.
Just a few minutes. Why are we leaving so early again?
Again? I never said. Just get ready and you'll see. I kissed her. I'll be in the living room.
Okay.
Bitter End by Blind Pilot was playing when I walked into the living room. A song that made me yearn to have a father in my life. It typically ground against my nerves. I walked to the window, clenched my jaw, and peered out at the street. Saturday afternoons were slightly different than the weekdays, as the people who worked up and down the block were no longer parked along the curb. Most of the spaces were occupied by patrons of the coffee shop and several pubs that served lunch. A row of 4 Harleys was parked in front of the coffee shop. Inside, the small group of riders from a national Christian MC were having church. Unlike many of the 1% clubs that peered down their noses at clubs that didn't claim the outlaw way of life, Devil's Disciples accepted all bike clubs as having the potential of being equal. My eyes scanned the street. As the song ended, I turned toward the bedroom. After a few steps, goosebumps raised on my upper arms. I hesitated, turned toward the window, and took another look. A black Dodge Charger with tinted windows sat at the curb across the street. It was the same Dodge Charger I'd seen a few weeks prior. I was sure of it. The windows were too dark for me to see inside, but the black steel wheels that had replaced the standard aluminum alloy versions led me to believe my suspicions were correct. He was the man who was interested enough in my life to invade my home. Just wait, motherfucker. I'm coming for you. Pride took over, and I instinctively raised my middle finger high enough for him to see it. Before I lowered my hand, He provided all the proof I needed. He pulled away from the curb and drove away.
39. Andy. The heels of my shoes clanked against something each time I moved them. I leaned forward and looked under the front edge of the seat. A red fire extinguisher was secured beneath it, but within grasp of the passenger. Upon seeing it, I looked at Baker. Who put a fire extinguisher under my seat and why? His eyes remained fixed on the road.
It came that way.
I was puzzled. You bought it that way? With a fire extinguisher? He shifted gears with the switch on the steering wheel. The force of the acceleration pinned me to my seat.
They all come with one.
I checked my seatbelt. Why? He shifted again and then merged in traffic.
You need one if you're going to the racetrack.
This is a race car?
It's a street-legal race car.
How handy is that? I asked, my tone sarcastic as hell. You can go get groceries and then go race.
He grinned. You sure could.
I gestured toward the rear of the car with my thumb. The trunk's kind of small, though. He laughed.
That's the engine compartment.
I looked behind me. Back there?
Yep.
Where's the trunk? He extended his index finger and pointed toward the hood.
Up there.
We should be driving in reverse, I laughed. That's ridiculous.
It gives it perfect weight distribution.
What if you put a watermelon and a few steaks under the hood? I asked with a laugh. Then you'd be top-heavy or whatever.
When you go to the racetrack, you make sure your watermelons are at home, he said dryly.
He didn't see the humor in me making fun of the car. It was cute, but I wasn't near as fascinated with it as he was. I'd become spoiled by the Saturday night bike rides, and I wasn't thrilled that we were driving to who knows where at noon on a Saturday in his Porsche. After a few hours, we stopped for gas. He filled the car, and we went into the gas station together to get a drink and snack. We're eating at this mystery place? I asked.
We are. 1 more hour. Maybe 45 minutes. We can get a snack.
I grabbed a bottle of water and a sack of Doritos. Upon seeing them, he stopped and pointed to the rack of chips.
I don't allow Doritos.
In the car?
Anywhere, he said. I'll vomit.
You'll vomit if I eat them?
I will.
He glared at the bag.
Can't even stand to look at the damned things.
Okay. Well, I looked around the store. A display of Chex Mix caught my eye. What about that?
Fine with me. Doritos are my only no-no.
Superstition? I asked.
Actually, it is.
I grabbed a bag of nacho cheese-flavored goodness. I'll get the Chex Mix then. He grabbed a moon pie and a Mountain Dew. On the way back to the car, I made a comment about the selection. That doesn't seem to fit you.
Highway food is different than any other food. When I was a kid, my aunt and I would take a vacation every summer. She thought they'd settle me down, but they never did. I'd always get a moon pie and a Mountain Dew. I paused. What about your uncle? Did he go? She never married, he said.
Oh. It was a small piece of his life's puzzle that I was able to snap into place. Piece by piece, I was sure that one day I'd get all the answers I needed.
We were talking about loyalty and trust earlier, he said. Keep in mind, with bikers, there's nothing more important than that. Respect is the only thing that comes to mind.
I know I'm a laugh a minute, but I'll be my best around them. And when we're not around them. I devoured a handful of snacks and then set the bag aside. When I decided to do this, I realized that I'd have to be as devoted to this club as you are.
So I decided that's where I stand. It's the only way I could make it work in my head. I Googled a bunch of stuff before I came over with those signs. I'm pretty savvy about outlaw clubs. He looked at me and grinned. Oh, really? Uh-huh. Respect. Give it and get it. Don't talk about club business. Don't ask questions. Don't ever be seen around a cop. I'm pretty legit. He shook his head and laughed. Sounds like it. All joking aside, I'm not going to embarrass you. He glanced at me. I never thought you would. I went back to eating my snacks, wondering when the day would come where I could get to know his brothers. It fascinated me that they'd been friends for a lifetime. 45 minutes later, we pulled into a place marked Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. I read the sign and then looked at him side-eyed. We're at a racetrack? We are. I wasn't dressed for the occasion, and neither was he. I wasn't thrilled in the least. We're going to watch a car race? No, we're going to race a car. As much as I didn't want to be excited, I was. We're going to race? We are. My eyes went wide. Holy crap! Really? Really. An hour later, even though he said I didn't have to be, I was fitted with an awesome leather suit, a helmet, and some cool boots. I didn't care that my hair and makeup were a mess. I was excited to see what the car with an engine in the trunk was all about. When we started the race, boredom immediately set in. 2 minutes later, Baker announced that the tires were heated up, and he began to slaughter the competition. The geometric line follows the radius of the track's corners. That's not where you want to be. You want to be on the racing line. It follows the outside edge as you come to a corner. Then as soon as you hit the turn point... He took a corner so fast, I thought I was going to vomit. You turn to the inside edge. Despite my thoughts that it would, the car didn't squeal or slide. Baker downshifted, hit the throttle, and then upshifted, all with the steering wheel switches. He shifted the car from the right to the left and passed a red car with little effort. Then back to the outside. It made sense. Regardless of the radius of the track's corners, the drivers attempted to make them as wide as they could to prevent sliding out. After a few laps where we reached speeds of over 130 miles an hour, I was hooked. When we passed cars, I mentally cheered. When we went in the corners, I held my breath. When we came out of the corners, I exhaled. I have no idea when I took a breath. I was too excited to figure it out. He gave me instructions as we drove, making sure I fully understood what it was he was explaining. When I was sure we were going to be declared the winner, he pulled the car off the track and by one of the buildings. He opened the door and got out. Your turn. Oh my God, no, I gasped. I couldn't. You can. Go as fast or as slow as you want. I don't know how to drive a stick, I said. You don't have to. All you need to do is pull the pedals. The right is up a gear and the left is down. I'll instruct you. I don't want to hurt it. This thing's got to be expensive. I mean, crap. It came with that handy little fire extinguisher. It's a car. I'm not worried. Drive it, please. He looked at me with sad eyes. It's why we came. I decided, what the hell? With his instructions, I drove the car around the track 6 times. Although I didn't go as fast as he did, I went over 110 miles an hour. And I even passed the same red car that he passed a few times. In the end, my hands were shaking, my head was spinning, and my pussy was soaked. It was a much different experience than the motorcycle, but equally satisfying. Maybe even more so, but for different reasons. After the race, we parked the car by the buildings. I removed my helmet and held it in my hands. I felt powerful, accomplished, different. The smell of rubber and hot exhaust caused my nostrils to flare as the sound of the exhaust made funny noises from cooling down. I swung the helmet back and forth and admired the car. "I'm glad I didn't wreck it," I said. "I'd probably have to work some overtime to pay for this little guy." $239,000 worth, he said with a laugh. I stumbled against the building's wall as he revealed the value. "Are you serious?" "Dead serious. It's worth a little more than that now, maybe 300 grand. These go up in value as time passes, as long as you can take care of them." "You let me drive a $300,000 car?" He shrugged. "It's a car." "An expensive one?" "Did you have fun?" I traced my finger over the top of my helmet and smiled. "I did." "All that matters." He leaned toward me and kissed me. "Is that you had fun?" Driving $300,000 cars wasn't something I could ever get used to, but I had a feeling racing wasn't the first, or the last, of the exciting things Baker was going to bring my way. In fact, I was sure of it.
40. Baker. "This motherfucker better be legit," I said. "If he gives me the smallest idea that he's not, we're walking." We were in Cash's truck, with the gold in tow. Enough time had passed that it was safe to sell the gold on the black market. The man who was to give us pricing for it was a commodities trader that lived in Brentwood, an upscale neighborhood that adjoined Beverly Hills. Despite coming highly recommended by the Hells Angels local sergeant-at-arms, I didn't trust the man. Cash glanced over his right shoulder and scoffed. "He's as strong as the day is long." I coughed a laugh. "Did you just make that up?" His eyes shifted to the road. "It rhymed. I was pretty proud of myself for making it up." "Been pretty proud of you, too, lately." He changed lanes and then flipped his hair away from his eyes. "Why's that?" "You've been civil about Andy. I appreciate you giving us a little space, even if it is nothing more than a rest from your verbal assaults." He gave me a quick look. "A little verbal assault never hurt anyone." "It's annoying." "I figured out a few weeks back that you're not pumping her for information. You're pumping her with your dick." He looked at me and held my gaze, despite being in charge of driving. "This deal's real, ain't it?" "Not sure." "Liar." "It might end up being the real deal. Who knows?" He rolled to a stop at a traffic light and then gave me an evil glare, Cash style. "It's real as fuck right now." "Hard to tell." "Maybe hard for you to tell. You're starstruck or whatever. All of us can see it. Hell, we talk about it." I was glad to see him opening up about it. Curious to find out the MC's opinion, I trudged on. "What does everyone say?" "Nobody's pissed. Goose said the other day if he heard anyone talking trash, he was gonna start slicing tires. Pretty much stopped that afternoon." He grinned a sly grin. "Even the playing around." It mattered to me what Cash thought. More than anyone, really. He was hypersensitive and childish in so many ways. I felt a need to make sure any questions he may have weren't unanswered. The traffic signal changed, and he inched away from the light. "What if this gal and me get serious? What would you think?" I glanced over my shoulder, and then made clarification. If it ever gets that far. "Tried to think about it, but it ain't easy." Other'n Goose marrying that chick with the kids for a while, it's always been us. Just us. Guess for me, it gets down to trust. He looked at me and shrugged his right shoulder against his jaw. And, you know me, I don't trust anyone. It was the understatement of the decade. He didn't trust anyone. Prepared to take the conversation a little further, I reached into my pocket to rub my lucky keychain. My eyes widened. I checked my other pocket. "Turn around," I said. "Huh?" "Turn around," I demanded. "What?" he asked with a laugh. "Need to knock off a piece?" "Keychain. It's at home." He glared. "Seriously?" Embarrassed, I simply nodded. "Make it quick." He did a U-turn in the middle of the street and began backtracking to the clubhouse. I shoved my hands deep into both front pockets, and then gave him an apologetic look. "Sorry, brother." In 10 minutes, we were a block away. Normally, I'd have had him go down the alley and into the parking garage. The black Dodge Charger parked along the curb caused me to change my mind. I pointed toward the car. "Park in front of that Charger. Looks like a cop car. You sure?" "Positive." He parked in front of it. I leapt from the truck, walked to the front bumper of the car, and noticed no one was inside. After peering through the windshield and the side windows, I was convinced the car was empty. The doors were locked as could be expected. I walked back to the truck, wondering the entire way if I was simply paranoid. "What the fuck's going on?" he asked as I got in the truck. "Car's been out here from time to time for about a month, maybe longer." "Might live above the bar." "I doubt it. It's here at weird times." "Wanna run up from here?" he asked. "No, hit the parking garage." He glared at me. "Just run up from here." "Parking garage." He put the truck in gear and stomped the gas pedal. "Okay, motherfucker." Minutes later, much to Cash's displeasure, we were on the elevator together. Me to get my keychain and him to piss. When we left, Andy was still asleep. I feared she was still home, and wondered how Cash may react to her Sunday morning presence. When we got to the door, I realized I didn't have my keys. Frustrated that I hadn't locked the place, I turned the unlocked handle and pushed the door open. When the room came into view, I froze. Some cocksucker stood at the edge of the kitchen with a pistol pointed at Andy's head. Despite 15 years of training for such an occasion, there was nothing I could do without putting her at risk. My mind went from recognizing the threat to boiling over with anger. "What in the absolute fuck is going on?" I seethed. "I'll kill this bitch." Facing me, he snatched her off the bar stool and put her in a chokehold. "You're fucking with the wrong girl, motherfucker. You are a dead man. Either way this goes, you die." My jaw went tight. All I needed to do was clear my pistol from my holster. Hidden by the hem of my t-shirt, it was neatly tucked into the waist of my jeans, in a quick-draw holster. If I could get him to divert his eyes away from my waist, I'd drop the cocksucker where he stood. "I fucking swear," he pressed the pistol to the back of Andy's head. "Don't take another step, Baker." I needed 1 second. One extremely long second. That was all. With my heart in my throat, I prayed that he not move a muscle. If he did, the woman I loved would be a goner. "Come on, girl. Look at me. Look at me, baby. When I say this, pull away. Run. You'll know it's a lie as soon as it rolls off my tongue." "Her?" I lifted my hands to my chest. "I don't give a fuck. Kill her. She doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not fucking around, Baker. He fixed his eyes on mine. I'll put one in the back of this bitch's head. She was facing me, standing in front of him. The only parts of him that were exposed were his head and his left shoulder. My vision narrowed. All that existed was him and me. It was a 1 in a million shot, but I had to take it. I had to. Slowly, I began to lower my hands. Keep your hands where I can see them, motherfucker, he shouted, pulling her even closer to his center mass. He bent his knees and crouched behind her, leaving only a small portion of his forehead and eyes exposed. I didn't have a clear shot, not without putting Andy at risk. I was fucked. So was she. The concussion from a gun being fired deafened me. Startled, I drew my pistol, but it was too late. Andy's face was plastered with blood. She fell from the man's arms and collapsed on the floor. I pulled the trigger instinctively, hitting the man in the center of the chest. He crumbled to the floor. Confused, scared, and deaf from the 2 gunshots being fired in the confines of the home, I ran the length of the living room toward Andy. I kicked his pistol across the concrete floor and dropped to my knees at Andy's side. As I brushed her blood-soaked hair away from her face, she opened her eyes.
I didn't tell him a thing,
she muttered.
I swear.
Oh my God, I blubbered. You're okay? Goddamned right she's okay, Cash spouted. No thanks to you. I pulled off my shirt and wiped the blood from her face. You haven't been hit?
Not by anything but the back of his hand.
She sat up and hugged me.
He's a cop. Did you see his badge? It was on his belt.
I looked over my right shoulder. With an open-eyed death stare, the dead man looked back at me. Blood oozed from a hole in the center of his forehead. Confused, I started to speak but couldn't. Cash picked up the man's pistol, looked at it, and then at me. Government issue Sig Sauer. Must be a Fed. Good thing I got that prick before he got your girl, huh? At that instant, for the first time, it dawned on me. The man didn't get a shot off. The gunshot that deafened me was Cash's. He'd shot the man right between the eyes. He'd taken the 1 in 10 million shot that I feared taking. Doing so saved Andy's life. Good work, brother, I said, my voice laced with emotion. You saved her. Can't let cocksuckers go around threatening my best friend's old lady, can I? He walked past us and kicked the dead man in the ribs. Wonder who this fucker is.
Get his wallet and his keys out of his pocket, Andy said. Push the door lock button on his key fob and you'll find his car. Then you can search it. Maybe that'll help you find out. Find his phone, too. They'll be doing a trace on it.
God damn, Cash said with a laugh. Is your night job being a hit woman? She wiped the back of her head, and then looked at her blood-stained hand.
I watch a lot of Netflix. At least I used to.
Cash searched the man, found his keys and wallet, and shoved them in his front pocket. Then, he reached over my shoulder with a bloody hand. We haven't officially met yet. Name's Brock, but everyone in the MC calls me Cash. She shook his hand.
Andy Winslow. Nice to meet you, Brock.
He released her hand and cleared his throat. Call me Cash.
41. Andy. Seriously, Baker said demandingly. You need to take a shower, lay down, and get some rest. We've got a medic that I can have come by here and... Remember that asshole I told you I used to date? I asked from my seat at the bar. The one that beat me? His jaw muscles flexed. Yeah. What he did to me was 10 times worse than this. I'm fine, I assured him.
Leave her alone,
Cash said from the kitchen.
Girl says she's fine, she's fine.
They'd covered the dead cop with a blanket and rolled him up in a rug. I stared at it for some time, thinking about what my father had gone through. No differently than me, he'd been held hostage by my mother the night she shot him. My perspective on the entire event changed. I no longer felt hatred toward him, nor did I cherish her the way I had for all those years. A decision was made, and in an instant, lives were forever changed. Not just theirs either. The repercussions of such an event ripple outward, touching everyone in their path until there's no one else to touch. I shifted my eyes from the dead cop to Baker. He was looking for something, around the bar. That's where he was when I came out of the bedroom. Baker searched the bar and found a small listening device tucked into the molding that surrounded the brass railing used as a footrest. He walked into the living room and looked at the rolled-up blanket. That motherfucker. I'm going to guess by the way he was acting that he's not on the up and up, I said. Cash barked out a laugh from behind me.
You think not?
Baker flushed the device in the toilet and returned after a moment. He looked me over and shook his head. What about some rest? How about getting some rest? I needed a shower, but there was no way I could sleep. I just woke up, I said in protest.
You need a shower.
I was still wrapping my mind around what happened. I'd gone from making a bed to seeing a cop murdered, and it wasn't even noon. There was no doubt in my mind that if Cash hadn't shot the man, I would have been the victim. It wasn't easy to accept, but it was the truth. Grateful for what happened, but angry that I had to spend a lifetime carrying the baggage, I stood. I'm going to take a shower.
Some of the fellas are coming to help out with things,
Baker said. I'll be gone right after I clean up. He raked his fingers through his hair, pulled it away from his face, and paused.
You're not going anywhere.
I'm going to shower.
Take your time.
I went to the bathroom. As if I was traipsing through hip-deep mud, I dragged my feet across the floor. Each step grew more difficult than the last. Once in the bathroom, I all but collapsed on the floor. I stared at the shower's drain as the blood washed away. In a short period of time, the water ran clean, giving no hint that there was anything else to clean up. I stared blankly at the drain for some time, mentally arguing with the message it was trying to send. I felt filthy. I wondered how they did it, how they coped, if time would make it easier to accept. I turned off the water. Like a blanket of anger, the steam hung thickly in the air. I wiped the mirror with my hand and looked at my likeness in the mirror. I raised my hand to my neck, touching the discolored skin where he had choked me. It was easy to joke about the dead man in front of the men. They seemed unaffected by the event entirely. I, on the other hand, wasn't so fortunate. I feared the memories would haunt me for a lifetime. I lowered my hand and turned away. Wearing nothing more than a towel, I stumbled to the bed. I needed to take time to digest everything, to find a way to make it all seem sensible. Making sense of such a morbid act wasn't going to be an easy act. When I woke the first time, it was dark. Baker was at my side. I got up, waking him when I did. Silently, I apologized. I walked to the living room, turned on the light, and scanned the room. There was no blood. The rug had been replaced. It smelled not like gunpowder, but like a hospital. I flipped out the light and turned toward the room. Baker stood in the doorway. As I walked past him, he draped his arm over my shoulder. I nestled against him on his side of the king-sized bed that night. In his arms, I slept until morning came. As the sun's light filled the room, we both woke at the same instant, naturally. He rolled to the side and looked me in the eyes.
I love you, Andy.
His eyes told me they weren't simply words. He meant what he said. My eyes welled with tears, and eventually a few of them escaped. Not because of what had happened, or because of what he'd said. The tears were those of gratitude. I knew the only way I could get back to normal was to make the trip with him. With love in his heart, he could guide me through anything life had to offer me. I kissed him, knowing that in time, everything would be fine. I love you too.
42. Baker. My life hadn't been plagued with death, but I was no newcomer to how it smelled. We found out the cop wasn't a cop. He was a private detective. He'd either been hired to look into my life, or was simply someone who believed there was something valuable to find in my condo. He'd been disposed of, as had his car, phone, and all his personal effects. I was confident that they'd never find enough of him to perform a DNA test. Remnants of his car were in Arkansas, crushed into a ball of steel no bigger than a kitchen stove. His cell phone was in the front yard of his El Cajon home, right beside the driveway. They'd find it wiped clean, and with a dead battery. Our resident brainiac, Tito, had performed a deep search of the device, finding no indication that he'd talked to anyone about me, the club, or his investigation. I was confident the mess had been cleaned up, but my life would be forever stained from the events of that day. The sound of the bell echoed beneath the mall's concrete canopy. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Wearing a surf shop hoodie, I walked toward the red Salvation Army donation bucket. When I passed, I stepped in front of the bell-toting woman, blocking her view of my intended offering. I pulled my hand from inside the hoodie's pocket and dropped 4 5-ounce gold coins into the red canister. As they hit the bottom with a clank, she looked up. "God bless you," she said with a smile. "And Merry Christmas." I gave a nod and ducked through the door. After making the same donation at each of the mall's entrances, I drove to another location 5 miles away. Each holiday deposit would provide the recipient with roughly $30,000. It wasn't much, but by the end of the night, I would rid myself of close to $1 million in gold. It was never from the club's take. The donations always came from my personal funds. The club's take was to shield the men from prosecution, pay attorneys' fees, and give them something to retire on when that day arrived. It was a holiday ritual of mine, one that I'd done soon following my arrival to Southern California. Each holiday season, I spent an entire day casting the coins with the mold and stamp I'd purchased in Monterey at an antique shop. My charity didn't right my wrongs, nor did I expect it to. But it was the main reason I did what I did. Over time, things somehow got out of whack, and our means and methods changed. I'd get back on track somehow. It was going to take time and considerable planning, but it could be done. Until that day came, I'd live with the knowledge that the swath of my scythe was wide.
43. Andy. My gala Christmas bash was a flop. I learned a good portion of the tenants left to see family for the holidays, and many others simply weren't as festive as I was. In summary, Stephen and Michael came by, Mort and Mr. Green paid a visit, and Victor from 1C brought a bottle of vodka, and stared at my tits for half an hour. I was scheduled to end at midnight, but I had my doubts I'd be able to make it until then without throwing in the towel. About the time I was going to call it a night, the door opened. Holly walked in with a bottle of wine in one hand and a bottle of champagne in the other. Becky finally called me back. She's staying with the kids until whenever. She raised the wine. Do you have an opener? I have everything. Well, everything except for people. I handed her the opener. Let's get drunk. She set the champagne aside and then tore at the foil covering. Amen, sister. She had ditched the plaid for the night and was wearing a red dress that fit her quite well. Her massive boobs boiled out of the low-cut top, leaving little to the imagination. Had Victor stayed, it might have been an interesting night for her. She poured a glass and handed it to me. 4 more days. It's been a weird year. It doesn't seem like Christmas. We can't afford to go visit, she said, pouring her a glass of wine as she spoke. Maybe next year. It ought to be a good one for the kids this year. I got the little fuckers some pretty good stuff. She shot me a glare. They're not little fuckers. They are, but it's okay. Where's Baker? He should have been here by now. I sipped my wine. I don't know. Christmas never seems like Christmas here. It's never cold. I like the weather here, but I like the Christmases back home. I did too, but I'd never admit it. California had become my home. The beaches, palm trees, and warm weather lured me here. During 11 months of the year, I was satisfied I'd made the right decision. December left me feeling void by the joy that seemed to come with the cold weather, snow, and homes that were littered with ridiculous amounts of multicolored lights. Knock, knock, knock. I turned toward the door. Come in, Baker. He pushed the door open and stood there grinning. Wearing black skinny jeans, black chucks, a bright red blazer, and a red felt pimp hat with white fuzzy trim, he looked ridiculously cute. Hi, Holly, he said with the tip of his hat. Merry almost Christmas. He faced me and rolled the brim of his hat through his fingers, and then flipped it onto his head. I raised my wine glass. I like your outfit. He looked at Holly. Coming or going? She gulped her wine. Just got here. How long had you planned to stay? Depends on how drunk I get. She reached for the wine. My babysitter can stay until tomorrow. Why? He adjusted his hat, pulling the brim a little lower. Care to accompany us? Where are we going? I asked. He gave me a playful glare and then looked at Holly, his brows raised. Well? I looked him over. Dressed in his little red outfit, he looked adorable. What I was missing about Christmas wasn't fixed, but seeing him sure helped. As he waited for Holly to respond, I fell a little more in love with the man who cared enough about Christmas to make a fool of himself. There were times when I found it extremely difficult to believe Baker was a biker. He was different than any other biker I'd ever met. That much I was sure of. I wouldn't want him to be any other way, though. He was perfect just the way he was. Holly drank half her glass in one gulp, fearing commitment. It was just like her. She was sheepishly afraid of everything that wasn't etched in stone. She'll come, I said. Where are we going? He looked at me. For a ride. He looked at her. Care for company? She looked at me and then at him. She downed what remained in her glass and coughed as she tried to swallow it. One of your friends? The goose, he said with a nod. Is he nice? Baker grinned.
He is this time of year.
Is he cute?
Baker looked at me.
I nodded.
He is.
She nodded eagerly. I'll go.
Her hair was twisted into a cute bun, leaving its lack of body and box-colored dye job a mystery. I didn't know Goose well, but my guess was that he'd be pleased with how she presented herself. Expecting any more tenants? He asked.
Nope.
He tipped his hat, turned around, and hooked his thumb against his belt. Shall we? With my arm hooked through his, and Holly at our side, we walked to his parking garage. A white minivan with fuzzy reindeer antlers mounted above the doors waited by the elevator. Leaning against it, dressed in a top hat and long-tailed tuxedo, Goose smoked a cigarette. I burst into laughter. What's going on? Christmas lights, Baker said. There's no good Christmas lights in San Diego, I said sadly. Baker turned to face me. You just need to know where to look. He waved his hand toward the van's side door. Automatically, it opened. I gawked at it in awe. Cadillac of minivans, Goose said. Baker helped me get in, and then turned to Holly. Holly, Goose. Goose, this is Andy's cousin, Holly. He tipped his hat. Pleasure is mine, ma'am. Sit up front, Baker said. He pushed a button and the door closed. Pretty awesome automatic doors on your sleigh, mister. Only the best for my lover, he said, relaxing into the passenger side seat. Nestled in a bucket of ice, a carton of eggnog sat on the floor between us. On the seat, 2 thin booklets marked, Let's Go Caroling. I picked up one of the books. Are we? He gave a nod. We are. I loved caroling. My parents went every year. Holly's mother took us too, and I went every Christmas until I left to go to college. Some people grow out of Christmas, but I wasn't one of them. In my mind, the spirit of Santa Claus was real. I filled with nervous anticipation as I picked up the book and flipped through the pages. It included all my favorites. This is awesome, I said. You have no idea what this means to me. I do it every year, he said. I looked at him in disbelief. Really? He's not kidding, Goose said as he pulled out of the garage. Has since he was a kid. If doing so was even possible, my heart melted a little more for Baker. I laughed to myself that we'd gone about everything all wrong, fucking before we dated and admitting our love with each other the night a man got murdered. No matter, I wouldn't change it if I could. We drove to La Jolla, through an area I had no idea existed. The homes were mansions, and they were covered with the craziest displays of lights, decorations, and mechanical displays. It put Syracuse to shame. Their wrought iron gates were open, inviting season onlookers the ability to come in and enjoy their displays of festive spirit. The first home was complete with a fountain in front, and had a grand entrance that looked like something even the Kardashians couldn't afford. After parking the van, we walked to the door, booklets in hand. Baker knocked with the knocker. In a moment, the door opened. A handsome man in his early 40s stood pencil straight. He gave a nod to each of us. Good evening. Happy holidays. We burst into song, singing one of my all-time favorites, Oh, Come All Ye Faithful. Halfway through the song, a man, a woman I assumed was his wife, and 2 small children came to listen. After singing Oh, Little Town of Bethlehem, Baker tipped his hat. A Merry Christmas to you. Thank you, they said in unison. We went house to house, visiting the last home just before midnight.
No one complained, and no one refused our offerings. After we finished singing at the last home, for an elderly couple that I feared we woke from a night's sleep, the man, dressed in red pajamas, stepped onto the porch. He cupped his shaking hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. "Thank you," he shouted. "We look forward to this every year. Last few years, a tattooed boy has come. Haven't seen him yet this year, though." I realized Baker was wearing a long-sleeved blazer. Baker patted him on the shoulder and then gave a nod. "Have a Merry Christmas. Maybe he'll be by in the next day or so." The man gave a nod and yelled his response. "Sure hope so. He's got a set of pipes." It was the first Christmas since my arrival that I felt festive. The caroling gave me a sense of holiday spirit that I'd been missing for years. I couldn't help but admire Baker for doing it, and wondered what drove him to do so year after year. On the way to the van, Baker turned to me and grinned. "Come back day after tomorrow." "Day after tomorrow's Christmas Eve." He stroked his beard. "Makes it that much better, doesn't it?" I glanced over my shoulder. The man in the pajamas was still standing on the porch, waving. "Yes," I said, hooking my arm through his. "I'd love to." Epilogue. We put up the tree on Christmas Eve, which was a tradition of Baker's. Although there weren't any gifts under it when we went to bed, I enjoyed decorating it immensely, and hanging the lights together was a memorable experience. Spending the night with him and waking up at his side Christmas morning was going to be gift enough. We woke the next morning and showered together. Eager to give him the gifts I'd bought, I begged him to go into the living room and look under the tree. After he'd fallen asleep, I got up and placed his presents under the tree, and I was giddy to have him see them. Hand in hand, we walked into the room. Much to my surprise, the tree was surrounded by gifts. "Oh, wow," I gasped. "Looks like Santa Claus was bored." He turned toward the kitchen. "Let's make a pot of coffee." I wanted to rush to the tree and see what, if anything, was mine. Heck, for all I knew, the gifts were for, or from, his 5 brothers. A few minutes later, coffee in hand, we sat beside each other, cross-legged on the floor. He handed out the gifts, and I ended up with 4 and him 3. I never viewed the amount of gifts as important. One gift, if selected with love, was plenty. I pointed to a 2-foot square box that sat at his side. "That one first, please." He agreed and opened it. Inside, the gift itself was wrapped in another paper. He picked up the thin package and smiled. "I wonder what this is." After unwrapping it, he clutched it to his chest and laughed. "Don't have this one." "Well, you do now." It was Amos Lee's Supply and Demand on vinyl. It wasn't an easy record to locate, but eventually I found it. I looked at The Wind as our song, and I suspected I always would. He pointed to a small box. "That one." I picked up the 18-inch long box and shook it. "Be careful," he said. Carefully, I took the tape from the paper, peeled the paper away, and looked at the top of the box. My heart raced at the familiar sight of the manufacturer's label, written in cursive on the top of the box. "Is it?" He shrugged. "Open it." I lifted the edge of the top and peered inside. Upon seeing the shoes, I flipped the top to the side and pulled them out. "A pair of Louboutins," I said. "I'm in love." I stood up and slipped the shoes on my feet. He looked at them and smiled. "Fit?" "Perfect," I said. The black heels with the signature red bottoms were a staple in the closets of the rich and famous. They weren't anything I could ever afford, but I'd surely wear them on special occasions. Giddy, I sat down and admired them. He cleared his throat. I looked up. Oh, the big red one. He pulled off the bow, peeled off the paper, and opened the box. Immediately, he laughed out loud. You shouldn't have. I love it when you wear hats. Carefully, he removed the felt pork pie and lifted it to his head. The black hat looked sexy on his head and gave him a distinguished look. I like it. He tipped it toward me. As do I. He pointed to a little blue box. I think that one next. This is going to be weird in a minute. Why? Just open it. After carefully unwrapping the 3-inch square box, I peeled back the top. Inside, a key to his car. My own key? I asked, lifting it from the box. In case I want to go racing? You own the car, he said. There's another one on there, too. It's a key to this house. My heart went aflutter. It says Porsche, I said, pronouncing it the way he had when we met. Are you serious? It's not just like mine, but it's close. It's mine? Registration and title are in the bedroom. It's yours. Holy crap. Oh, my God. I have a car. I jumped to my feet. When can I see it? He smiled. In a few minutes, when we're done. I kissed him and sat. I pointed to his last box. Last one. He opened it and lifted the book from the box and read the cover. Thug Kitchen. Eat like you give a fuck. It sounded so perfect for you. You can learn how to cook now. He opened the book and flipped through the pages. Thank you. He pointed to a large box. That one now, and then the other. I opened the bigger of the 2 boxes and laughed out loud when I saw what was inside. No differently than the album I'd wrapped for him, a thin square sat inside the box, wrapped in a different paper. Eager to see what he'd chosen, I unwrapped it. My heart swelled. We can keep one for when we get old. It was a copy of Amos Lee's Supply and Demand. It was affirmation that great minds think alike. He gestured to the last box and stood. Open it. Carefully, I opened it. And then I opened the one inside of it. And then another. After the 4th box was opened, I looked inside. The air shot from my lungs. Eager with anticipation but uncertain of what was inside, I opened the felt box. I nearly fainted. The biggest round diamond I'd ever seen was fitted to a white gold band. On each side of the band, diamonds were inset along the edges. I stared at it in awe and tried to hold the box steady. I want to say something. He walked in front of me and reached for my hand. Teary-eyed, I watched as he took my hand in his. I want that ring to be my commitment to you, he said with a shaky voice. I don't know how to do this. He paused, raked his fingers through his hair, and looked me in the eyes. I love you, Andy. I truly do. That's not an engagement ring, and this isn't a proposal. I guess you can call it a promise ring. Me giving it to you is my promise that if you come home at night, I'll be here loving you, and you alone. For as long as you choose to wear it, I'll never leave you. Ever. This can last forever if you let it. It's the best I can do. He lifted the ring from the box, slipped it on my finger, and gave me a kiss. Merry Christmas. And at that moment, on Christmas morning, our forever began. This concludes Baker by Scott Hildreth. Narrated by Amelie Griffin and Rudy Sanda. Copyright 2017 by Scott Hildreth. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Scott Hildreth and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.